It was obvious that the veiled woman, who was much stronger than Zhang Yue, Ho Dong, and Qiu Ping, was no match for the 10 ape-like monsters. Zhang Yue, Ho Dong, and Qiu Ping were shocked by the result of the collision between the veiled woman and the 10 ape-like monsters. They stopped in their tracks before they hastily retreated. Even a powerful imminent supreme god was no match for the monsters. They naturally did not have delusions about being able to deal with the monsters. The 10th level is clearly much harder than the previous level, Ho Dong exclaimed. At this time, he managed to stay calm, knowing that there was another imminent supreme god in their group who had yet to make a move. Qiu Ping looked at Zhang Yue with a helpless expression as he said through voice transmission, "Junior sister, the four of us are no match for the monsters. Why don't we let Duan Ling Tian try to kill the monsters on his own now?" Zhang Yue did not respond to Zhang Yue, and she also did not say anything to Duan Ling Tian and Ho Lian Yu. Instead, she looked at the veiled woman, whose injuries were healing swiftly after she consumed a healing divine pill. Based on the speed of healing, she knew that the veiled woman only suffered minor injuries. The veiled woman did not seem to be discouraged. After recovering, she instantly launched another wave of attacks. The void shook as she mobilized her bloodline power. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. The veiled woman had used her bloodline power previously, but this one was clearly different and stronger. Energy surged from the veiled woman for a moment before her first bloodline power appeared and merged with her second bloodline power, boosting her strength to another level. She was still hiding her strength? Duan Ling Tian was rather surprised that the veiled woman had still been hiding her strength when she was dealing with the two imminent supreme gods from the Sanctioned Land. If she had used this bloodline power earlier, those two imminent supreme gods would not have been a match for her. In fact, it was likely that the duo would not even be able to withstand 10 moves from her even if they joined forces. Her strength is very close to that of an ordinary rudimentary supreme god. If she comprehended just one of the 4 daos of heaven and earth to the rudimentary form, she'd be able to rival the weakest rudimentary supreme god, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a sigh. With such strength, she might be able to kill all 10 apes if she deals with them one by one. Following that, Duan Ling Tian shifted his attention back to the 10 apes. Something doesn't feel right. The 10th level shouldn't be so easy. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, the 10 apes were only slightly stronger than the 7 people from the Sanctioned Land they faced in the 9th level. Meanwhile, the veiled woman did not seem to have the same thoughts as Duan Ling Tian. A hint of excitement flashed in her crystal-clear eyes as she rushed toward the 10 apes again with explosive strength. She was confident she would be able to take down the 10 apes with her strength that was almost comparable to the rudimentary supreme god. To be precise, according to her mother, she was very close to being on par with the weakest rudimentary supreme god. The veiled woman thought to herself confidently, "I thought I'll need the strength of a rudimentary supreme god to pass the final level on my own. I didn't expect it to be easier than I expected. I can pass this level on my own." At the same time, Ho Lian Yu, Ho Dong, and Qiu Ping could also sense the veiled woman's aura that had gotten stronger. She was still hiding her strength? It's a different bloodline power? She possesses double bloodline powers. It's extremely rare for someone to have 2 bloodline powers. I've only heard of it in the past. I didn't expect to meet someone like that. As long as their innate talents were not too low, natives of the realms of gods would inherit their respective families' bloodline powers. Although it was rare, there were also some people who inherited bloodline powers from both parents. It was even rarer to be able to use 2 bloodline powers at the same time. Those who were capable of such a rare feat could boost their strength tremendously when they fused both bloodline powers. The veiled woman clearly belonged to this incredibly rare group of people. "She's so strong," Ho Dong exclaimed. The veiled woman charged at one of the apes in the realm of an imminent supreme god and attacked fiercely. She knocked the long staff out of the ape's hand and severed its hand, nearly killing it. The other 4 apes with the strength of an imminent supreme god rushed over in a timely manner and managed to save their companion. The injured ape let out a thunderous roar that shook the void. Suddenly, the bright sky darkened. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian and the others saw a huge phantom that resembled an ape in the sky. It was rather similar to the supreme god phenomenon. The 10 apes glared at the veiled woman before they flew toward the huge phantom in unison. Although the huge phantom showed no signs of life, the veiled woman felt an ominous feeling rising in her heart. Nonetheless, she still charged forward, trying to stop one of the apes with the strength of an imminent supreme god. At the same time, the huge phantom suddenly came to life. It thumped its chest with both hands and growled. The sound was not loud, but 10 streaks of golden light suddenly shot out at terrifying speed and enveloped the 10 apes. In the next moment, the 10 apes glowed brightly before they turned into streaks of light and shot back into the body of the huge phantom. After a beat, the huge phantom seemed to solidify and shrink at the same time. In the end, it turned into an ape demon that was barely 1.6 meters tall. It was much shorter than the average man. Similar to the apes before, it held a long staff in its hand. However, unlike the staves from before, this staff was 2 meters long and a clear translucent figure could be seen looming above it. A prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul, Hodong exclaimed. Needless to say, Duanling Tian and the others could also tell that the long staff in the ape demon's hand was a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul. The ape demon was small in size, but it was dressed in a set of armor that made it look even more formidable than the 10 bigger apes from before. The ape demon's red eyes shone with murderous intent as it looked at the veiled woman and said, "Human, how dare you injure my doppelgangers? You must die." As the ape demon spoke, its divine energy surged out of its body. The veiled woman trembled as soon as she sensed the opponent's divine energy. At the same time, Zhang Yue, who was standing nearby, exclaimed in horror, "A demon beast in the realm of a supreme god." Indeed, the small ape demon was in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god. Its divine energy soared into the sky and turned into flames. Obviously, it comprehended the law of fire. The veiled woman's eyes brimmed with fear when she discovered that the ape demon's comprehension of the law of fire could manifest a phenomenon that shone for 100,000 miles. There was no doubt the ape demon's comprehension of the law surpassed her comprehension of the law. Perhaps she could stand her ground with the combination of her double bloodline powers, law, and her prominent divine artifact soul. But just the ape demon's divine energy alone took away her advantages. Although she could sense from its divine energy that its cultivation base had yet to stabilize, there was no doubt that it was in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god. "I'm no match for it." With this thought in mind, the veiled woman flashed and hastily retreated. After that, she looked at Duanling Tian and said expressionlessly, "If you're confident, then you can make your move now. Otherwise, you might as well conserve your energy and join forces with me. I'm willing to share the reward with you." In fact, the veiled woman was not being generous. She was only worried that Duanling Tian's blind confidence would cause him to face the ape demon directly. If he was seriously injured, it would be impossible for her to deal with the ape demon alone. In the end, none of them would be able to pass the final level. This was something she, along with everyone else, did not want to see. "I don't think he'll fight the ape demon if he's not confident. If he's capable of killing the ape demon on his own, then I'll admit defeat and concede the final reward to him," the veiled woman thought to herself. Her eyes did not leave Duanling Tian at all as she waited anxiously for his response. Meanwhile, the ape demon growled and charged over furiously like a blazing flame. The scorching heat caused the expressions of Ho Lian Yu and the others who were not imminent supreme gods to change and retreat. As expected, it's not that simple. Duanling Tian, who did not think that 10 apes were a threat previously, nodded inwardly. Previously, he had felt that the final level was too simple and speculated that there was more than meets the eye. As it turned out, he was right. The final level was much harder. The 10 apes had turned into an ape demon. To be precise, the 10 apes were the doppelgangers of the ape demon. After the apes returned to their original body, the ape demon's cultivation base rose to that of a rudimentary supreme god. Moreover, even if it was lacking compared to his law of space, the ape demon's comprehension of the law of fire was rather profound as well. It could manifest a phenomenon that shone for 100,000 miles. At this time, the veiled woman's eyes widened slightly as she watched the ape demon charge over. As she hastily retreated, she looked at Duanling Tian and asked in a slightly anxious voice, "Aren't you going to make your move yet?" The veiled woman's voice was no longer as steady as before.
Duan Tian only smiled faintly in response. Then he teleported and appeared in the path of the ape demon, blocking it.
The ape demon came to a halt and brandished the blazing long staff in its hand. Bang!
When the ape demon brought the staff down, the void rippled, looking as though it was going to tear.
At the same time, Duan Tian made a move as well. A dazzling 7-colored sword ray shot out in the sky and blocked the long staff. Boom! Another explosion rang in the air as the long staff landed on the 7-colored sword ray. The sword ray dimmed slightly, and the flames on the road seemed to turn smaller as well. After a while, the flames on the staff completely died down while the dimmed sword ray remained.
The ape demon withdrew its long staff and stopped attacking. It looked at Duan Tian with a hint of anxiety flashing in its red eyes as it said, "Human, you're not the one I want to kill."
At this time, the ape demon's hand that was holding the long staff was trembling slightly. Only it knew what it experienced earlier. Although it did not unleash its full strength earlier, it had used about 70% of its strength. However, its opponent was able to stop its attack easily without using the bloodline power. Moreover, its opponent was just an advanced emperor of gods, but its opponent's comprehension of the law of space was much more profound than its comprehension of the law of fire.
Most importantly, it detected the traces of the sword Dao, one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, in its opponent's attack. Meanwhile, apart from Ho Lianyu and the veiled woman, Zhang Yue, Ho Dong, Qiu Ping gasped in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief when they looked at Duan Tian. Although they knew he was strong, they did not expect him to be so strong. Even the veiled woman was forced to retreat by the ape demon, but he managed to gain the upper hand in a direct confrontation with the ape demon. His strength.
The veiled woman, who was standing in the distance, looked at Duan Tian in shock. The worst-case scenario she had thought of earlier came true. Duan Tian's strength was comparable to that of an ordinary rudimentary supreme god. Although the ape demon did not use its full strength, in her opinion, Duan Tian had yet to use his bloodline power as well. It was clear that he was still holding back his strength. Although Ho Lianyu already knew Duan Tian was strong, he still could not help but feel slightly shocked. Big Brother Duan is really too powerful, although he's just an advanced emperor of gods. He has strength that rivals a supreme god. At this time, Duan Tian looked at the ape demon and said expressionlessly, "Attack with all your might. If you want to kill her, you'll have to go through me first."
Despite being wary of Duan Tian, the ape demon was infuriated by Duan Tian's words, which it thought were humiliating. "Human, since you have a death wish, I'll fulfill your wish."
Following that, the ape demon roared, and a 10-meter-tall supreme god phenomenon appeared. After it merged with the phenomenon, the long staff in its hand grew accordingly as well. The void shook as the 10-meter-tall ape demon moved, sending out shockwaves into the surroundings. It swung the long staff in its hand as though it was trying to bring the heavens down and dominate the lands.
Die! The ape demon bellowed as flames that soared to the sky appeared on the long staff. At the same time, its red eyes glinted before balls of flames appeared like stars in the sky. In just a moment, the balls of flames grew and weaved into a flaming net that closed in on Duan Tian. Boom! The long staff fell down like it was capable of cleaving the heavens into 2. Hairline cracks appeared in its wake as it swooshed past. Based on this, one could tell how powerful the attack was. Clearly, the ape demon no longer held back and had attacked with all its might.
Ho Lianyu, Zhang Yue, Ho Dong, and Qiu Ping watched in shock. So powerful!
I'm afraid that even a weak rudimentary supreme god would not be able to withstand this strike.
He won't be crushed to death just like that, right? If he dies, we have to escape immediately. After that, a portal appeared above Zhang Yue, Ho Dong, and Qiu Ping.
Alas, no portal could be seen above Ho Lianyu and the veiled woman. They were both focused on Duan Tian at this moment.
Ho Lianyu's confidence did not waver. He was certain that Duan Tian would win. As such, he ignored Ho Dong's voice transmission urging him to open a portal to leave the natural secret realm. Meanwhile, the veiled woman looked at Duan Tian curiously. She wondered if he was truly a match for the ape demon. If he possessed the strength of a weak rudimentary supreme god, he would only be on par with the ape demon. It would be also impossible to defeat the ape demon, let alone kill it. Even if he had Ho Lianyu's help, it was useless. Ho Lianyu, who was only close to becoming an imminent supreme god, was not strong enough to help. Moreover, if Ho Lianyu made a move recklessly, not only would he be of no help, but he might even become a burden to Duanling Tian. If he's only on par with the ape demon, I still have a chance to act. With that, I'll still be able to obtain the final reward, the veiled woman thought to herself hopefully. In any case, I'll only make my move once he and the ape demon are injured. Otherwise, he'll definitely get a bigger share of the reward. Thought after thought appeared in the veiled woman's mind as she made all kinds of calculations. She knew that her calculations were only useful if she was right about Duanling Tian being only as strong as a weak rudimentary supreme god. If Duanling Tian was capable of defeating the ape demon on his own, all her calculations would be for naught. She had no intention of snatching the reward from Duanling Tian even if Duanling Tian was injured from defeating the ape demon. She had her own principles after all. She would not deliberately harm others, but she would always guard herself against others. At this time, Duanling Tian, who was surrounded by flames, smiled faintly as he said, "You're as strong as a weak rudimentary supreme god." Duanling Tian was incredibly calm. It was as though everything was in his control. In the next moment, Duanling Tian made his move. A terrifying sword ray shot out as a spatial storm began to rage. At the same time, Duanling Tian cast his sword Dao, Mastery Dao, and Law of Space. Following that, the speed of the flaming net that was closing in on Duanling Tian slowed down. Mastery Dao, the ape demon cried out, alarmed, "Who the hell are you? How can a mere advanced emperor of gods comprehend two Daos of heaven and earth?" The ape demon roared and brought its long staff down to meet the terrifying sword ray. It did not bother to probe the sword ray. Otherwise, it would discover that the sword ray was not just a prominent divine artifact. Boom! When the sword ray and the long staff collided, the void began to distort. Following that, frightening shockwaves rolled out, sending Ho Lianyu, Zhang Yuwei, Ho Dong, and Qiu Ping, who were standing quite a distance away, flying back. Ho Lianyu, who was standing the closest, spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face paled immediately. However, his eyes did not leave the battle at all. He exclaimed, Is that a doppelganger from a law? He's not a native of a realm of gods?" The veiled woman, whose veil was partially removed by the shockwaves, looked at Duanling Tian in shock. Initially, she had assumed that he had a formidable background in the divine offering land. She thought that she had never heard of his name before because he had been hiding his strength. However, the reveal of his doppelganger completely shattered her theories. As it turned out, he was not a native of a realm of gods. Only those from the lower realms could form doppelgangers from the laws they comprehended. He's far stronger than a weak rudimentary supreme god, the veiled woman thought to herself with a sigh. At this time, Duanling Tian had already appeared in front of the ape demon. At the same time, his doppelganger that was wielding a seven-colored sword ray appeared behind the ape demon as well. Zhang Yuwei, Ho Dong, Qiu Ping, and Ho Lianyu were shocked to see Duanling Tian's doppelganger appear behind the ape demon. "I can't believe that Big Brother Duan is from the lower realm. He's not a native of a realm of gods. But yet, he's able to achieve such amazing feats." Ho Lianyu marveled inwardly. He was also aware that Duanling Tian was younger than him. He could not help but wonder how the lower realms managed to give birth to a heaven-defying prodigy like Duanling Tian. At this time, the ape demon roared thunderously, "No." When the ape demon discovered Duanling Tian's doppelganger, Duanling Tian had already appeared in front of it. It was helpless at this moment. After all, Duanling Tian's doppelganger also possessed a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul. Swoosh! A seven-colored sword ray shot out like the Grim Reaper's scythe and pierced the ape demon's body. It trembled violently before tens of thousands of sword rays exploded out of its body, killing it in just a blink of an eye. A harrowing, desolate, and unwilling cry rang in the air before a huge phantom appeared briefly in the air and fell, indicating the death of a supreme god. Such a phenomenon would definitely cause a commotion on the realm battlefield. However, there was no commotion since only a few people were present in the natural secret realm. A chilling silence descended after the ape demon's cry faded away. Ho Lianyu and the others looked at the purple figure in the distance with eyes that brimmed with shock, fear, and all kinds of complicated feelings. At this time, Duanling Tian looked like an invincible god of war as a huge beam of light shone down on him from the sky. I'm not a match for him at all. He's way too strong, the veiled woman thought to herself, feeling complicated.
Zhang Yue, Ho Dong, and Qiu Ping still had yet to recover their senses. They truly did not expect Duanling Tian to be so strong. After a moment, they could not help but turn to look at Ho Lianyu enviously, wondering where he found such a powerful helper. Even if Ho Lianyu did not gain a lot from this natural secret realm, he had gained a lot by being acquainted with such a heaven-defying person. The others no longer dared to provoke Ho Lianyu when they thought about Duanling Tian's strength. There was no lack of enthusiasm on Ho Lianyu's part as he kept addressing Duanling Tian as Big Brother Duan. Moreover, based on the duo's interaction, it was not difficult to tell that the duo had a rather good relationship. At this time, Ho Dong stepped forward and gave Duanling Tian a thumbs up. Big Brother Duan, you're the strongest advanced emperor of gods I've ever met. After a beat, he added, Big Brother Duan, allow me to introduce myself properly. My name is Ho Dong. Ho Lianyu and I grew up together in the same clan. Big Brother Duan, please feel free to look for me if you need any help in the future. I'll try my best to help you as long as it's within my abilities. Upon hearing Ho Dong's words, a hint of contempt could be seen in Zhang Yue and Xiu Ping's eyes. After all, Ho Dong's behavior now was truly disgusting. Earlier, Ho Dong had ridiculed Ho Lianyu and looked down on Duanling Tian. But now, he did not hesitate at all to become a bootlicker. Ho Lianyu was also stunned by Ho Dong's shamelessness. When he recovered his senses, he said indignantly, Ho Dong, enough with your bootlicking. Big Brother Duan can look for me if he needs help. Ho Dong was not angry at all. Instead, he only smiled when he looked at Ho Lianyu. His previous arrogance had completely disappeared at this moment. Suddenly, Qiu Ping looked at the sky and exclaimed, The additional reward is here. A streak of red light carrying a huge piece of metal descended from the sky. The metal piece looked ordinary apart from its terrifying aura. Its aura alone caused the prominent divine artifacts of Duanling Tian and the others to shake. Their artifact souls appeared briefly before they returned to their respective prominent divine artifacts. Duanling Tian was looking at the metal piece curiously when he heard Huanger say in a trembling voice, Master, this is a fragment of a prime divine artifact. The fragment of a prime divine artifact? Duanling Tian was stunned. He had heard of the prime divine artifact before, but he knew little about it. At this time, Ho Lianyu's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, It's the fragment of a prime divine artifact. When Duanling Tian looked up, he saw the others looking at the metal fragment covetously. At the same time, Ho Lianyu hurriedly said through voice transmission, Big Brother Duan, hurry up and put the fragment of the prime divine artifact away. Although I don't think they have the courage to snatch it from you, it's better to be safe than sorry. What if one of them snatches it first and puts it into his or her destructive spatial ring? At that time, you won't be able to retrieve it even if you kill them. Upon hearing Ho Lianyu's words, Duanling Tian hurriedly claimed the metal fragment and put it away in his spatial ring. He could also sense half of the force from the law of space disappearing when he grabbed the metal fragment. The fragment of the prime divine artifact is terrifying as it is. I wonder how terrifying a prime divine artifact is. Duanling Tian knew that only supreme powerhouses could cultivate a prominent divine artifact into a prime divine artifact after keeping a prominent divine artifact by his or her side for many, many years. Needless to say, prime divine artifacts were far superior to prominent divine artifacts. Even without an artifact soul, a prime divine artifact could easily destroy a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul. As such, prime divine artifacts were acknowledged to be the strongest divine weapons in heaven and earth. Under normal circumstances, only supreme powerhouses owned prime divine artifacts. However, there was a small number of advanced supreme gods who also possessed prime divine artifacts due to their close connections with a supreme powerhouse. With a prime divine artifact in hand, there was no doubt this small number of advanced supreme gods were the strongest among advanced supreme gods.
After Duan Ling Tian put the fragment of the prime divine artifact away, Ho Lianyu said again, "Big brother Duan, prime divine artifacts can only be cultivated by supreme powerhouses." Ho Lianyu assumed Duan Ling Tian was unaware of how precious the fragment of the prime divine artifact was based on Duan Ling Tian's reaction, so he was quick to explain it to Duan Ling Tian. Not only is a prime divine artifact difficult to cultivate, but it also takes a long time to cultivate. For this reason, some supreme powerhouse chooses to cultivate a prime divine artifact using something else other than a prominent divine artifact. Only a peerless material can become a fragment of a prime divine artifact. If I'm not mistaken, that metal fragment you obtained is the colossal dark matter. It's one of the most precious materials used to forge weapons between heaven and earth. You can use the fragment of a prime divine artifact to cultivate your prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul. Once your prominent divine artifact accumulates enough energy from 9 fragments, it'll become a prime divine artifact. As you can see, compared to the conventional method, it's much faster to cultivate a prime divine artifact this way. The supreme powerhouses would scatter and hide fragments of prime divine artifacts on the realm battlefield, using them as rewards. According to the rumors, prime divine artifacts once appeared on the realm battlefield as a reward a long, long time ago. However, due to the difficulty of cultivating prime divine artifacts, the supreme powerhouses later changed the rewards to fragments of prime divine artifacts. In any case, the fragment of a prime divine artifact is regarded as a peerless treasure on the realm battlefield that even advanced supreme gods would fight over. Duan Ling Tian had a better understanding after listening to Ho Lianyu's explanation. Then, he brought the fragment of the prime divine artifact out before he summoned Huang, the artifact soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Huang, how do I integrate this fragment of a prime divine artifact into the 7 orifices exquisite sword? Huang could barely contain her excitement as she asked, Master, you want to integrate the fragment into the 7 orifices exquisite sword? Needless to say, the integration of the fragment of the prime divine artifact into the 7 orifices exquisite sword would benefit Huang, its soul, tremendously. Moreover, if Duan Ling Tian managed to obtain 9 fragments and integrate them with the 7 orifices exquisite sword, the sword would turn into a prime divine artifact. At that time, as long as Duan Ling Tian was willing, Huang would become independent like humans. She would possess a lower cultivation base than the master of the divine artifact, but she could slowly raise her cultivation base. For example, if her master was a supreme powerhouse, she would only possess the cultivation base of an intermediate supreme god. To become an advanced supreme god, she would have to rely on her own strength. Even after gaining independence, it would not affect the 7 orifices exquisite sword. After all, prime divine artifacts, unlike prominent divine artifacts, were not reliant on the powers of artifact souls. That was why prime divine artifacts were also known as divine weapons in their most basic form. While Duan Ling Tian asked Huang about the way to integrate the fragment of the prime divine artifact into the 7 orifices exquisite sword, he could feel the artifact soul of the prominent divine sword that his doppelganger from the law of space used becoming restless. As the artifact soul of one of Duan Ling Tian's prominent divine swords, it could naturally hear Duan Ling Tian and Huang's conversation. It did not speak up since Huang had served Duan Ling Tian longer, and its status was much inferior to that of Huang. Master, it's not difficult to integrate the fragment of the prime divine artifact into the 7 orifices exquisite sword. All you need to do is hold it in your hand while I use my energy to absorb it. After I fully absorbed it, the 7 orifices exquisite sword will rise to another level. At that time, I'll be able to help you defeat stronger opponents, Huang said, clearly excited. Although she had served Duan Ling Tian wholeheartedly ever since she became the soul of his 7 orifices exquisite sword, she still could not help but feel excited when she thought of gaining her freedom. Based on Duan Ling Tian's personality, she thought it was likely that he would set her free once the 7 orifices exquisite sword became a prime divine artifact. All right, Duan Ling Tian said with a nod. Subsequently, he brought the fragment of the prime divine artifact out and held it in his hand. He instantly felt Huang's 7-colored energy surging out before it shrouded the metal fragment.
At the same time, he could feel his other artifact soul growing more restless as the seven-colored energy entered the metal fragment. However, the artifact soul did not act rashly. He was rather satisfied that the artifact soul was smart enough to know that it was no match for Huanger. At this time, Ho Dong took the lead to say with a broad smile on his face, "Congratulations, big brother Duan." Ho Dong's sudden change in attitude made Ho Lianyu frown, but he did not say anything. Instead, he followed suit and congratulated Duan Ling Tian as well. Ho Lianyu looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Big brother Duan, please visit me when you have the time." Ho Lianyu knew that they would be going their separate ways after leaving the natural secret realm. It was highly unlikely for them to meet again unless they agreed to meet at a base camp beforehand or if fate brought them together again. "All right." Duan Ling Tian, who was in high spirits, nodded and smiled upon hearing Ho Lianyu's words. He said, "I owe you a favor for bringing me to this natural secret realm. I'll repay the favor in the future." Duan Ling Tian knew that he would not be able to obtain the Sky Ascension fruit and the fragment of the Prime Divine Artifact if Ho Lianyu did not invite him to enter the natural secret realm. Without the fragment of the Prime Divine Artifact, his 7 orifices exquisite sword would not have risen to another level, which in turn raised his strength as well. Before leaving the natural secret realm, Ho Lianyu reminded Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, looking slightly worried, "Since the fragment of the Prime Divine Artifact has been integrated into your Divine Sword, it'll expose as soon as you use your Divine Sword. If someone obtains your Divine Sword and destroys its soul, the fragment will still remain intact, and it can be extracted from your Divine Sword. As such, it's best not to use your Divine Sword, especially against opponents whom you're no match for." Duan Ling Tian was aware of this as well. However, he became even more vigilant after listening to Ho Lianyu's reminder. He was not an impulsive person and would not take unnecessary risks. At this time, the veiled woman looked at Duan Ling Tian and suddenly asked, "Duan Ling Tian, can we speak privately?" Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback. He nodded and followed the veiled woman to the side of the valley. While they stood with their backs facing the others, the veiled woman suddenly took off her veil, revealing her beautiful and exquisite face that would make most men lose their minds. However, Duan Ling Tian remained immune to her beauty. After all, he had yet to meet a woman who was more beautiful than Huaner. The woman in front of him was indeed beautiful, but she was still lacking compared to Huaner. The woman took the lead and began to introduce herself to Duan Ling Tian. "My name is Luo Yiyun. The name that junior sister Yue used to introduce me is fake. I'm a member of the Luo clan in the Divine Offering Land and my father is the clan leader." Duan Ling Tian was shocked inwardly. Based on what he knew, the Luo clan was a prime supreme rank clan in the Divine Offering Land that was on par with the Xia clan and the Yun clan. Among the prime supreme rank forces in the Divine Offering Land, there were only 3 clans: the Xia clan, the Yun clan, and the Luo clan. Duan Ling Tian was still wondering if Luo Yiyun was from the prime supreme rank Luo clan when she said again, "The Luo clan is one of the 3 prime supreme rank clans in the Divine Offering Land. Our clan has a long legacy and we have an ancestor who's a supreme powerhouse." After a brief pause, Luo Yiyun looked at Duan Ling Tian with bright eyes as she continued to say, "Duan Ling Tian, your background must be ordinary since you're from a lower realm, and I've never heard of you in the Divine Offering Land." In Luo Yiyun's opinion, even if Duan Ling Tian had joined an ordinary supreme rank force, he would still be famous due to his heaven-defying strength. Moreover, she could sense that he was much younger than her. Someone like Duan Ling Tian was a monstrous talent even among prodigies. "I, Luo Yiyu, represent the Luo clan to invite you to join us. The Luo clan won't mistreat you if you join us. I'll make sure that my father adopts you as his godson if you join the clan. With this, you'll be a young master of the Luo clan as well, just like my elder brothers. Needless to say, you'll also be given special privileges and treatment. In fact, your treatment might be even better than ours," Luo Yiyan said without beating around the bush. She spared no effort in convincing Duan Ling Tian to join the clan, and she spoke as though she had the qualifications to make decisions on her father's behalf. "As it turns out, you're the young miss of the Luo clan. Forgive me for not knowing better," Duan Ling Tian said with a nod. Then, he continued to say with a faint smile on his face, "However,
I have no interest in joining the Luo clan. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Luo.
Luo Yiyun did not expect Duan Lingtian to refuse her invitation so decisively. She frowned slightly before she said, Duan Lingtian, if you think my offer isn't good enough, you can put forth your conditions. If it's within the clan's abilities, I can agree to you on my father's behalf.
Luo Yiyun was determined to recruit Duan Lingtian. She did not intend to give up easily. In her opinion, with Duan Lingtian's monstrous innate talent, he had a very high chance of becoming a supreme powerhouse in the future.
Even if he failed to become a supreme powerhouse, he would definitely become an advanced supreme god. With the Luo clan's ultimate divine weapon, he would be unrivaled among advanced supreme gods. All in all, the Luo clan would benefit tremendously from having him in their clan. The clan would definitely gain another powerhouse capable of protecting it. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. My conditions?
So I can request anything. Seeing that there was a sliver of hope, Luo Yiyun's eyes lit up as she hastily replied, Yes, anything. Duan Lingtian nodded. His narrowed eyes flashed coldly as he said, Miss Luo, I'll join the Luo clan if the Luo clan is able to help me kill someone. Who do you want to kill? Luo Yiyun asked without missing a beat. As a prime supreme rank force, it would not be difficult for the Luo clan to kill someone as long as the other person was not a supreme powerhouse or an incredibly strong advanced supreme god.
Luo Yiyun knew she had to ask about the identity of the person whom Duan Lingtian wanted the Luo clan to kill. Apart from the strong powerhouses, the Luo clan also could not simply kill those with a powerful background. Moreover, for someone like Duan Lingtian to need help killing someone, the other person likely was not simple as well. Duan Lingtian looked at Luo Yiyun and said seriously, the young master of the Yun clan, Yun Qingyan. If the Luo clan kills him, I'll join the Luo clan. Luo Yiyun's eyes widened as soon as she heard Duan Lingtian's words. When she finally regained her senses, she smiled wryly and said, I'm afraid the Luo clan is unable to help you kill him.
Although Yun Qingyan was not powerful, his background was extraordinary. Moreover, a few elders from her grandfather's generation were also married to members of the Yun clan. In a way, Yun Qingyan could be considered Luo Yiyun's cousin.
Luo Yiyun sighed inwardly before she asked, Is there enmity between the both of you?
In the next moment, Luo Yiyun regretted asking such a foolish question. How could there be no enmity between Duan Lingtian and Yun Qingyan when Duan Lingtian wanted Yun Qingyan dead? Duan Lingtian was also slightly stunned that Luo Yiyun asked such an obvious question. He looked at her and did respond to the question. At the same time, he questioned her intelligence. After a moment, unwilling to give up, Luo Yiyun asked again, Do you have other conditions or requests? The Luo clan was naturally powerful enough to kill Yun Qingyan, but the clan would naturally be unwilling to take such a huge risk even if it was for a monstrous talent like Duan Lingtian. If the matter was not dealt with carefully, it would cause irreparable damage to the relationship between the Luo clan and the Yun clan. How could the Luo clan be willing to take such a huge risk for Duan Lingtian regardless of how heaven-defyingly talented he was? No, it's pointless to continue this conversation, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. At this time, Duan Lingtian saw the clouds and wind stirring in the sky. He knew they would be sent out of the natural secret realm soon. Upon seeing this, he recalled the words of his third senior brother, Yang Yuchun. When you're transported out of a natural secret realm, several spatial points might appear. If you're able to break through the spatial points, you'll be rewarded. I wonder how many spatial points will appear and what kind of rewards I'll obtain. Duan Lingtian thought to himself curiously. Regardless, he knew the rewards would not be as precious as the fragment of the prime divine artifact. At most, the reward would be as precious as the Sky Ascension fruit if he managed to break through all spatial points. At this time, Ho Lianyu said to Duan Lingtian, Big brother Duan, we'll be transported out of the natural secret realm soon. At that time, we'll be sent to a spatial point each end. Since Duan Lingtian was already aware of this, he quickly interjected and told Ho Lianyu was already aware of the matter. After a while, a wave of energy swept down from the sky toward Duan Lingtian and the others. At the same time, a message appeared in their minds. Congratulations on passing the natural secret realm. At this time, Luo Yiyun said again, Duan Lingtian, come to the Luo clan if you need my help. I'll try my best to help you as long as it's within my capabilities. Although Duanling Tian refused to join the Luo clan, Luo Yu knew it would not be a loss for her to befriend a peerless prodigy like Duanling Tian. Thank you, Duanling Tian replied through voice transmission. He was naturally aware of Luo Yun's thoughts. At this moment, Duanling Tian and the others felt a pull from the energy before they entered a colorful and seemingly endless passageway. In the beginning, Duanling Tian could still see the others. However, not long after, he lost sight of the others. He was alone. Following that, he found that he had arrived in what seemed to be an eerie prison. He was trapped within huge dark stone pillars. Roar! In just a moment, Duanling Tian discovered that he was not the only one in the prison. A huge beast with a terrifying aura was in the prison as well. As soon as it sensed Duanling Tian's presence, it woke from its slumber and roared before it pounced at Duanling Tian. Its strength was comparable to an imminent supreme god, but alas, it was nothing in front of Duanling Tian. With just a thought, Huanger and the Seven Orifices' exquisite sword shot out, killing the beast in just a blink of an eye. Duanling Tian could keenly sense the subtle change in the Seven Orifices' exquisite sword. Huanger was aware of Duanling Tian's thoughts, so she explained, Master, the Seven Orifices' exquisite sword has only absorbed 1% of the fragment of the prime divine artifact. It'll go through a tremendous change after it absorbs everything. Duanling Tian smiled and nodded. I can feel the difference even if it's just 1%. I can already imagine what it'll be like after it completely absorbs the fragment and rises to another level. At that time, my strength will rise as well. After Duanling Tian killed the giant beast, a divine pill fell from above. However, the divine pill was nothing to him at all. After putting the divine pill away, the colorful passageway appeared again and brought him to the other spatial points. Needless to say, Duanling Tian easily passed the spatial points. His opponents were all beasts. There was no human from the Sanction land. Duanling Tian did not find anything interesting until he arrived at the final spatial point. He found a branch from the divine tree of life. Although it was just a branch, the vital energy it contained was terrifying. This branch must be from a living divine tree of life in one of the realms of gods. Otherwise, its vital energy won't be so strong. In the past, Duanling Tian obtained a dying divine tree of life in a remnant of a realm of gods. Many years had passed since then, and the divine tree of life was also deeply rooted in his little world. However, its vital energy was not strong at all. Moreover, after the previous ordeal, its vital energy had weakened to the point where it was now barely comparable to the vital energy in the branch in front of him. I should be able to use this branch as nutrients for the divine tree of life in my little world, right? Driven by curiosity, Duanling Tian threw the branch into his little world. When the branch landed on top of the divine tree of life, a stream of energy shot out of the dying tree and devoured the branch. In just a moment, the divine tree of life seemed to regain life. It worked. Duanling Tian wore a satisfied expression on his face. He was surprised that his spur-of-the-moment idea bore fruits. Not long after that, Duanling Tian was finally transported out of the natural secret realm, which was located somewhat close to a base camp, to the divine sanctioned battlefield. Ho Lianyu and the others would also be transported to places nearby, but Duanling Tian was not sure when. He knew the others would survive even if they could not kill their opponents in the spatial points, since one could leave the spatial points with just a thought. After all, the spatial points were just a means to give extra rewards to those who entered the natural secret realm, so there was no real danger. Duanling Tian was definitely the first to be transported back to the divine sanctioned battlefield, since he killed the beasts in the spatial points very quickly. Meanwhile, in a mysterious place in the Sanction land, a towering tree that was brimming with vital energy stood tall. At this time, an old woman suddenly appeared above the tree. Following that, a slender figure ran out and asked curiously, "Grandmother, why are you here?" The old woman's gaze softened when she saw the slender figure. She shook her head and said, "Little girl, I sense that branch you took away in the past has been consumed by another divine tree of life. It seems like someone obtained a divine tree of life through some means and planted it in his or her little world. the growth of that person's divine tree of life is right on track. Perhaps he or she will follow in your footsteps.
In the past, the little girl the old woman mentioned stumbled upon the old woman who was the manifestation of the divine tree of life by chance in the remnant of a realm of gods and planted the divine tree of life in her little world.
After she became a supreme powerhouse, her little world also turned into a realm of gods accordingly. Most importantly, that realm of gods was none other than the Sanctioned Land.
The slender figure smiled faintly. Follow in my footsteps? I hope he or she manages to reach the end of the journey. There's no lack of people who stumbled across remnants of realms of gods and the divine trees of life. However, only a few manage to succeed. The Outer Boundaries situation is rather grim. It'll be good if we gain another supreme powerhouse. Alas, it's not so easy to become a supreme powerhouse with just a divine tree of life. I wouldn't have become a supreme powerhouse if it weren't for you and the clear heavens divine wood.
Duanling Tian was naturally unaware that when he took the branch of the divine tree of life, he had alerted the Sanctioned Land's master and divine tree of life.
Not only does it feel like my divine tree of life has fully recovered, but it has also grown stronger.
The vital energy in my little world has become significantly richer. After leaving the natural secret realm, Duanling Tian looked at his little world and discovered the changes in his divine tree of life. It seems my tree gained a lot from that branch of another divine tree of life. Based on these changes, the other divine tree of life must be in its prime.
Duanling Tian was rather knowledgeable about the divine tree of life. The divine tree of life that he stumbled upon in the remnant of a realm of gods contained the world-cleansing divine water. His abundant knowledge of the divine tree of life came from the world-cleansing divine water.
Under normal circumstances, divine trees of life existed in the little worlds of supreme powerhouses. Only those who were incredibly fortunate like Duanling Tian would be able to obtain a divine tree of life.
With sufficient innate talent, one could become a supreme powerhouse through the divine tree of life. However, this path was much harder compared to becoming a supreme powerhouse through the 5 divine elements or the 4 daos of heaven and earth.
Speaking of which, the fastest way to become a supreme powerhouse was through the 4 daos of heaven and earth, followed by the 5 divine elements. As for the divine tree of life and other unconventional methods, they were the slowest methods.
In the past, the world-cleansing divine water had said, even if one doesn't have a divine tree of life, one will be able to grow a divine tree of life after becoming a supreme powerhouse.
However, if one already has a divine tree of life, after becoming a supreme powerhouse, one won't be able to grow another divine tree of life.
After a while, Duanling Tian's thoughts finally drifted away from the divine tree of life. Supreme powerhouses are all outstanding alchemists. It's not surprising that most of the rewards on the realm battlefield are divine pills.
Most of the rewards Duanling Tian and the others gained in the natural secret realm and the spatial points were divine pills. Supreme powerhouses can cultivate prime divine artifacts, so they must also be skilled weaponsmiths. I really gain a lot from the natural secret realm. I should enter at least another 1 or 2 secret realms after this.
Based on my current progress, it shouldn't be difficult for me to become a rudimentary supreme god before the chaotic region opens. A region connected to multiple realms of gods would open every 100 years, and it would stay open for a decade. During the 10 years, the secret realms, treasures, and fortuitous encounters would be superior to the ones during normal times.
As such, more people would flock to the realm battlefield during that time in search of fortuitous encounters. A smile appeared on Duanling Tian's face as he recalled his time in the natural secret realm. He would have missed out on a lot if Ho Lianyu from the Divine Offering Land's Ho clan did not invite him to the natural secret realm.
I must repay Ho Lianyu when the chance arises in the future. As for the others,
in Duanling Tian's eyes, the others, including Luo Yiyun from the Divine Offering Land's prime supreme rank Luo clan, were just mere passers-by in his life. Duanling Tian did not overexert himself after leaving the natural secret realm. When he felt like cultivating, he would find a place to cultivate. When he felt like studying the Sword Dao and the Mastery Dao, he would do so.
During this time, his law of space continued to improve as well thanks to the supreme powerhouse divinity in his little world. Even if the owner of this supreme powerhouse divinity is the weakest supreme powerhouse, his comprehension of the law of space must be able to manifest a phenomenon that can illuminate the lands for 10 million miles. Even if he hasn't reached the paramount stage, his comprehension might have reached the perfection stage. The perfection stage and the paramount stage were used to differentiate one's comprehension of the laws. When one's comprehension of a law had reached perfection, one would be at the perfection stage. However, if one comprehended all laws to perfection, one would be at the paramount stage. Based on what Duan Tian knew, no one had yet to reach the paramount stage. It was an extremely difficult feat, after all, to comprehend all laws to perfection. In the past, Yang Yuchun had said, "Since the beginning of time, no one has reached the paramount stage. That's why the paramount stage is like a myth. One can also become a supreme powerhouse through a supreme powerhouse divinity. I possess many ways to become a supreme powerhouse, but I wonder which way I'll end up using to become a supreme powerhouse. According to Sister Water, the best is to become a supreme powerhouse through the 4 Taoists of heaven and earth. Moreover, supreme powerhouses who mastered the 4 Taoists of heaven and earth have the strongest combat powers." After listening to the world-cleansing divine water, Duan Tian naturally hoped to become a supreme powerhouse through his sword Dao and mastery Dao. However, nothing was certain, and he could only try his best. If he stumbled upon an easier path, he would not hesitate to take it. After all, he could continue to comprehend the 4 Taoists of heaven and earth after becoming a supreme powerhouse, so it would not affect his future strength even if he used another way to become a supreme powerhouse. I should accumulate more battle merits to open an individual secret realm. Duan Tian had a clear goal of what to do next. He planned to accumulate battle merits and open an individual realm. He would trade treasures that were useless to him in the realm for other things. Apart from that, Duan Tian was also determined to become a rudimentary supreme god before opening an individual secret realm. No. Duan Tian was flying above a valley on the realm battlefield when the void around him began to shake. Following that, an extremely strong energy surged from the valley and shrouded him in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that he failed to teleport away in time. This isn't a human's energy, it's natural energy from the valley. Initially, Duan Tian thought he was being attacked. However, after a while, he did not see anyone. As such, he concluded that it was natural energy. At this time, Duan Tian felt the energy surging before a spatial tear appeared, revealing darkness behind it. The pulling force from the black hole was so strong that he could not resist at all and was helplessly pulled into the black hole. Am I being sent to a natural secret realm to serve as opponents for those from the Sanction land? Duan Tian wondered inwardly after calming down. Duan Tian smiled wryly. He did not expect to be pulled into a natural secret realm to become an opponent. Karma is a bitch. It seems like I'll have to face a group of powerhouses from the Sanction land who are intent on killing me. They have to be advanced emperors of gods at least, right? I'm not sure if opponents are chosen according to the strength of those who enter the natural secret realm. I only hope that those I have to face earlier aren't intermediate supreme gods. Duan Tian was naturally worried that the people he had to face in the natural secret realm were intermediate supreme gods. With his current strength, he could only kill the weakest among intermediate supreme gods. Even then, he would be able to deal with it if a few weak intermediate supreme gods joined forces against him. While Duan Tian was still praying fervently, the darkness receded, and his sight was restored. Where am I? Suddenly, Duan Tian heard a commotion. He looked up and saw 3 people surrounding him. He also saw a huge black hole that was rapidly shrinking behind them. As he continued to survey his surroundings, he found 6 people, standing in groups of 2, below him. We've become gatekeepers of a level in a natural secret realm for those from the Sanction land. Someone next to Duan Tian exclaimed as his expression changed drastically. The other 2 people who were transported to this place wore unsightly expressions on their faces as well after they discovered the predicament they were in. Duan Tian was the only one who maintained his composure. In fact, he looked fearless. This was because he had discovered that the 3 gatekeepers and the 6 people from the Sanction land were just advanced emperors of gods. In the air below Duan Tian and the other 3 people from the Divine Offering land,
The 6 advanced emperors of gods from the Sanction Land looked at their opponents indifferently. Clearly, they were not nervous at all. In this level, there should be at least one imminent supreme god among the 4 of them, right? The 5 opponents from Divine Offering Land in the previous level were only close to becoming imminent supreme gods. Since there are 4 of them now, one of them has to be an imminent supreme god. Perhaps there are 2, another person said gently and calmly.
It was as though he was talking about an unimportant matter.
The 6 of us are imminent supreme gods. Only 3 of us fought in the previous level, but we still managed to clear the level within 10 breaths.
If the 6 of us fight in this level, we should be able to clear the level within 5 breaths, the 3rd person from the Sanction Land said with a smile, confident and fearless.
The 4th person shook his head and said with a smile, 5 breaths?
I think you underestimate yourself and us too much. If the 6 of us make a move, even if there are 2 imminent supreme gods among our opponents, it'll be hard for them to hold on for 3 breaths, let alone 5. All we have to do is make sure that we don't give them a chance to escape.
Since one of us comprehends the law of space, even if one of the opponents comprehends the law of space, it'll be impossible for them to teleport away. It doesn't even matter if they have someone who comprehends the law of wind. We have 2 among us who comprehend the law of wind.
Even if the 2 strongest opponents comprehend the law of wind, we still won't lose to them.
The others from the Sanction Land nodded in agreement.
The person who had spoken earlier smiled awkwardly and said, I only estimated that it'll take 5 breaths if we don't join forces. If we plan well and join forces, it'll naturally take fewer than 3 breaths. If we don't join forces, it's only natural that it'll take more than 3 breaths.
The 6 people from the Sanction Land did not bother to lower their voices or use voice transmission. It was as though Duan Ling Tian and the others were not around. Duan Ling Tian did not react at all, but the other expressions of the other 3 from the Divine Offering Land changed immediately. All 6 of them are imminent supreme gods?
It's over.
It's over. It was only natural that the 3 people from the Divine Offering Land were terrified. They were only advanced emperors of gods, after all. They were still quite a distance from becoming an imminent supreme god. One of them looked at Duan Ling Tian and the others as he asked hopefully, Are any of you imminent supreme gods?
I'm not. Even if all 4 of us are imminent supreme gods, do you think we stand a chance to survive? Based on what they said, their previous opponents were 5 advanced emperors of gods close to becoming imminent supreme gods, just like us, but they still defeated them. At most, there are 1 or 2 imminent supreme gods among the 4 of us.
In any case, I'm not an imminent supreme god, another person said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian before he finally rested his gaze upon the person who had spoken first at the end of his words. Upon seeing the other person's gaze, the person who had spoken first turned pale immediately and said, Don't look at me. I'm not an imminent supreme god. After the 3 people from the Divine Offering Land confirmed they were not imminent supreme gods, they looked at Duan Ling Tian in unison. Faced with the trio's questioning gaze, Duan Ling Tian nodded and calmly said, I guess I can be considered an imminent supreme god.
I guess.
The trio thought that Duan Ling Tian was just being modest. Since none of them were imminent supreme gods, in their opinion, Duan Ling Tian must be an imminent supreme god. Nonetheless, they were not happy at all.
It's over. We only have 1 imminent supreme god among us. I'm afraid that even if the 4 of us join forces, we still won't be able to stop one of them, let alone 6 of them. I didn't think I'd be so unlucky to be pulled into a natural secret realm.
Perhaps, I'd have a better chance of surviving if I was pulled in a few levels later. As it is now, I'm dead meat.
The people from the Divine Offering Land did not speak using your voice transmission as well. As such, their words were heard by the 6 people from the Sanction Land.
There's only 1 imminent supreme god among the 4 of them? It seems like I overestimated them earlier. I think even if only 3 of us make a move, it'll be enough for us to defeat them in 10 breaths. If the 6 of us join forces and cooperate well, I feel like we can kill them with just 1 breath.
4 out of the 6 people from the Sanction Land stared at Duan Ling Tian and the others with a mocking smile on their faces. One of the 2 who remained calm said, It's better to be cautious. All 6 of us should fight. We can believe them just because they said only one of them is an imminent supreme god.
The other person chimed in, That's right. We have to be careful. We should also plan ahead and try to kill them in the shortest time possible. It's best to treat the 4 of them as imminent supreme gods. Although the other 4 people from the Sanction land thought that the duo was too cautious, they did not object. After all, it would not do any harm to be extra cautious.
All right, then let's fight together,
one of the 4 people said with a grin. So what's our plan?
I'll follow your commands.
They looked at the duo who had remained calm up until now, clearly willing to follow the duo's orders.
The duo exchanged a look before one of them said, "My strongest law is the law of space. I'll disrupt the space and work with all of you to take down our fastest opponent. 2 of you who comprehend the law of wind should stay on guard to chase those who try to escape. As for the others, just focus on killing them." Just like before, the people from the Sanction land did not bother to use voice transmission.
Even the cautious duo did not think it was necessary to hide their plan from their opponents. After all, even if all 4 of their opponents were imminent supreme gods, they still had the advantage since they were 6 of them. They were confident that the 4 people from the Divine Offering land would die.
While the 6 people from the Sanction land planned their moves as though they were the only ones in the natural secret realm, the 3 people from the Divine Offering land grew more and more desperate.
They think we're deceiving them. Alas, I'm really not an imminent supreme god. It doesn't matter if they have a plan or not. We're all dead. I really regret it. If I knew better, I wouldn't have entered the realm battlefield at all.
The faces of the trio from the Divine Offering land were pale as they drowned in despair. Moreover, despite the presence of the enemies, they did not mobilize their divine energy at all. They only used the bare minimum of divine energy to keep themselves afloat in the air. It was as though they had given up resistance.
At this time, Duanling Tian stepped forward in front of the trio from the Divine Offering land. He faced the 6 people from the Sanction land as his divine energy swept out, and a spatial storm began to rage around him. As though influenced by Duanling Tian, the despairing expressions on the faces of the trio from the Divine Offering land disappeared and were replaced with ones of grim determination. Since you don't intend to give up, the least we can do is not embarrass the Divine Offering land.
Even if we die, we have to die brilliantly. My lord, I'll help you.
The trio from the Divine Offering land, who seemed to have lost hope just a moment before, stepped forward as well and stood shoulder to shoulder with Duanling Tian. In their eyes, Duanling Tian had stepped forward to protect them earlier. When Duanling Tian saw the trio stepping forward bravely to face death, he was not particularly moved. Instead, he was rather taken aback. They seemed to have misunderstood me. Did they think I'm heading to my death? At this time, the 6 people from the Sanction land finally made a move. All of them targeted Duanling Tian. I think we're too cautious. Those 3 were obviously on the verge of giving up earlier. If it weren't for that one imminent supreme god, they would have already given up. One of them said with a derisive smile.
Don't be careless.
We'll kill them according to our plan.
Yes. The lion doesn't hold back even when it's just hunting down a rabbit. Don't underestimate our opponents.
I'll disrupt the space now. You 2 who comprehend the law of wind, keep an eye on the opponent. Make sure no one escapes. One of them laughed. Fortunately, I didn't comprehend the law of space or the law of wind. Otherwise, I'll be stuck with such a boring task. I can just focus on attacking and killing them now.
The 6 imminent supreme gods from the Sanction land flew toward the 4 people from the Divine Offering land, certain about their victory. In fact, they were sure it would be a crushing and overwhelming victory. Even the duo, who were more cautious, thought so.
At this moment, the trio from the Divine Offering land had already made up their minds to fight to their last breaths and die splendidly on the battlefield. However, a hint of sorrow could still be seen in the depths of their eyes.
At the critical moment of life and death, even if they had accepted their fates, it was still difficult to dispel the fear and sorrow that accompanied death. Although the 6 people from the Sanction land were certain of their victory, they not only followed their plan, but they also attacked without holding back. Their prominent divine artifact souls with complete artifact souls shone brilliantly in their hands, boosting their strength greatly.
3 imminent supreme gods from the Sanction land flew out toward Duanling Tian and the others while the other 3 got into their respective positions. When the trio, who comprehended the law of wind and the law of space, saw that Duanling Tian and the others had no intention of escaping, they quickly joined the fight as well. At the same time, the trio from the Divine Offering Land who stood next to Duanling Tian looked at the first three imminent supreme gods from the Sanction Land. Let's attack with all our might. Let's kill the one that comprehends the law of space. Before we die, let's kill at least one of them. Kill him. In the next moment, the trio from the Divine Offering Land who just managed to rouse their fighting spirit and were about to charge out felt as though they had been splashed by a bucket of cold water. Duanling Tian's spatial energy swept out and carried the trio away from the battlefield before he erected a protective barrier around them. The trio from the Divine Offering Land were baffled by the sudden development, wondering why they were pushed back. After a moment, they finally realized that the only imminent supreme god among them planned to deal with the 6 imminent supreme gods from the Sanction Land alone. Why did he do this? We'll all die sooner or later. Don't tell me that he thinks we'll be able to survive after he dies. Forget it. Let's not waste his good intentions. Let him shine during his last moment before we join him in death. The trio from the Divine Offering Land did not have any complaints, and they also did not feel regretful they were unable to kill the Sanction Land's imminent supreme god who comprehended the law of fire. After all, the possibility of them succeeding was almost zero. How could the other 5 imminent supreme gods from the Sanction Land do nothing if they joined forces to kill one of them? Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was naturally unaware of the trio's thoughts. He did not pay attention to the stunned expressions on the faces of the 6 imminent supreme gods from the Sanction Land as well. Soon after Duanling Tian's spatial storm swept out, he took control of the surrounding space. Subsequently, a 7-colored sword and a woman dressed in a 7-colored robe appeared in the air. When the 6 imminent supreme gods from the Sanction Land returned to their senses and charged out, Duanling Tian slowly said, "Consider yourself unlucky for encountering me." Upon hearing these words, the cautious duo from the Sanction Land frowned slightly and grew wary. On the contrary, the other 4 imminent supreme gods only laughed mockingly. This imminent supreme god is really delusional. He thinks he can fight the 6 of us alone. He's biting off more than he can chew. Unbelievable. Ridiculous. Alas, the mocking smiles on their faces did not last long. Duanling Tian held the 7-colored sword in his hand. With just a wave, countless 7-colored sword rays swept out, causing the void to shake before hairline cracks appeared. The sword rays glowed brilliantly, looking as though they could destroy everything that stood in their path. After a brief moment of stalemate, the attacks of the 6 imminent supreme gods from the Sanction Land were completely crushed by the 7-colored sword rays. At the same time, light that shone down on the lands suddenly appeared. The trio from the Divine Offering Land, whom Duanling Tian protected, exclaimed in unison, "The phenomenon that shines for 100,000 miles." At the same time, the calm and cautious duo from the Sanction Land cried out at almost the same time as they hastily retreated. "Retreat! Hurry up and retreat!" Alas, the other 4 from the Sanction Land were a little too slow. Swoosh! The domineering 7-colored sword rays destroyed everything in their path before they landed on the 4 imminent supreme gods from the Sanction Land. No! Impossible! Arg! The Sanction Land's 4 imminent supreme gods' final, unwilling cries echoed in the ears of everyone in the natural secret realm. At this time, the remaining 2 imminent supreme gods from the Sanction Land exchanged a look and said in unison, "Let's go!" Following that, the duo's divine energy surged, forming a thick layer of defense in front of them, as a portal promptly appeared above them. Swoosh! At the same time, a 7-colored sword ray flew over and destroyed the duo's defenses. However, just as the 7-colored sword ray was about to hit them, they disappeared into thin air. The 7-colored sword ray that missed its target fell into the mountain range below. Boom! A huge ravine that seemed bottomless appeared in the mountain range. Duanling Tian cleaved a mountain range into 2 with just 1 sword ray. After the dust settled, Duanling Tian muttered to himself indifferently, "They're quite vigilant." Duanling Tian was not frustrated that the duo managed to escape. In fact, a faint smile could be seen on his face. It did not matter if he killed those 2 or not. After all, he was sent here to act as a gatekeeper of a level. It was enough that he survived. At the same time, The trio from the Divine Offering Land still had not recovered from their shock. They were certain they would die today. After all, their 6 opponents were imminent supreme gods while they only had one imminent supreme god. Not only that, but their opponents also had more people on their sides. They had been prepared to fight to their deaths when Duanling Tian suddenly sent them away from the battlefield. They assumed that he was going to sacrifice himself to buy them time to survive even if they did not understand his reason for doing so. In the end, they finally realized they had misunderstood the weirdo who wanted to die alone. As it turned out, he had no intention of dying at all. Moreover, he also knew he could deal with the 6 imminent supreme gods from the Sanctioned Land. When the trio returned to their senses, they looked at each other and began to discuss among themselves, still filled with shock and disbelief. He crushed the attacks of the 6 imminent supreme gods and killed 4 of them with just one strike. If the other 2 didn't leave in time, they would have died as well. Those 2 were fast. If they were just a beat slower, they would have died. How terrifying. His strength is comparable to a rudimentary supreme god, right? Comparable? I think he's capable of killing some rudimentary supreme gods. Even an ordinary rudimentary supreme god isn't capable of killing those 6 so easily. After a moment, one of them turned to Duanling Tian and said with a bow, "My lord, thank you for saving our lives." The other 2 quickly followed suit. The trio also introduced themselves to Duanling Tian and solemnly promised to help Duanling Tian if there was a need in the future. Duanling Tian only smiled perfunctorily. To him, these people were just passers-by in his life. He said, "There's no need for this. It's your fate that you survived today." Just as the energy that brought them here appeared again, one of them suddenly asked anxiously, "My lord, may I ask for your name?" "My lord, even if you don't need us to repay you, please tell us your name. You're our benefactor after all." Duanling Tian saw no need to lie, so he said, "My name is Duanling Tian." As soon as Duanling Tian's voice fell, the energy brought Duanling Tian and the others out of the secret realm. The trio committed Duanling Tian's name to their memory. After all, if it were not for him, they would have died. They were sure that if they told others about what happened, they would be shocked. Perhaps only a few would believe that there was such a terrifying advanced emperor of gods in this world. Nonetheless, even these few people might not believe the trio managed to encounter such a person. For the trio, the experience of being gatekeepers for the people from the Sanctioned Land would be something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Naturally, they would also never forget the peerless and elegant purple-clad young man. On the contrary, Duanling Tian was indifferent to this incident. It was nothing for him to save the trio. Even if the trio were not there, he would still defeat the 6 people from the Sanctioned Land. Saving the trio did not take any effort at all. The realm battlefield is really amazing. After Duanling Tian was sent out, he found that he was not in the sky above the valley. Instead, he was in a stone forest. Boulders of different sizes were everywhere. The biggest ones were as big as Optimus Prime, and the smallest ones were about 7 or 8 meters tall. The stone forest was a good hiding place. Duanling Tian did not stay in the stone forest. He continued to explore the realm battlefield, gain combat experience, and cultivate. Time passed by silently. The opening of the chaotic region was also drawing closer. 3 years before the opening of the chaotic region, Duanling Tian was finally at the final bottleneck in the realm of an advanced emperor of gods. He was only one step away from entering the realm of a rudimentary supreme god. After this, I'll enter closed-door cultivation and consume the heavenly Tao fruit to break through to the realm of supreme gods. Duanling Tian left the inner area of the divine sanctioned battlefield and returned to the outer area before he found a secluded place. After setting up layers of formations, he finally entered closed-door cultivation. Even the slightest disturbance to the formations would alert him. Since he was on the realm battlefield, he naturally had to be cautious. The third heavenly Tao fruit. With my current cultivation, after absorbing the fruit's efficacy, I'll enter the realm of supreme gods. One could only consume the divine fruits like the heavenly Tao fruit thrice at most before they lost most of their efficacy. It was also for this reason that he did not consume the Sky Ascension fruit he obtained from the natural secret realm. Due to the 2 fruits' similar nature, they would repel each other. Otherwise, he would have consumed both the heavenly Tao fruit and the Sky Ascension fruit.
He would not have to wait until now to become a supreme god.
The divine sanction battlefield connected the divine offering land and the sanction land. It was the battlefield for the people from the divine offering land and the sanction land. Needless to say, even the secret realms were a battlefield for the people from the two realms of gods. For most multi-people secret realms, only people from the same realm of gods could enter the secret realm together. There were two types of multi-person secret realms. One was those that could only be opened by people from the same realm of gods. After entering the secret realm, these people would explore the secret realm, and they would have to pass various tests together. The second type of secret realm was much more brutal. Two groups of people from two different realms of gods would be transported into the secret realm at the same time to fight to the death. One would not only be rewarded for successfully killing the opponents, but one would also be given additional rewards. However, one would only obtain the additional rewards after one killed all of one's opponents. As though that was not cruel enough, one would not be able to surrender or leave until one killed all of one's opponents. Single-person secret realms were also equally dangerous and cruel. There were secret realms where two people from two different realms of gods had to fight to the death, and the survivor would obtain the additional rewards. The more battle merits one used to open a secret realm, the better the rewards in the secret realm would be. Many people like Duan Ling Tian, who accumulated many battle merits, would only open a single-person realm. Since not many people had a lot of battle merits, it was difficult for them to open a multi-person secret realm. For example, if one had 100,000 or a million battle merits, one had to find others who also had 100,000 or a million battle merits to open a multi-person secret realm. As such, it was much easier to open a single-person secret realm.
Since Duan Ling Tian was aware of this matter, he decided to open a single-person secret realm once he accumulated enough battle merits. He had no intention of opening a multi-person secret realm at all.
After all, by the time he successfully opened a multi-person secret realm, it was likely that the chaotic region would have already appeared. While Duan Ling Tian was in closed-door cultivation to break through to the realm of supreme gods, a flash of blinding light appeared in a multi-person secret realm, which required two groups of people to fight to the death in order to leave. At this time, 6 people were fighting, with 3 people in each group. A dazzling light suddenly burst forth from the body of a veiled woman with a slender figure. Following that, her divine energy seemed to have risen to a whole new level. A breakthrough! The faces of the woman's 3 opponents changed dramatically as they hastily retreated. On the other hand, the woman's 2 companions, who were also wearing veils on their faces, were laughing, clearly delighted.
We might be able to turn the tide and win after all. This is truly a pleasant surprise.
Since they, the group from the divine offering land, entered this multi-person secret realm, the journey had been like a roller coaster ride, starting from the initial excitement to the current despair. In the beginning, similar to their opponents, there were 5 people in each group. They fought desperately, and 2 people from each group died. After the deaths of 2 of their companions, despite having the same number of people as their opponents, they were at a disadvantage. Their 3 remaining opponents were clearly stronger than them. While they were struggling desperately to hold their ground, at the moment when it seemed like they were about to be defeated, the strongest female cultivator in their group suddenly had a breakthrough.
Most importantly, based on her divine energy, it was clear that she had broken through to the realm of an intermediate supreme god. At the same time, after retreating, the 3 rudimentary supreme gods from the sanctioned land, who thought their victory was certain, decided to charge out again.
She's still breaking through.
We should seize this chance and kill the other 2 people now.
The trio from the sanctioned land knew that they could only fight at this moment. At the very least, they still had a glimmer of hope left. They had to make a move now before the woman familiarized herself with her power as an intermediate supreme god and joined forces with her companions. Otherwise, they would surely die. Kill! The trio from the sanctioned land rushed out toward the duo from the divine offering land like mad dogs, completely ignoring the woman who was in the midst of a breakthrough. The expressions of the duo from the divine offering land changed drastically upon seeing this, and they instinctively turned to look at the woman who was breaking through, hoping that the woman would come to their rescue. However, the woman seemed to have fallen into a strange state at this time. Her divine energy was fluctuating violently at this moment, and it seemed like time was speeding up for her. when one of the rudimentary supreme gods from the divine offering land drew close to her. Half of his black hair suddenly turned white. The part of his face that was not hidden by the veil and was youthful just a moment ago turned wrinkly, looking as though he had aged many, many years. How's this possible? Not only is she breaking through, but her comprehension of the law of time is improving to another level as well. Although her comprehension of the law of time is improving, something doesn't seem right. The eyes of the duo from the divine offering land, who moved closer to the woman, shone with confusion and disbelief. As they continued to retreat, one of them suddenly asked through voice transmission, "Hey, do you think it's possible that she mastered the limitless Tao, one of the four Taos of heaven and earth?" Upon hearing this, the other person's eyes widened immediately. "That's right. When she fought earlier, I already suspected that she comprehended the rudimentary form of the limitless Tao. Otherwise, even with her profound comprehension and doppelganger of the law of time, she shouldn't be much stronger than us." However, even after her doppelganger from the law of time was destroyed, she was still much stronger than us. Although I suspected she comprehended one of the four Taos of heaven and earth earlier, I couldn't confirm it since she attacked very quickly and I wasn't paying attention at that time. "Don't go so close to her. Her law of time is getting stronger along with the limitless Tao, and the time around her is flowing so fast that it seems like countless years had passed in just a blink of an eye. Earlier, when I drew close to her, not only did I lose half of my vital energy, but my divine energy had also depleted a lot. The limitless Tao is really terrifying. For now, we should focus on avoiding those three and not getting caught. We only need to hold on until she completes her breakthrough. At that time, after joining forces, it'll be easy for us to defeat those three from the Sanction land." The duo from the divine offering land gave the woman a wide berth as they played tag, the trio from the Sanction land. Playing tag was a nice way of saying they were fleeing from the trio from the Sanction land. After a while, the trio from the Sanction land realized it was not easy to find a chance to kill the duo from the divine offering land. Although they were stronger than the duo, they could not land an accurate killing blow. They really wished they comprehended the law of wind or the law of space. They also wished they could grow a pair of wings at this moment. It would not be so difficult to catch their opponents then. Perhaps we should take advantage of the strange state that woman is in now and kill her before she regains her senses? Once she dies, those two are as good as dead. Alright, let's kill her first. However, remember not to get too close. Earlier, when one of them was near her, he began to age visibly. At that time, I'd already sensed that something was off with her law of time. After thinking about it, it seemed like she had comprehended the rudimentary form of the limitless Tao. Now, apart from the breakthrough in her cultivation base, her limitless Tao is improving as well. It seems like she's on the verge of mastering the limitless Tao. I really underestimated her before. I didn't expect her to be capable of mastering the limitless Tao. If she successfully becomes an intermediate supreme god and masters the limitless Tao, it might not be difficult for her to kill us on her own. We have to kill her first. The expressions of the trio from the Sanction land turned grim, and a hint of unadulterated fear could be seen in their eyes when they realized that the woman was likely about to master the limitless Tao, one of the four Taos of heaven and earth. After a moment, they tacitly gave up on chasing the duo from the divine offering land and joined forces to kill the woman. When the duo from the divine offering land saw their three opponents rushing toward the woman, their expressions changed greatly. They did not hesitate and flew over to help her immediately. Alas, they were too far away and it was too late. "No!" one of them hurriedly said through voice transmission. "Miss Kaur, wake up. It's enough for you to raise your cultivation base now. It's not too late for you to master the limitless Tao after you kill them." He was aware that the woman was in a profound enlightenment state, which indicated she was close to mastering the limitless Tao. If she forcibly stopped it now, she might not be able to master the limitless Tao so quickly after this. However, the current situation left him with no other choice. If she continued to stay in this state, not only would she die, but they would die as well. At that time, there was no use even if she managed to master the limitless Tao. As such, he decisively woke the woman up even if he felt that it was a pity. He did not think the woman would blame him if she failed to master the limitless Tao. After all, her life was at stake.
Soon after the voice transmission was sent out, the woman suddenly opened her eyes, which seemed to shine with a mysterious light. In the next moment, her eyes shifted to the trio from the Sanctioned Land who had just attacked with all their might. The trio's attacks caused the void to shake, looking as though it was going to tear at any time. I was so close, the woman thought to herself with a sigh. Then, her eyes shone with killing intent as she said frostily, "Originally, I thought I'd be able to master the limitless Tao completely and grow stronger. How dare you obstruct my progress? This might interfere with my plans 100 years later. All of you should go to hell for this." Although Kuer did not completely master the limitless Tao, she was very close to doing so. Her current strength was completely different from before. After all, she had recovered her cultivation base to that of an intermediate supreme god. In Kuer's previous life, she had chosen the dangerous path to grow stronger. Before she was reincarnated and reborn, she was already an intermediate supreme god and had already stabilized her cultivation base. Even among the people of the divine offering land, her talent was extraordinary. Her achievements in her previous life were higher than Yun Qingyan. Due to the many male descendants in the Xia clan, she might not be appointed the clan leader of the Xia clan. However, as long as she was powerful enough, her authority in the clan would not be any lesser than that of the clan leader. All these factors undoubtedly fueled Yun Qingyan's desire for her. After all, as long as he had her by his side, he would have the support of the Xia clan. In turn, it would make the Yun clan stronger, and the elders would also make him the next clan leader of the Yun clan. As expected, it's the same as when I broke through previously. There's no need for me to stabilize my cultivation base after breaking through to the realm of an intermediate supreme god. My cultivation base had stabilized as soon as I broke through. I wonder if this has anything to do with my past life. After arriving at the divine offering land, she found that every time she had a breakthrough, her cultivation base would stabilize immediately. At that time, she suspected it had something to do with her past life. In the past, before Kuer chose to reincarnate, she had just stabilized her cultivation base in the realm of an intermediate supreme god. As such, in this life, she speculated that there was no need for her to stabilize her cultivation base at all when she became an intermediate supreme god. Today's breakthrough naturally confirmed her speculation. Due to her stabilized cultivation base, Kuer's divine energy was stable as well, and she could use it freely without any hindrance. At this moment, as Kua's divine energy surged, she fell into a trance. Vivid memories from her past life before she chose to reincarnate appeared in her mind. Why did father treat me like that? Is it just because of the fact that I'm not mother's biological daughter? Kua sighed inwardly. When the trio from the Sanctioned Land's attacks drew close, Kuer finally regained her senses. The void rippled in front of her before a slender writing brush appeared in her hand. The body of the writing was dark green, and it emitted a faint white light. At the same time, the ethereal figure of a little girl loomed above it. Clearly, it was the soul of the writing brush. Swoosh! The brush in Kuer's hand seemed to come to life at this moment, moving like a dragon. With just a few casual strokes, the entire place seemed to have frozen. The trio from the Sanctioned Land froze for a fleeting moment as well. However, even after they managed to free themselves from the restraint, their speed had decreased greatly. How's this possible? At this time, the expressions of the trio from the Sanctioned Land changed dramatically. They could sense that Kuer's divine energy was extremely stable and that she was able to use it smoothly. Under normal circumstances, this should be an impossible feat. Not only was it almost impossible to stabilize one's cultivation base immediately after a breakthrough, but even if it was possible, it would take time for one to familiarize oneself with one's new divine energy. Based on this, they were confident of killing Kuer as long as they joined forces. It was beyond their expectations that she would do the impossible. Finally, one of them roared, "Attack with all your might. Otherwise, we'll die for sure." A 10-meter-tall supreme god phenomenon appeared, immediately increasing the force of his attacks. At the same time, a blinding blood-red light erupted from his body. In just a moment, another two supreme god phenomena appeared before the other two people from the Sanctioned Land cast their bloodline powers as well. Driven by desperation, the trio from the Sanctioned Land used everything in their arsenal to fight for their survival. They want to fight using the supreme god phenomenon? Kuer smiled indifferently. Subsequently, Kuer's supreme god phenomenon,
which was more than 100 meters tall, appeared and looked like an invincible god of war. It loomed over the three supreme god phenomena, which were only more than 10 meters tall, looking like an adult standing in front of three children. She truly stabilized her cultivation base. How's this possible? The trio from the Sanction land had already suspected this, but they still held onto a sliver of hope that they were mistaken. They thought that perhaps she was only close to stabilizing her cultivation. However, their expressions changed to one of horror as their last hope was mercilessly destroyed after they saw this demonstration of strength. With her supreme god phenomenon, there was no doubt at all that she had stabilized her cultivation base in the realm of an intermediate supreme god. She really has completely stabilized her cultivation. How can that be? The trio from the Sanction land could not help but shudder when they thought about how Kur had immediately stabilized her cultivation base as soon as she had broken through. The trio from the Sanction land were not the only ones terrified by Kur. Even the duo from the Divine Offering land were frightened by her heaven-defying feat. They froze and looked at her in shock and disbelief, completely forgetting about attacking their opponents. Are my eyes deceiving me? How did she do it? Similar to the trio, the duo from the Divine Offering land were forced to believe this unbelievable feat when they saw Kur's 100-meter-tall supreme god phenomenon. They were not dreaming, and everything was not an illusion. They continued to watch in shock as her supreme god phenomenon attacked along with her writing brush that had grown as tall as a mountain. In just a moment, they saw one rudimentary supreme god from the Sanction land fall. Boom! After the death of the rudimentary supreme god from the Sanction land, a huge translucent figure appeared. It let out an unwilling cry before it crashed to the ground, bringing with it a rain of blood. Just like that, a rudimentary supreme god died. Needless to say, the remaining two rudimentary supreme gods from the Sanction land were completely overwhelmed by despair at this time. Take this, Kur said indifferently. The 100-meter-tall supreme god phenomenon swung its hand casually, and the brush that was as tall as a mountain fell again. Boom! The brush fell toward one of the two remaining rudimentary supreme gods from the Sanction land. He abandoned all thoughts of resisting and fled instead. Alas, as the brush fell, it controlled the flow of time in his surroundings, and the entire place seemed to freeze for a moment. Clearly, it was the work of the law of time. However, to be able to use the law of time to control one's opponent in such a manner, one's strength had to be superior to that of one's opponent. Otherwise, it would be nigh impossible to take control of the flow of time around one's opponent. In fact, this profundity from the law of time was similar to the restraining profundity from the law of space in the sense that one had to be stronger than one's opponent to successfully restrain one's opponent with the restraining profundity. Otherwise, one's opponent would be able to easily break free of the restraint. After all, faced with absolute strength, most techniques were useless. No! A horrified expression appeared on the face of the rudimentary supreme god from the Sanction land when he found that the flow of time around him had slowed down along with his movements. He was further horrified when he found that his attack was also affected even if it successfully sped up time a little. As a rudimentary supreme god, even if he could not return the flow of time to normal, he could still affect it when he attacked. Needless to say, it depended on his strength how much he could return the flow of time to normal. Boom! When Kur brush fell, it not only crushed the rudimentary supreme god's attack, but it landed the rudimentary supreme god as well. In just a blink of an eye, he began to age rapidly. In the end, he turned into a dried corpse before his bones were reduced to ashes that scattered in the wind. It was as though his existence had been erased by the law of time and a stroke from the brush. The only surviving rudimentary supreme god from the Sanction land cried out desperately, "No! Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Faced with the next stroke from the brush, the rudimentary supreme god could only stare at it hopelessly. There was no resistance at all as Kur's brush fell. Just like before, she killed her opponent with just a move. The law of time turned the middle-aged man into an old man, a dried corpse, and ashes in just a blink of an eye. Just like that, two rudimentary supreme gods died within 2 breaths. The phenomena appeared and let out a heart-wrenching cry before they crumbled. Blood rained down on the 2 rudimentary supreme gods from the Divine Offering land, sending chills up their spines.
It was beyond their imagination that the taciturn woman who called herself Du Ankur was so terrifying.
Initially, she had kept a very low profile, but later, they discovered that she was stronger than them. At the time when they thought they were going to die, she suddenly broke through to the realm of an intermediate supreme god. Most shockingly, she managed to stabilize her cultivation base immediately after her breakthrough, subverting their worldviews. They did not expect they would witness something so impossible. Only a supreme powerhouse who recultivated is capable of this feat, right?
One of them could not help but let his imaginations run wild. He could not help but wonder if the woman was a supreme powerhouse who had to recultivate from the beginning. If that were the case, it would explain the heaven-defying feat. After Kue's supreme god phenomenon disappeared, she glanced at the duo from the divine offering land and said, "The additional rewards belong to me. I don't think both of you have any objections, right?" Although Kue's gaze was calm and without threats, the duo was terrified. They hastily said, No, we don't have any objections.
After all, if it weren't for you, we would have died. The additional rewards are rightfully yours. We naturally have no objections. Kuer did not expect to break through to the realm of an intermediate supreme god in the secret realm. She had hoped to break through before the chaotic region, which connected multiple realms of gods, appeared, but she really did not expect to break through ahead of time.
Due to the threat to her life and pressure from the powerful opponents from the sanctioned land in the secret realm, Kuei successfully broke through under duress.
In fact, this was not the first time such a thing happened. During the years she spent on the realm battlefield, there were many instances where she broke through in life-or-death situations. Moreover, she was also very lucky because she had the foundation she built from her past life. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to turn the tide and survive time and time again. Fortunately, the opponents weren't much stronger than me. Otherwise, even if I broke through, I'd still die in the end. After obtaining the additional rewards, Kuer left the multi-person secret realm. Her eyes shone as she murmured to herself, "Not only did I recover my cultivation base from my past life, but my comprehension of the law of time is also much more profound compared to my comprehension in my past life. I've also comprehended the rudimentary form of the limitless Tao.
All in all, my current strength is much stronger compared to my strength in my past life. With my strength now, I should have some say in the clan. There's still some time left before the chaotic region appears. I haven't returned to the divine offering land since I entered the realm battlefield.
It's time for me to return and visit my parents, Sister Feier, and Si Ling. I wonder how grown-up Si Ling is now. We haven't seen each other for so many years. I wonder if she still remembers me. Her mother." Kuer's eyes overflowed with tenderness when she thought about her daughter. At the same time, she felt a sting in her heart as a wave of helplessness washed over her. When she left, her daughter was still rather young.
The time she spent with her daughter was lesser than the time she spent away from her daughter. "Si Ling, I hope you'll understand your mother. I left you so we have a better chance of reuniting with everyone after 100 years. Kuei sighed faintly as she made her way to the nearest base camp. She had decided to return to the divine offering land and the Xia clan using the transportation formation in the base camp. After Kuei left the realm battlefield, in a remote place on the realm battlefield, the wind blew violently as a terrifying energy tore through layers of formations before surging out, alarming a group of people nearby. This energy is so strong.
An advanced emperor of gods became a supreme god. I wonder if it's someone from the divine offering land or the sanction land? No matter which one it is, it's best for us to stay as far away as possible. If it's really someone from the divine offering land, we'll die if we're found."
Since this place was the outer area of the realm battlefield, there were very few supreme gods.
Regardless of whether they were from the divine offering land or the sanction land, the emperors of gods in the area who discovered that someone had broken through to the realm of supreme gods did not hesitate and quickly left. If the person was from the opposing realm of gods, they would definitely die if they were found. The terrifying energy churned like a vortex as it swept out into the surroundings, breaking all the formations in the center of the storm. Some mountains in the vicinity were instantly flattened in the wake of the violent and unstable energy. For miles and miles, the land was devastated. As the energy continued to sweep out, a figure could be seen sitting cross-legged in the eye of the storm. The figure belonged to a handsome purple-clad young man with an extraordinary bearing and temperament.
Although he was only sitting quietly, he seemed to make his surroundings pale in comparison.
At this time, he suddenly opened his eyes, revealing his piercing gaze. So this is the divine energy of a supreme god. So strong. I, Duanling Tian, have finally entered the realm of a supreme god. From now on, I can be considered a powerhouse in the realms of gods. In the realms of gods, only those who entered the realm of supreme gods were considered powerhouses. However, before becoming a supreme god, Duanling Tian could also be considered a powerhouse. After all, he was strong enough to kill an ordinary intermediate supreme god.
Nonetheless, despite his strength, Duanling Tian felt that he could only be considered a powerhouse in the realms of gods after he entered the realm of supreme gods.
I've undergone significant changes. My soul has changed and become much stronger as well.
At this time, Duanling Tian could clearly feel the difference between a supreme god and an emperor of gods. Currently, his perception and senses were 10 times better than before. His eyesight and hearing were extremely sharp. I didn't expect the supreme powerhouse divinity to merge with me.
When Duanling Tian was trying to break through, he had brought the supreme powerhouse divinity out, hoping to further comprehend the law of space. Unexpectedly, the supreme powerhouse divinity merged with him as soon as his divine energy came in contact with it.
It entered his sea of consciousness, transforming into a soul-like energy before it seemingly fused with his soul.
However, upon closer inspection, Duanling Tian discovered that the supreme powerhouse divinity did not really fuse with his soul. In fact, it was only hidden in his soul. It seemed like the supreme powerhouse divinity had transformed into a similar energy as his soul only to enter its soul. It fused briefly with his soul before returning to its original state in his soul.
With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian probed the supreme powerhouse divinity again and made a new discovery.
Not only did it enter my soul, but it's constantly helping me to deepen my comprehension of the law of space now. Previously, Duanling Tian could only comprehend the law of space using the supreme powerhouse divinity by holding it in his hand before entering a meditative state. However, now that it had entered his soul, it was constantly helping him to comprehend the law of space. His comprehension speed was also no worse than before.
If this continues, my comprehension of the law of space is going to improve very quickly. I don't even have to spend much time on it.
Duanling Tian was naturally pleasantly surprised and delighted by this discovery.
Perhaps it won't be long before my law of space is capable of manifesting a phenomenon that can shine for 1,000,000 miles.
In fact, Duanling Tian's current comprehension of the law of space was not low at all. After all, not all intermediate supreme gods could manifest a phenomenon that can shine for 100,000 miles. In comparison, Duanling Tian, who was capable of this, was just a new rudimentary supreme god.
Since I've just broken through, my divine energy is still unstable. There's no shortcut to quickly stabilize one's cultivation base. I can only rely on myself to slowly stabilize it. Fortunately, my divine energy is still much more powerful than before, even if it has yet to stabilize. Currently, I should be a match for those stronger-than-average intermediate supreme gods. Needless to say, I'm still no match for extraordinarily strong intermediate supreme gods like Third Senior Brother.
Duanling Tian's excitement died down slightly when he realized that he was still no match for powerful intermediate supreme gods. I'll familiarize myself with my divine energy first, even if it's not stable yet. After that, I'll use all my battle merits to open a single-person secret realm. Under normal circumstances, the secret realm I open shouldn't be one where I have to fight a rudimentary supreme god from the Sanctioned Land. I don't think anyone will take the time to accumulate as many battle merits as I did. It's a rather tedious task after all. After a few days, Duanling Tian entered the inner area to look for opponents. Alas, even after searching for a few days, he did not find anyone from the Sanctioned Land. On the contrary, he met one person from the Divine Offering Land. After another few days had passed, he encountered another person from the Divine Offering Land again. The other party was a rudimentary supreme god. This time, he could no longer hold back and quickly block the other party's path. After all, who knew when he would find a suitable opponent? He planned to spar with the other party, but seeing as the other party was from the Divine Offering Land, He had no intention to kill the other party.
We're both from the divine offering land, and yet you want to fight me?
The rudimentary supreme god from the divine offering land was a middle-aged man. The faint gray light his body emitted confirmed that he was truly from the divine offering land. His expression was rather sour at this moment as he looked at Duanling Tian.
Duanling Tian said with a wide smile, "Let's spar. I just became a supreme god, so I want to find an opponent so I can familiarize myself with my divine energy. I've been searching for a while, but I've yet to meet anyone from the Sanction land. Including you, I've met 2 people from the divine offering land. Why don't you spar with me?
We don't have to go all out."
Just became a supreme god? The middle-aged man's frown eased immediately as soon as he heard Duanling Tian's words. He did not expect that Duanling Tian was a new rudimentary supreme god. After hearing Duanling Tian's words, he quickly extended his divine consciousness. After sensing Duanling Tian's chaotic divine energy, he confirmed that Duanling Tian was telling the truth. With this discovery, the middle-aged man's eyes glinted coldly and his expression and attitude changed immediately. He said, "Boy, I have no interest in sparring with you. However, if you insist, let's go all out. There's no need to hold back. It doesn't matter even if one of us dies."
On the realm battlefields, cultivators with the same cultivation bases from the same realm of gods rarely fought each other unless they had a grudge between them. After all, one would not gain battle merits from killing someone from the same realm of gods. Moreover, one's opponent's spatial ring would also self-destruct. At most, one would gain the opponent's prominent divine artifact if one was lucky enough. All in all, one would risk injuries without anything to gain. It was fine if it was just a minor injury, but the consequences would be grim if they were severely injured. They would inevitably be at a disadvantage if they ran into opponents from another realm of gods. For this reason, the middle-aged rudimentary supreme god, whom Duanling Tian met, was unwilling to fight Duanling Tian after discovering that Duanling Tian was also a rudimentary supreme god from the divine offering land. He would gain nothing from the fight. At most, he would gain Duanling Tian's prominent divine artifact. However, after the middle-aged man heard that Duanling Tian had just broken through and became a rudimentary supreme god, killing intent rose in his heart. In his opinion, it was unlikely for him to sustain injuries fighting a new rudimentary supreme god, and he would also be able to obtain Duanling Tian's prominent divine artifact without much effort. There's no need to hold back, and it doesn't matter even if one of us dies? Duanling Tian was slightly stunned by the middle-aged man's words. However, he quickly realized the middle-aged man's intentions. He smiled indifferently and calmly said, "I have no problem with that. However, I'll give you one chance to think about it again. You can still change your mind, and we'll spar casually. I won't kill you during our fight. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing mercy later." The middle-aged man scoffed before he said with a sneer, "Boy, you just broke through and became a rudimentary supreme god. How dare you speak so arrogantly to me? Do you think you'll be able to intimidate me with your words? How ridiculous. I've confirmed that you've just broken through, and you've yet to stabilize your cultivation base. Someone like you thinks you can kill me?" The middle-aged man did not wait for Duanling Tian's reply and attacked as soon as he finished speaking. The void rippled before scorching flames appeared and shot toward Duanling Tian. Who knew if Duanling Tian's words made the middle-aged man wary or if the middle-aged man wanted to end the fight quickly? But as soon as he made a move, he brought his prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul, which was a folding fan, out. He opened the folding fan and waved it, stirring up the flames, which looked like they could burn the world, even more as they surged toward Duanling Tian. Based on the middle-aged man's divine energy when he attacked, it was obvious that he had completely stabilized his cultivation base. His divine energy was unlike Duanling Tian's chaotic divine energy. Duanling Tian's expression did not change when he saw the middle-aged man's attack. He quickly grasped the middle-aged man's strength as he thought to himself, "Although he can't be considered to be among the strongest rudimentary supreme gods, his strength isn't that bad. Nonetheless, I can easily defeat him without using any of the 4 daos of heaven and earth or my doppelganger. In fact, I could have killed him even before my breakthrough." Duanling Tian released his chaotic divine energy before he cast his law of space. Following that, a faint phenomenon that shone for 100,000 miles appeared. The 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared in Duanling Tian's hand at this time. With just a wave of the sword, 7 colored sword rays, which had been imbued with his divine energy and the law of space, swept out toward the roaring flames. The phenomenon that shines for 100,000 miles. Initially, the middle-aged man wore a mocking smile on his face. In his opinion, Duanling Tian was biting off more than he could chew. However, when he saw the phenomenon that appeared after Duanling Tian cast the law of space, his smile vanished immediately and was replaced with a solemn expression. As it turns out, you're not completely useless. To think that you've comprehended the law of space to such a level. Alas, even with this, you still won't be able to kill me, the middle-aged man said. At this time, the roaring flames finally collided with the 7 colored sword rays. A dazzling light exploded like fireworks upon their collision. In the end, their first confrontation ended in a tie. I underestimated you. However, with your strength, even if you have a powerful bloodline power, at most we'll fight to a draw. You're not strong enough to kill me. Despite his words, the middle-aged man no longer dared to look down on Duanling Tian and took the fight seriously. In fact, as soon as he saw the phenomenon that shone for 100,000 miles, he also knew that it would be difficult for him to kill Duanling Tian. Even if he was stronger than Duanling Tian, it would be difficult for him to kill Duanling Tian in a short time. After all, Duanling Tian comprehended the law of space, and it would be difficult for him to catch up to Duanling Tian if Duanling Tian decided to flee. In terms of speed, the law of wind was first followed by the law of space and the law of time, which were 2 of the 4 supreme laws. It was generally very difficult to kill those who comprehended these laws unless their strength was very weak. Although the middle-aged man was aware of these things, he still did not think Duanling Tian was capable of defeating him, let alone killing him. As such, he did not retreat. The only way he would stop the fight was if Duanling Tian took the initiative to do so. After all, he was not any weaker than Duanling Tian. Swoosh! Blood mist swirled around the middle-aged man's body at this moment before his supreme god phenomenon, which was more than 10 meters tall, appeared. Only rudimentary supreme gods who had stabilized their cultivation bases were able to manifest supreme god phenomena. As such, Duanling Tian had yet to gain the ability to do so. Boy! I'm surprised by your comprehension of the law of space. However, you've yet to stabilize your cultivation base, and your divine energy is chaotic. As such, you're no match for me. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he attacked with his supreme god phenomenon. The flames surged even higher in the sky, looking like they were going to burn the world to the ground. Duanling Tian stood in the sea of fire calmly as the blood mist spread out and fused with the flames, stirring up the flames further. Based on this, it could be seen that the middle-aged man's bloodline power helped to boost his law. After his law was boosted by his bloodline power, even if it could not manifest a phenomenon that shone for 100,000 miles, one could still vaguely see a faint phenomenon. This usually indicated that one's comprehension of the law was almost capable of manifesting the phenomenon that shone for 100,000 miles, which the middle-aged man easily achieved with his bloodline power. The middle-aged man was sure he would be able to suppress and force Duanling Tian to escape with this move. However, Duanling Tian only said with a faint smile on his face, "Your bloodline power is not bad." Following that, Duanling Tian attacked with his doppelganger and the Daos of heaven and earth. However, even so, he failed to gain the upper hand. Boy, if you don't use your bloodline power, you'll die within 30 moves, the middle-aged man said in a voice dripping with condescension. In fact, he was sure he could kill Duanling Tian within 10 moves if Duanling Tian did not use his bloodline power. He had only said those words in order to make Duanling Tian lower his guard, hoping to catch Duanling Tian off guard and kill Duanling Tian. The middle-aged man thought that Duanling Tian refused to use his bloodline power because Duanling Tian wanted to test his newfound strength and divine energy. When he had just become a rudimentary supreme god, he had also been eager to find someone to test his strength. In the past, he found an elder to test his strength with, so he had the time to slowly explore and test his strength. Since he had no relations with Duanling Tian, he was naturally not going to waste time helping Duanling Tian to test his strength. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian did not seem to hear the middle-aged man's words at all. He thought to himself with a sigh, "My divine energy is indeed holding me back. With this alone, I won't be able to defeat him within 10 moves." At this time, Duanling Tian had already grasped his current shortcomings.
At the same time, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed with excitement. I only need 3 strikes to crush his attack.
In the middle-aged man's opinion, as long as he crushed Duanling Tian's attack, he would be able to seriously injure Duanling Tian. Once Duanling Tian was injured, even if Duanling Tian used his bloodline power, Duanling Tian would be unable to escape.
At that time, he would be able to kill Duanling Tian.
At the moment when the middle-aged man thought he was about to seriously injure Duanling Tian suddenly said tonelessly, "All right, I'm gonna stop playing with you."
Following that, the aura of the 7 orifices exquisite sword in Duanling Tian's hand changed immediately. Earlier, he did not display the full strength of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, or his abilities for that matter.
Now, he unleashed the full strength of the 7 orifices exquisite sword after it had absorbed the fragment of the prime divine artifact. However, he also knew that unless he used more of his abilities, he would not be able to defeat his opponent. This was in line with his intention since he wanted to familiarize himself with his newfound strength.
Ha!
Initially, the middle-aged man was a little wary after sensing the changes in the 7 orifices exquisite sword. However, after a moment he sneered. In his opinion, even if the 7 orifices exquisite sword had grown stronger, at most, Duanling Tian could only hold on for a few more moves. However, even if he doesn't realize the danger is in, his artifact soul is different. It seems like it'll be quite difficult for me to kill him. The middle-aged man felt a little regretful at this moment, thinking that his prey might escape soon after being alerted by his artifact soul. Soon enough, the middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed when he sensed that the void in the surroundings was rippling and that a strange and terrifying energy was controlling the surrounding space. This is the Mastery Tao, one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. The middle-aged man looked at the purple-clad Duanling Tian, who was calmly staring at him despite being in a disadvantageous position. He could not help but shudder when he recalled Duanling Tian's earlier words.
All right, I'm going to stop playing with you.
Earlier, the middle-aged man was sure that Duanling Tian was just trying to intimidate him. Perhaps, Duanling Tian was trying to stall for time by exerting the power of the sword in his hand before he used his bloodline power to escape. However, at this time, the true meaning of Duanling Tian's words finally dawned on him. His strength was only slightly weaker than mine earlier. Now that he has used his Mastery Tao, his strength completely overwhelms mine. Moreover, he has yet to use bloodline power. In the beginning, the middle-aged man thought that Duanling Tian would be able to fight him to a draw at most after using the bloodline power.
However, even without the bloodline power, Duanling Tian's strength had already surpassed his after Duanling Tian cast the Mastery Tao, which was clearly above the rudimentary form. If Duanling Tian used his bloodline power as well, there was no doubt that he would die. In just an instant, the middle-aged man changed his attitude. His expression changed a few times before he smiled awkwardly and said, "Sir, I was just joking earlier. We come from the same realm of gods after all. It's enough for us to spar casually."
At the same time, the middle-aged man mobilized his divine energy and controlled the flames from the law of fire as he waited for Duanling Tian's response. He was prepared to flee if anything went wrong. Even if the chances of escaping were low, it was still better than staying here and waiting for death. Duanling Tian smiled coldly. "Are you planning to go back on your words now? Earlier I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it." The middle-aged man's expression turned unsightly as soon as he heard Duanling Tian's words. The flames around him soared as he prepared to flee. At the same time, his supreme god phenomenon, which was 10 meters tall, exploded into flames. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air before the middle-aged man did not run very far when he slammed into an invisible barrier, causing ripples to appear. Swoosh! 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 Following that, countless sword rays shot out, forming a sword formation around the middle-aged rudimentary supreme god from the divine offering land. With the sword rays and Duanling Tian's control over the space, the middle-aged man could not leave at all. His expression changed as he exclaimed fearfully, "S sword Dao!" As a rudimentary supreme god, the middle-aged man was not without knowledge. He could naturally tell that Duanling Tian had used the sword Dao, another one of the four Daos of heaven and earth. Moreover, he could also tell that Duanling Tian's mastery of the sword Dao was no weaker than the mastery Dao Duanling Tian had shown earlier. What kind of monster did I stumble upon? He just broke through and became a rudimentary supreme god. In other words, before he became a rudimentary supreme god, he had already mastered the mastery Dao and the sword Dao to this level?
I've never heard of such a prodigy, not even from prime supreme rank forces. Never in my life did I hear about anyone capable of such a feat.
The middle-aged man began to panic. He knew that it was difficult for him to escape today. He truly regretted his arrogance and stubbornness earlier. If he had only agreed to casually spar with Duanling Tian, he would not be in this situation now. After all, Duanling Tian was polite and made it very clear earlier that he only wanted to spar to test his strength and did not intend to fight to the death. The middle-aged man forced a bright smile on his face before he said, "Sir, I was ignorant before. Please forgive me." Based on the current situation, the middle-aged man did not think he would be able to survive 3 moves from Duanling Tian even if he defended himself with all his might. Duanling Tian remained indifferent to the middle-aged man's pleas. He only replied with his action. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Thousands of 7-colored sword rays gathered and shot toward the middle-aged man. They tyrannically mowed down everything in their path with the law of space as they flew in the air. The middle-aged kept resisting with an ashen face as he shouted, "Sir, I am..." Alas, Duanling Tian was not interested in listening to the middle-aged man at all. Before the middle-aged man finished speaking, the doppelganger from the law of space appeared behind the middle-aged man and decapitated the middle-aged man. Subsequently, the 7-colored sword rays swept over, turning the middle-aged man's body into a mist of blood.
As blood rained down, a huge figure appeared and let out a thunderous cry before it collapsed.
Just like that, the rudimentary supreme god from the divine offering land died, brimming with regrets. In fact, although Duanling Tian was displeased by the middle-aged man's behavior earlier when he asked to spar with the middle-aged man, he still did not intend to kill the middle-aged man. However, what sealed the middle-aged man's fate was when he said he wanted to fight with all his might, clearly intending to kill Duanling Tian.
Although my divine energy isn't stable yet after becoming a rudimentary supreme god, it's still leagues above the divine energy of advanced emperors of gods. With my current strength, I only have to fear those incredibly strong intermediate supreme gods.
I don't have to worry about most intermediate supreme gods, let alone those below the realm of an intermediate supreme god.
After experimenting, Duanling Tian had a better understanding of his current strength, and he was rather satisfied.
My progress isn't that slow.
I have 100 years left before the spatial passages between the realms of gods and the Devata realms reopen. I have to break through and become an intermediate supreme god after 100 years.
Duanling Tian knew that after becoming a rudimentary supreme god, his cultivation journey would get even more difficult. It would be difficult for him to gain tremendous progress through external things. For example, now that he was a rudimentary supreme god, the rewards from killing someone with the same cultivation base or even a higher cultivation base would no longer help him progress as much as before. The rewards would be like just a drop of water in a bucket. Although there were still things that could help him to improve after becoming a rudimentary supreme god, they were rare or not as efficient compared to when he was an advanced emperor of gods. I hope that I'll have good luck in the single-person secret realm and the chaotic region. In fact, I hope I'll have good luck in the next 100 years. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for me to become an intermediate supreme god in 100 years. Duanling Tian sighed inwardly. It was going to be difficult to rely on fortuitous encounters to make speedy progress now that he had become a supreme god. Even if he knew a supreme powerhouse who was willing to help him, at most, he could only become an intermediate supreme god and stabilize his cultivation base in 100 years.
After killing the rudimentary supreme god from the divine offering land, Duan Ling Tian left soon after the phenomenon that announced the death of a supreme god appeared. He teleported a few times, going further into the inner area. When he found a secluded place, he used all his battle merits to open a single-person's secret realm. Let's see what kind of secret realm I open after using all my battle merits.
In a land of ice in the divine offering land.
A slender figure flew in the sky toward the direction of the Xia clan, a prime supreme rank force.
At the same time, in the distant sky, a few people were spread out in the 4 directions. Suddenly, the eyes of the old man guarding the eastern direction widened, and his expression changed as he turned to look in the distance and saw a fast-approaching figure. That's the eldest young miss of the Xia clan. And not only did she become an intermediate supreme god, but she's also stabilized her cultivation base. In just a moment, 5 messages were quickly sent out. 3 messages were sent to 3 places near the Xia clan's estate, while the other 2 messages headed west to the Yun clan, also a prime supreme rank force in the divine offering land.
Xianxia has broken through and become an intermediate supreme god? She's also stabilized her cultivation base.
Xianxia was a monstrous talent in her previous life, but she became even more monstrously talented after her reincarnation.
How long did it take for her to recover her past life cultivation base at its peak?
Now that she's recovered her cultivation base, Yun Bin isn't a match for her. 3 figures from 3 directions flew east of the Xia clan's estate. Their speed and power were terrifying.
At the same time, an old man appeared in the east of the Xia clan's estate and stopped a slender figure from going to the Xia clan. The slender figure paused. A beautiful woman frowned slightly as she turned to look at the old man. After her frown eased, she asked, "Are you from the Yun clan?" The woman had a vague impression of the old man. In her past life, she seemed to have met him in the Xia clan. He was among the entourage from the Yun clan that visited the Xia clan at that time. She did not remember his name, but she vaguely remembered he was an elder of the Yun clan.
"I'm Yun Bin. Greetings, Miss Ning Shui," the old man said with a slight bow. At the same time, he silently mobilized his divine energy. Kur, who was Xia Ning Shui in her past life, was making her way back to the Xia clan when she was stopped by the old man. She glanced at the old man who was bowing at her and nodded slightly before she made a move to leave. However, as soon as she moved, the old man blocked her way again. "Are you going to stop me from leaving?" Kur asked as her expression turned slightly grim and her eyes flashed coldly. "Yun Bin, the elder from the Yun clan," said solemnly. "Miss Ning Shui, the clan leader would like to invite you to the Yun clan as a guest. I hope Miss Ning Shui won't make things difficult for me." "Uncle." Kur frowned slightly upon hearing Yun Bin's words. The current clan leader of the Yun clan was Kur's uncle. When she first returned to the divine offering land, her uncle did not intervene in the matter between her and Yun Qingyan. Hence, she could not help but wonder why he sent someone to intercept her on her way back to the Xia clan.
This old man would have used force to drag me back to the Yun clan if I didn't recover my cultivation base from the previous life, Kua thought to herself. She could see the fear lingering in the old man's eyes at this time. Clearly, he was aware that she had recovered her strength. After a moment, she said, "Tell my uncle to visit me in the Xia clan if he has something important to discuss with me." An ominous feeling inexplicably rose in Kua's heart at this moment. She wondered if something had happened to her parents, Sister Fair, and her daughter. She also wondered if the Yun clan sent someone to intercept her to prevent her from finding out about what happened. With this thought in mind, she ignored the old man and made a move to leave.
The old man reacted quickly and blocked Kur's way again. "Miss Ning Shui, please follow me back to the Yun clan. You won't be able to stop me from leaving," Kur said indifferently as she looked at the old man. Then, a brush appeared in her hand before she waved it. The void and the old man suddenly froze as though time had stood still. The old man's eyes widened in fear immediately. His body glowed as he tried to circulate the energy in his body. Clearly, he was trying to break free from the effect of the law of time that restrained him. Alas, he barely moved an inch despite struggling to break free with all his might.
Kua glanced at the old man again before she took off. Currently, she was among the strongest intermediate supreme gods, and only a few intermediate supreme gods were capable of defeating her.
Soon after, Kur suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her expression turned solemn, and a hint of anxiety could be seen in the depths of her eyes. "Those who stand in my way will die," Kur said frostily before she made a move at the trio who just appeared and blocked her way. The brush in Kur's hand shot out like a dragon, freezing the trio. The expressions of the three elders from the Yun clan changed immediately before one of them calmly said, "Let's join forces to break free of her law of time." The trio's divine energies surged before they fused and broke the restraint from the law of time. Then they swept toward Kur. At this time, Yun Bin, who finally regained his freedom, hurried over and said, "Miss Ning Shui, we bear no ill intentions. We only want to invite you back to the Yun clan. This is a direct order from the clan leader. Miss Ning Shui, please don't make things difficult for us." At this time, the four intermediate supreme gods from the Yun clan surrounded Kur. Hints of shock could be seen on their faces as they spoke to each other through voice transmission. "Did you sense the force of her law of time? It feels like it's strong enough to manifest the phenomenon that shines for 1,000,000 miles. I sense that her law has been boosted. If I'm not mistaken, it's the limitless Tao, one of the four Taos of heaven and earth. However, it seems like she has yet to completely master the limitless Tao. Otherwise, her strength would have been much stronger. There's no doubt that it's the limitless Tao. It feels like she's just a step away from mastering it. Nobody in this generation has a higher innate talent than her. In fact, even the clan leader of the Xia clan isn't as talented as her. It's a pity that she's a woman. Otherwise, she would become a very formidable clan leader. No wonder our clan leader and young Master Qing Yen is intent on letting her marry into the Yun clan. It's a blessing for young Master Qing Yen and the Yun clan if such a monstrous talent joins our clan. With her, the tie between the Yun clan and the Xia clan will become even stronger. The four intermediate supreme gods were truly shocked by Kur's current strength. They did not expect her to grow so strong in such a short time. "We must report this to the clan at once." Just as the four elders sent a message back to the Yun clan, Kur said icily, "The Yun clan is really bold." Seeing that the Yun clan had sent four intermediate supreme gods to intercept her, the feeling that something was wrong grew even stronger. She quickly sent messages to Xianxia, her third uncle, Xianxia's subordinates, and a few elders from the Xia clan. She hesitated briefly before she decided against sending a message to her father. She was much closer to Xianxia than she was to her father from her past life. Moreover, for the four elders of the Yun clan to act so audaciously, there was a possibility that her uncle, the clan leader of the Yun clan, had informed her father about it. Suddenly, Kur's eyes widened. "Damn it! They set up a formation to stop me from sending messages. What are they trying to do exactly?" Kur could no longer remain calm as the sense of unease in her heart grew stronger and stronger. She mobilized her divine energy and imbued it with the law of time before she quickly wielded her brush and made a move against the four elders of the Yun clan. Perhaps, due to the huge pressure she was under, she miraculously entered the state of enlightenment and successfully comprehended the limitless Tao. Needless to say, the four elders from the Yun clan were no match for Kur after she comprehended the limitless Tao completely. Her doppelganger from the law of time appeared and quickly suppressed the four of them. How terrifying! Miss Ning Shui is too monstrously talented. Based on her talent and comprehension skills, it's only a matter of time before she becomes a supreme powerhouse through the limitless Tao. The four elders grew more and more terrified the longer they fought Kur. In the end, they were forced to use their bloodline power, and after a while, they managed to hold their ground slightly against Kur's limitless Tao. However, that was the extent of what they could do. It was impossible for them to defeat and suppress her with their strength. "We have to wait for the leader to send reinforcements. Otherwise, it's impossible for us to bring her back to the Yun clan. I didn't expect the four of us to suffer at the hands of this young woman. If young Master Qing Yen successfully marries Miss Ning Shui, our Yun clan will be greatly blessed." Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that his wife, Kur, had left the realm battlefield and was intercepted by the Yun clan on her way back to the Xia clan. He had been accumulating battle merits to open a single-person secret realm, hoping to grow stronger before the chaotic region appeared. Once the chaotic region opens, people from various realms of gods, including the divine offering land and the sanction land,
will flock there in search of better fortuitous encounters. There's a high chance that Kur will go to the chaotic region as well. Perhaps I'll be able to meet her there. Duan Lingtian's heart stirred when he thought about this. It had been almost 1,000 years since he last saw her. They had only been together for a few decades before they were separated. Moreover, during those years, they were mostly separated as well. Nonetheless, it did not affect his feelings for her. She was his pillar of strength and his motivation that helped him to overcome all kinds of hardships in his life. Kur, wait for me. We'll see each other soon, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. His eyes shone with determination as he looked at the portal to a secret realm in front of him. At the same time, in another part of the realm battlefield, a rudimentary supreme god from the Sanction had just entered a single-person secret realm. I finally accumulated enough battle merits to open a secret realm. There should be many fortuitous encounters here. I have to try to break through into the realm of an intermediate supreme god here. Similar to the Profound Energy Land and Divine Offering Land, there were quite a few prime supreme rank forces in the Sanction Land. Ning Yixian was from the Ning clan, a prime supreme rank force in the Sanction Land. Although he was not a direct descendant of the clan leader of the Ning clan, his status was superior to the direct descendants of the clan leader. This was because there was a supreme powerhouse from the direct branch of his family in the past. Apart from that, Ning Yixian was also acknowledged as the #1 prodigy in the history of the Ning clan. At the age of 1,800 years old, he became an advanced emperor of gods, and he became a supreme god at the age of 3,000 years old. Currently, he was younger than 4,000 years old, and he's just a step away from becoming an intermediate supreme god. Cultivation base aside, his innate talent and comprehension skills were heaven-defying as well. His comprehension of the law of life was incredibly profound to the extent that it could manifest the phenomenon that shone for 1,000,000 miles. This feat was unprecedented in the history of the Ning clan. He had also comprehended one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, the Weapon Dao Spear Dao. In addition, he also possessed a high-level profound divine metal. There were rumors that the Ning clan's supreme powerhouse favored Ning Yixian and took Ning Yixian under his wings for 1,000 years. For all these reasons, Ning Yixian was famous in the Sanction Land not only because he was the proud prodigy of the Ning clan, but also because he was the Sanction Land's blessed child, who was envied by the masses. The Ning clan in the Sanction Land. In a quiet courtyard, an old man bowed respectfully to a finely dressed middle-aged man. Clan leader. The middle-aged man bowed slightly in return in a show of respect and said, "Fourth senior uncle, you're my elder. There's no need for you to bow when we're meeting privately. The etiquette of paying respect to the clan leader cannot be ignored," the old man said as he shook his head. Then, he asked, "Clan leader, did you come because of that boy, Yixian?" The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. "I just came out from closed-door cultivation, and I heard that he has returned." The old man smiled wryly and said, "Clan leader, unfortunately, you're a step too late. He returned to the realm battlefield 60 years ago. He only stayed in the clan for a short while before he left. He said that he plans to break through to the realm of an intermediate supreme god on the realm battlefield." The old man looked worried at the end of his words. On the contrary, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up when he heard the old man's words. He's on the verge of a breakthrough? That's fast. He's not even 4,000 years old, right? As expected. He's truly the #1 prodigy in the history of our Ning clan. The old man said with a bitter smile, "I hope that he'll calm down a little. He's excellent in every aspect, but I just wish he'll settle down instead of wandering the world all the time." The middle-aged man, the clan leader of the Ning clan, smiled and said reassuringly he wouldn't have come this far if it weren't for him wandering the world. "Fourth senior uncle, don't worry. Yixian will be safe. Perhaps when he returns he'll already become an intermediate supreme god." The middle-aged man knew that Ning Yixian would not perish so easily. Not only did Ning Yixian have heaven-defying luck, but he was also under the protection of the Ning clan's supreme powerhouse. It was very likely that the supreme powerhouse had left him with a few life-saving methods like the supreme powerhouse's divine energy. As such, he did not have to worry even if he encountered someone stronger than him. Perhaps the Ning clan will be able to produce the second powerhouse in the clan.
the middle-aged man thought to himself hopefully. Despite the middle-aged man's consoling words, a hint of worry could still be seen in the old man's eyes. In the past, his branch of the family had the most glory in the clan until their supreme powerhouse died. Since then, they had been on a decline despite having many powerful members. After all, many of them perished in the outer boundary. Ning Yixian was their only hope, and if anything happened, it would spell the end for his branch of the family. The Divine Sanction Battlefield. Ning Yixian stayed on the realm battlefield for many years to accumulate battle merits so he could open a single-person secret realm. He hoped to break through to the realm of an intermediate supreme god in the secret realm before the chaotic region appeared. Since he did not have much time left, regardless of the number of battle merits he had, he quickly opened a single-person secret realm. I accumulated quite a lot of battle merits over the years. There shouldn't be anyone from the divine offering land competing with me, right? After entering the secret realm, Ning Yixian found himself in a rather picturesque place. If there's another person in this secret realm, he or she can only consider themselves to be unlucky. Ning Yixian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself, no matter how strong a rudimentary supreme god is, death is their only outcome if they meet me. Ning Yixian. I've killed many intermediate supreme gods on the realm battlefield. How can a mere rudimentary supreme god be a match for me? Ning Yixian was brimming with confidence. After all, he was not an ordinary rudimentary supreme god. He was the proud and peerless prodigy of the Ning clan and the Sanction land. Many people said that it was difficult to find another person as brilliant as him in all the realms of gods, let alone more brilliant than him. Ning Yixian waited patiently for the first level of the secret realm to appear. However, after a long time, there was no movement at all. Does this mean that some unfortunate fellow from the divine offering land has entered this secret realm as well? It seems like he's also spent a long time accumulating battle merits to open this secret realm. I accumulated battle merits for more than half a century before opening this secret realm. He or she must have spent at least a few centuries or almost 1,000 years accumulating battle merits, right? In Ning Yixian's opinion, it was not easy for rudimentary supreme gods to accumulate battle merits to open a secret realm. He only managed to accumulate battle merits so quickly because he was one of the top, if not the top, rudimentary supreme gods. Ning Yixian's eyes flashed with anticipation as he continued thinking to himself, I can't wait to meet this person. I wonder if it's a man or a woman. It should be a man, right? At the same time, on the other side of the secret realm, a purple figure hovered in the sky above a vast plain. What's taking so long? Why hasn't the first level appeared? Duan Ling Tian had been waiting for quite some time in the secret realm, but until now, there had been no movements at all. He had killed a few inhabitants of the secret realm and received the rewards accordingly, but they were definitely not the tests in the secret realm. Is it possible that someone from the Sanction land is in this secret realm as well? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought to himself, does that rudimentary supreme god have nothing better to do? Even if he or she is a strong rudimentary supreme god, it should have taken him or her a few hundred or even 1,000 years to accumulate enough battle merits to open this secret realm, right? He or she probably hopes to break through into the realm of an intermediate supreme god where. What a pity that his or her opponent is me. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, his opponent from the Sanction land was really unlucky to meet him in the secret realm. With his current strength, even the strongest rudimentary supreme god was no match for him. During his time in the profound energy land, he had never heard of any rudimentary supreme god who could easily kill intermediate supreme gods. At most, some rudimentary supreme gods managed to kill intermediate supreme gods who had yet to stabilize their cultivation base. The main event is my fight with my opponent from the Sanction land. Everything else is just the icing on the cake. Considering that I used so many battle merits to open this secret realm, the rewards for defeating my opponent should be very good. I should look for my opponent now. I hope he or she isn't hiding. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian flew out at lightning speed. At the same time, a navy-clad young man moved like the wind on the other side of the secret realm. That rudimentary supreme god from the divine offering land should have figured out by now that we have to fight each other in the secret realm. I hope he or she isn't hiding. It'll be bad if I only find him when the secret realm is about to close. I should find him as soon as possible.
With this, two rudimentary supreme gods began to search for each other in the medium-sized secret realm. Near the Xia clan, a slender woman fought against 4 men. Earlier, she had been in a slightly disadvantageous position. However, at the critical moment, her law of time and limitless Tao gave her the upper hand. Even then, her expression was grim as she escaped. She knew that it would be impossible for her to leave once reinforcements arrived. After a while, a flying ship traveling at the speed of an advanced supreme god arrived. A middle-aged man and a young man, who resembled each other, disembarked from the flying ship. The eyes of the young man, who followed closely behind the middle-aged man, flashed with shock when he saw the slender figure in the distance. Her strength is stronger than that of her past life. At this time, the middle-aged man standing in front sighed. If Ning Shui was a man, she would definitely bring the Xia clan to great heights. After a moment, he added, "Fortunately, she's a woman, which gives you and the Xia clan such a great opportunity. I'll restrain her and bring her back to the Yun clan. After that, I'll order an advanced supreme god, skilled in soul techniques, to erase all the memories of her current life and some memories from her past life. If you're still unable to win her over under such circumstances, then the only way left is for you to make her bear your child." The young man's eyes widened slightly upon hearing the middle-aged man's words. He said bitterly, "Father, you should be aware of my cousin sister's temperament. She'll choose to end her life if we push her too far." The middle-aged man said indifferently, "That's why we need to erase her memories. It'll be easier for you to win her over if memories of her extreme behavior and her hatred toward you are erased. Even if she doesn't like you or if we force her, without her memories, I don't think she'll take things to such extremes." The middle-aged man was familiar with his niece's temperament. He would go to great lengths to ensure she did not resort to extreme methods. Otherwise, the ties between the Yun clan and Xia clan would suffer or even be severed. Although his brother-in-law did not favor his daughter, his brother-in-law would not let things slide if he learned about what happened. No matter what, blood was thicker than water. As such, he would not have acted if he was not confident. After a moment, the middle-aged man appeared in front of Kur and raised his hand. The 4 elders of the Yun clan from before hurried over and stood behind the middle-aged man like faithful servants. "Swear." Kur stopped moving and looked at the middle-aged man expressionlessly as she asked, "Uncle, why did you send them to stop me? Did you do something to my loved ones?" Kur's main concern was the safety of her loved ones. She could not but feel anxious when she thought about Duan Ling Tian's parents, Li Fei, and her daughter Duan Si Ling. Since their soul pearls had run out of energy, there was no way for her to confirm their safety. "No," the middle-aged man said as he shook his head. "Swear they're fine. You have my word." "Then, why did you send them to stop me and prevent me from returning to my clan?" Kur asked icily. Although Kur refused to marry Yun Qing Yen in her past life, she still respected her uncle. However, after what he had done, her respect for him was gone. "Swear, you'll find out in due time. Why don't you come with me to the Yun clan?" the middle-aged man asked with a smile. At the same time, a flash of light appeared in his eyes. Following that, Kur seemed to have fallen into a trance. The tense atmosphere vanished immediately, replaced by silence. The middle-aged man, also the clan leader of the Yun clan, was an advanced supreme god, and he was also skilled in soul techniques. He had just cast a soul-capturing technique on Kur to stop her from resisting as they brought her back to the Yun clan. At this time, a childish voice echoed in Kur's mind. "A mere advanced supreme god wants to befuddle my master?" Subsequently, a streak of light coursed through Kur's vein toward her glabella. Boom! In just a moment, the streak of light broke the soul energy with just a strike, and Kur regained consciousness. The expression of the clan leader of the Yun clan changed immediately upon seeing this. "Her artifact soul is capable of breaking my soul technique?" The middle-aged man felt like the situation had taken a turn for the worst. He also knew the artifact soul must have belonged to the prominent divine artifact that Kur found on the realm battlefield. He knew what her prominent divine artifact from her past life looked like after all, and the brush was definitely not her prominent divine artifact from her past life. He could sense that the brush was not an ordinary prominent divine artifact.
He speculated that the writing brush must have absorbed the fragment of a prime divine artifact. It might not have transformed into a prime divine artifact, but absorbing a fragment of a prime divine artifact would give it a new ability, which gave it the power to break soul techniques. Apart from making prominent divine artifacts stronger, the fragment of a prime divine artifact also granted new abilities to prominent divine artifacts. Even if I successfully bring her back to the Yun clan, I'm not sure if an advanced supreme god highly skilled in soul techniques is capable of erasing her memories. The clan leader of the Yun clan thought to himself, it seems like the only way is to get rid of her divine artifact. The clan leader of the Yun clan could not help but sigh inwardly. He knew it would be difficult to separate a prominent divine artifact and its artifact soul from their master. Unless their master willingly relinquished them, the only way was to destroy the prominent divine artifact and its soul or kill the master. Meanwhile, Kur's artifact soul recounted what had happened to her after she regained consciousness. Her gaze was frosty as she looked at the clan leader of the Yun clan and said, "Clan leader Yun, how dare you use your soul technique on me? It seems like you're determined to imprison me. Let me make it clear to you, it's impossible for you to do that unless I die. I don't think you're capable of stopping me if I decide to end my life." Kur sneered at the end of her words. She no longer addressed the clan leader of the Yun clan as uncle. At this time, Yun Qingyan, the eldest young master of the Yun clan, finally said, "Cousin sister, my father is your uncle. How could you speak to him in such a manner?" There were a few marriage alliances between the Yun clan and the Xia clan. In fact, the younger sister of the clan leader of the Yun clan was married to the clan leader of the Xia clan. However, before this marriage, Yun Qingyan's senior aunt, who was his father's sister-in-law, married the clan leader of the Yun clan first. It was after her demise that the clan leader of the Xia clan married the youngest sister of the clan leader of the Yun clan. Kur was the illegitimate daughter of the clan leader of the Xia clan. She had no blood relations to the two wives of the clan leader of the Xia clan at all, which meant she also had no blood relations to the clan leader of the Yun clan. Previously, she had maintained a modicum of respect by addressing the clan leader of the Yun clan. But in fact, there was nothing inappropriate about her addressing him as clan leader Yun as well. Kur looked at Yun Qingyan indifferently and said, "Yun Qingyan, do you know what I think of you in this life and my past life?" She did not wait for his response and continued to say icily, "You're nothing but trash born with a silver spoon in your mouth. In my past life, you insisted on marrying me because of my innate talent and abilities. To avoid marrying you and as an explanation for my father, I ended my life and chose to reincarnate. I didn't expect that even in this life, you and the Yun clan would be so persistent and refuse to let me go." Yun Qingyan did not seem angered by her words. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "Cousin sister, the Yun clan and I didn't agree to cancel the marriage agreement just because you chose to end your life and reincarnate. You did all of that on your own accord." In the past, Kur decided to repay her father with her life for refusing to marry Yun Qingyan since she would not have existed without him. Needless to say, it caused a huge commotion at that time. Yun Qingyan and the Yun clan tried to stop her but failed in the end. After Kur's death, Yun Qingyan did not think Kur would successfully reincarnate since the chances were low. However, he later found out she succeeded because her cultivation base had reached a certain level. Initially, he decided not to force Kur to marry him. This was because she had lost her cultivation base after she reincarnated. However, his father told him that Kur would likely become even stronger than before due to her reincarnation. With this, his desire to marry Kur returned. When he met her and discovered that she not only had a husband but also a child, he was livid. In his eyes, the woman destined for him had been robbed from him. He would not have let her husband go at that time if she did not threaten him with her life. In fact, Yun Qingyan did not have strong feelings for Kur. If anything, the marriage agreement made him feel possessive of her, as though she was his private possession that no one could touch or defile. It was only natural that he was furious and murderous when he found out Xianxia, who reincarnated into Kur, had a husband and a child. At that time, he really wanted to kill her husband even though she threatened him with her life. He only managed to restrain himself when he recalled his father's words about him needing Kur in the future when he became the clan leader of the Yun clan.
After bringing Kua back to the divine offering land, Xianxia had to return to the Xia clan upon her father's request. He also left those related to Duan Tian in the Xia clan to be imprisoned and kept as hostages. Before he left the Xia clan, her father had promised to marry her to him in 1,000 years after the realm battlefield closed. The Xia clan would use the hostages to force her to comply. Under such circumstances, he left the Xia clan feeling assured. Unexpectedly, after a few hundred years, something big happened to the Xia clan. A few powerhouses from the Sanctioned land went to the Xia clan and stirred up a huge commotion. At that time, Xianxia, the third master of the Xia clan, seized the chance and released Duan Tian's family and friends before sending them away from the divine offering land. Once Kur found out that Duan Tian's family and friends were freed, Xianxia knew he would not be able to force her to marry him. Even then, he did not think it was a big problem. He thought he still had a chance to recover. He planned to wait until the realm battlefield closed and the spatial passages between the realms of gods and the lower realms opened before going to the lower realms again to recapture Duan Tian's family and friends. He did not mind spending a little extra effort to do this, and his father agreed with his plan as well. Alas, it was beyond Xianxia's expectations that Duan Tian, who was like an ant in front of him in the past, had grown so strong in fewer than 1,000 years. During his latest encounter with Duan Tian nearly killed him. If it were not for the imprint his father left on him using his bloodline power, he would have died. After the close call with death, he became fearful of Duan Tian. The encounter also made his father realize that the initial plan was now useless due to Duan Tian's unexpected growth. Even if the Yun clan sent people to the lower realms to recapture Duan Tian's family friends, it would be useless since their powers would be suppressed in the lower realms due to the natural law. After all, at that time, Duan Tian might have already become an intermediate supreme god. Since Duan Tian was a native of the lower realm, his doppelganger from the law of space alone could deal with the powerhouses they sent. With that in mind, Xianxia and his father quickly came up with a new plan. They sent their men to stand guard near the Xia clan's estate to intercept Kur if she returned to prevent her from finding out that Duan Tian's family and friends had been released. Once she found out about it, with her temperament, it would be impossible to force her to comply with their wishes. After all, in the past, she was so stubborn that she'd rather kill herself than marry Xianxia. If they did not grasp her weakness, there would be no way to force her to submit. The father and son planned to threaten Kur and bring her back to the Yun clan before asking an expert in soul techniques to erase her memories. They would then force her to bear Xianxia's child. Even if she recovered her memories or was unwilling, she would not dare to act recklessly if her child's life was on the line. The Yun clan would be able to use the child to force her to comply with their wishes. Alas, based on the current situation, it seemed like Kur had obtained a prominent divine artifact that could destroy soul techniques on the realm battlefield. Upon this discovery, Xianxia's father told him through voice transmission that they had two options left. One, they could continue to leave her in the dark and threaten her with Duan Tian's family and friends, forcing her to marry him. Two, they could snatch and destroy her prominent divine artifact before erasing her memories. Of the two options, the latter was naturally much more difficult. At this time, the clan leader of the Yun clan looked at Kur and said, "Schwer, I visited your father some time ago and brought your family and friends to the Yun clan. Don't you want to meet them?" After weighing the pros and cons, the clan leader of the Yun clan decided to lure Kur back to the Yun clan first. He would deal with her once she let her guard down. He had a feeling that if he pushed her too far now, she would go to the extremes. Kur sneered, "Clan leader Yin, I don't believe a single word you said at all. Before meeting someone from the Xia clan, there's no way I'll follow you back to the Yun clan. I'm more interested in finding out why you're so adamant about preventing me from returning to the Xia clan." What happened to the Xia clan? At this moment, Kur had already mobilized her divine energy, prepared to release it as soon as the clan leader of the Yun clan made a move. She would not hesitate to end her life immediately if she was forced to do so. Nonetheless, she thought it was unlikely that the clan leader of the Yun clan would force her to go to such extremes. She only showed her determination to end her life now to find out what happened to the Xia clan. The clan leader of the Xia clan frowned when he saw how determined and vigilant Kua was. At the same time, Xianxia asked anxiously through voice transmission,
Father, what do we do now? It seems like she's going to end her life again if we stop her from returning to the Xia clan. Father, based on how stubborn she was in the past, she'll definitely end her life if we force her. Yun Qingyan naturally did not want Kur to die. Her death would not benefit him at all. The clan leader of the Yun clan scoffed before he said angrily to Yun Qingyan, I know that. I, the clan leader of the Yun clan, really didn't expect to be threatened by a little girl. If this spreads out, I'll become a laughingstock. It's all your fault. I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble if you were as capable as her. Not only was Yun Qingyan inferior to the clan leader of the Yun clan, but he was also inferior to the elders. Even if Yun Qingyan successfully became the clan leader of the Yun clan, no one would fear him. His father and his ancestors would not be able to protect him forever, after all. As such, his father arranged for him to marry Kur, who was not related to him by blood, to consolidate his power. Alas, his plan was met with many obstacles. Yun Qingyan remained silent after being rebuked by his father. Despite feeling unresigned, he did not dare to retort at all. What? Do you feel unresigned? As Yun Qingyan's father, the clan leader of the Yun clan naturally understood Yun Qingyan. He said, It's not just Xianing Shui, you also can't compare to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian can kill you with just a finger. I don't know how he did it, but for a native of the lower realm to grow so strong in such a short time, he's a monster among monsters. From what I know, even the supreme powerhouse, who are natives of the lower realms, weren't as heaven-defying as him. It's only a matter of time before he becomes a supreme powerhouse. After a brief pause, the clan leader of the Yun clan continued to say, In fact, we could have still abandoned the plan of marrying Xianing Shui to you. However, you thoroughly offended Duan Ling Tian. He has an even higher chance of becoming a supreme powerhouse compared to me and Xia Yu. It won't be hard for him to seek revenge from you in the future. Alas, there's nothing we can do now. We can only continue to force Xianing Shui to marry you to help you strengthen your position in the clan. Most importantly, we need to use her to deal with Duan Ling Tian. Our top priority now is to kill Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, he'll be a serious threat to you and the Yun clan. The clan of leader of the Yun clan's voice turned grim near the end of his words. Yun Qingyan's expression was rather unsightly at this moment. He knew his father's concerns were valid. If Duan Ling Tian continued to grow unchecked, Duan Ling Tian would definitely be a serious threat to him and the Yun clan. After a moment, he said through voice transmission, Father, why don't we ask the old ancestor to kill Duan Ling Tian? Won't it be easy for him, a supreme powerhouse, to kill Duan Ling Tian? In Yun Qingyan's opinion, the Yun clan's old ancestor, who was a supreme powerhouse, was extremely strong. Other supreme powerhouses aside, there should be no one his old ancestor could not kill. It would be extremely easy for his old ancestor to kill Duan Ling Tian. After Yun Qingyan finished speaking, he looked at his father with eyes that shone with hope and anticipation. The clan leader of the Yun clan glanced at his son. The old ancestor? Do you believe that your old ancestor will kill you first before he kills Duan Ling Tian, after he learns about how foolish you were for provoking a young man with such high potential to become a supreme powerhouse? Although the clan leader of the Yun clan only met the clan's supreme powerhouse once, he was familiar with the supreme powerhouse's temperament. He had learned about it from the various elders who were older than the supreme powerhouses and familiar with the supreme powerhouses, and he had also read records about the supreme powerhouses that were passed down by the past clan leaders of the Yun clan. As such, even if the supreme powerhouse agreed to kill Duan Ling Tian, he knew that the clan's supreme powerhouse would not spare his foolish son for provoking such a monstrous prodigy. Yun Qingyan fell silent after hearing his father's words. He really wanted Duan Ling Tian to die, but not at the cost of his life. He glanced at Kur before he asked anxiously again through voice transmission, Then, what should we do, father? She's not afraid of death then, and she's not afraid of it now. She'll definitely end her life again without hesitation if she's pushed to the limit. Father, why don't you speak to my uncle? I'm sure he still supports this marriage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to use Duan Ling Tian's family and friends to force her into marrying me. A hint of frustration could be seen in the depths of the eyes of the clan leader of the Yun clan. He really could not believe that his foolish son believed the clan leader of the Xia clan was going to marry Kuer to him. After Kuer ended her life in the past, the clan leader of the Xia clan had grown somewhat estranged from him and Yun Qingyan. Although he did not express it, there was no doubt that he resented Yun Qingyan and his father. Yun Qingyan was unaware that before he even brought Kuer back to the Xia clan, his father had gone to the Xia clan to threaten Xiaoyu, the clan leader of the Xia clan, to marry his daughter to Yun Qingyan. Otherwise, Xiaoyu would not have allowed Yun Qingyan to marry his daughter, whom Yun Qingyan once harassed to the point where she ended her life. The clan leader of the Yun clan could not be bothered to respond to Yun Qingyan. Instead, he looked at Kuer, who was standing not far away, and said, "Swear, don't be rash. I'll ask your father to come over now." After the clan leader of the Yun clan finished speaking, he quickly sent a message. Meanwhile, Kuer stared at him vigilantly, still ready to unleash her divine energy at a moment's notice. She clearly did not trust him at all. It did not take long before a figure with a domineering air appeared. The figure belonged to a middle-aged man dressed in a fine robe. He was handsome and Kuer features bore a resemblance to his. It was not hard to see that he must have been exceptionally handsome when he was young. Kuer's divine energy surged slightly upon seeing the middle-aged man. The middle-aged frowned slightly as he looked at Kuer. Then, he asked in a deep voice that contained a hint of tenderness, "Swear, are you all right?" "Father, I'm fine." Kuer hesitated briefly before she addressed the middle-aged man as father. It was due to the habit from her past life that she addressed him as such. Needless to say, she still resented him deeply. Xiaoyu, the clan leader of the Xia clan, looked at the clan leader of the Yun clan indifferently before he said in a casual yet firm tone, "You've done enough." The clan leader of the Yun clan said with a smile, "Junior brother-in-law, since Shuer is still reluctant to marry Yenner, the Yun clan and I will no longer push for the marriage. Let's cancel the marriage agreement." Xiaoyu and even Yun Qingyan were dumbstruck when they heard these words. Xiaoyu stared at the clan leader of the Yun clan before he asked, "Are you sure?" After learning that his daughter had successfully reincarnated, Xiaoyu did not enter to force his daughter to marry Yun Qingyan. However, previously, the clan leader of the Yun clan had threatened to involve both clans' supreme powerhouses. It was unlikely for the Yun clan's supreme powerhouse to make a move against the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse, but in the unlikely chance that it happened, it would put the supreme powerhouse of the Xia clan, and also the Yun clan, in danger, which would not be beneficial to the Xia clan. Moreover, if the other supreme powerhouses found out about the Yun clan's supreme powerhouse's action, they would punish him at most, they definitely would not kill him. After all, in the Outer Boundaries God-defying world, all supreme powerhouses were the pillars of the battle forces. Due to their importance, supreme powerhouses who injured their peers were unlikely to be killed. The heaviest punishment they would receive was to guard the most perilous place in the Outer Boundary for a period of time. The clan leader of the Yun clan nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, I'm sure." However, at the same time, he said to Xiaoyu through voice transmission, "Junior brother-in-law, I have only one request. I hope you'll kill Shuer's husband from the lower realm to vent my son's anger. That lowly peasant from the lower realm defiled the Xia clan's noble bloodline. It's a sin he should atone for with his life." Xiaoyu's heart moved upon hearing these words. Based on his understanding of the clan leader of the Yun clan, things were definitely not as simple as he made them out to be. It was impossible for the clan leader of the Yun clan to give up on the marriage or retreat for a simple native of the lower realm. What did that brat do for him to give up on the marriage? Xiaoyu wondered. He really could not figure it out. After a moment, Xiaoyu asked, "Tell me, why are you so adamant about killing him that you're willing to give up on the marriage?" "Be honest. It's pointless to deceive me." The clan leader of the Yun clan replied, as expected of the clan leader of the Xia clan, "You're really perceptive. Indeed, there's a reason why I want him dead. I'll be honest with you. That man is now a rudimentary supreme god, and he nearly killed my son. He became a rudimentary supreme god despite being younger than 1,000 years old. I can't allow a person like him to continue to grow. He's a threat to my clan." Xiaoyu was shocked by these words. That kid from the lower realm is now a rudimentary supreme god? Xiaoyu found it unbelievable. Previously, his brother, Xianxia, had told him that Duanling Tian was not an ordinary person, but he did not take Xiaojia's words seriously. Despite how extraordinary he was, what could a native of the lower realm achieve? It was amazing enough if he made a name for himself in the Devata realms. It was only natural that he was shocked now that he found out that a native of the lower realm achieved such extraordinary feats. He had never heard of anyone who became a supreme god before the age of 1000.
That kid's innate talent is monstrous. He's truly worthy of Shuer.
The clan leader of the Yun clan seemed to be able to read Xiaoyu's thoughts from his eyes. He said, "Don't even think about allowing them to be together. It's fine if Shuer doesn't want to marry Yenner, but Duanling Tian has to die."
That's as far as I'm willing to concede. Then he said threateningly, "Otherwise, who knows what will happen to your clan's supreme powerhouse when he's on duty."
You understand what I mean, right? A hint of reluctance could be seen in Xiaoyu's cold gaze. However, he could only compromise. The Xia clan's supreme powerhouse was crucial to the Xia clan. Without the supreme powerhouse, the Xia clan would fall. Although Duanling Tian was a peerless prodigy, it would take some time before he grew into his potential. As such, it was only natural for him to compromise.
After a moment, Xiaoyu asked, "What do you want me to do?"
Before the clan leader of the Yun clan could reply, Yun Qingyan, who finally recovered from his shock, cried out, "Father!
Why are you doing this?" Yun Qingyan did not understand why his father would change his mind and agree to cancel the marriage agreement. It was so sudden that he lost his composure completely.
"Shut up," the clan leader of the Yun clan said before he berated his son. "Who are you to question my decision?" After that, he said through voice transmission, "Do you want to marry Xianing Shui and further provoke Duanling Tian? Or do you want to give up on her and kill Duanling Tian? I'll let you choose. If you choose the former, I'll take back my words immediately."
The divine sanctioned battlefield.
Two figures, who were moving at high speed in search of each other, finally met. Duanling Tian's eyes flashed as he looked at the young man in front of him. He wondered why the young man did not hide. Was the young man so confident about his strength?
At the same time, the Sanction Land's Ning clan's Ning Yixian, who was standing across from Duanling Tian, looked at Duanling Tian and shared the same thoughts as Duanling Tian.
Before Yun Qingyan could respond, the clan leader of the Yun clan added, "Of course, even if you choose the former and I take my words back, I'm afraid your uncle will still be unwilling to support this marriage agreement. We've already crossed the line by intercepting Shuer outside of the Xia clan."
When Xiaoyu, the clan leader of the Xia clan, showed up, the clan leader of the Yun clan could tell Xiaoyu no longer intended to force his daughter to marry Yun Qingyan despite the threats. This was also within the expectations of the clan leader of the Yun clan.
He was, after all, familiar with the temperament of his brother-in-law.
In the past, the clan leader of the Yun clan's threats were effective because Xia Yun had never met Kur before.
However, now that Kur regained her memories, recovered her strength from her past life, and was still unwilling to marry Yun Qingyan, it would be difficult for him to threaten Xiaoyu again. If he continued to persist, there was a chance that Xiaoyu would retaliate and threaten the lives of the descendants of the Yun clan in return. For all these reasons, the clan leader of the Yun clan decided to compromise under the condition that Xiaoyu helped him to kill Duanling Tian. After all, it was no longer possible to force the marriage between Kur and Yun Qingyan.
It would be much easier to get Xiaoyu to agree to kill someone Xiaoyu had no emotional connections with.
After listening to his father explain the pros and cons of the situation, Yun Qingyan could only unwillingly accept his fate. At this time, Xiaoyu looked at the clan leader of the Yun clan coldly and asked in a low voice through voice transmission, "What do you want me to do?" With these words, the leader of the Yun clan knew that Xiaoyu had agreed to his condition. He was not surprised by this at all. He replied through voice transmission, "I hope you'll deliberately reveal that Xianxia rescued Duanling Tian's family and friends from Shuer. With that, she'll be more willing to do what we propose. We'll confine her in the spatial passage left behind by the Ling clan before their annihilation, and we'll join forces to set up a formation there.
It'll be difficult to break the formation both of us created unless a supreme powerhouse intervenes. Even I, alone, wouldn't be able to easily break such a formation. In fact, even two people with our cultivation bases would take some time to break the formation.
The time it'd take to break such a formation is enough for us to deal with the situation. Her safety is guaranteed in that place, and it won't delay her cultivation. That place is suitable for cultivation and comprehending the laws, after all. I'm sure you're aware of this matter.
Xiaoyu said solemnly, it seems like you've already thought of everything. Then, what next? Spread the news of Shuer's imprisonment and wait for Duan Lingtian to rescue her. The clan leader of the Yun clan replied, of course not. The purpose of confining Shuer is to stop her from stirring up trouble. After 100 years, when the realm battlefield closes, we'll spread the news of Shuer and Yenner's marriage.
I suspect that Duan Lingtian is on the realm battlefield now, so he's likely unaware of what's going on outside. I'm sure he's heard the news of Shuer being on the realm battlefield and that he's there searching for her now.
Hence, even if receives the news about her imprisonment on the battlefield, I'm afraid he won't believe it.
As such, the best time for us to spread the news is when the realm battlefield closes. After a brief pause, he added, at that time, the Yun clan and the Xia clan will hold a big banquet as well. The clan leader of the Yun clan stared at Xiaoyu unflinchingly, as though he was not worried that Xiaoyu would reject his suggestion, and said, I understand that this matter might taint Shuer's reputation. As such, I'll personally explain the matter. I'll say that Duan Lingtian killed many members of our clan, and that the Xia clan is only helping the Yun clan deal with Duan Lingtian. What do you think?
Xiaoyu seemed moved by the suggestion, but he also looked hesitant. At this time, the clan leader of the Yun clan turned to look at Kuer and said solemnly, Shuer, from this day onward, I promise that Yenner will stop harassing you. However, your actions in this life are still a blatant act of disrespect to the Yun clan.
As such, your father and I will confine you in a spatial tunnel to serve as an explanation to the Yun clan. Rest assured, your safety there is guaranteed, and it won't affect your cultivation and comprehension of the laws and the four Taos of heaven and earth.
You'll be confined for 1,000 years before your father, and I set you free.
Xiaoyu glanced at Kuer, who was standing not far away. Although no emotions could be seen in his eyes, it was as though he was seeking her approval. Kuer was stunned by the suggestion. She found it unbelievable that the Yun clan was so willing to give up on the marriage agreement in exchange for her being confined for 1,000 years.
After all, the Yun clan and her father had been very adamant about her marrying Yun Qingyan even after she reincarnated. She knew that her father must have pulled some strings. Otherwise, the Yun clan would not compromise so easily. She looked at her father meaningfully as she called out, Father. As though Xiaoyu could read her mind, he said, they're fine. Not long after you entered the realm battlefield, an enemy of mine from the Sanction land showed up. During the chaos, your third uncle seized the chance and forcibly tore the fabric space, sending them back to the mundane realm. If you don't believe me, you can ask your third uncle about this. However, your third uncle has entered the realm battlefield. Perhaps you can ask his men about this. A trace of joy could be seen on Kuer's face when she heard Xiaoyu's words. However, a frown soon appeared on her face. She knew Xia Jie's actions carried great risks. It was impossible for Xia Jie to accurately send Duan Lingtian's family and friends back to the Saint Province realm. There was a high chance that they would end up in an unfamiliar place. At this time, the clan leader of the Yun clan said, Shuer, follow your father back to the Xia clan. After you confirm their safety, your father and I will bring you to the confinement space. I sent someone to block your way because I was worried that you'd ignore Yenner and Yun clan after finding out they'd left. I admit that I crossed the line. I even offended your father as a result. As such, I decided to give up on the marriage. The Yun clan will let things go as long as you're willing to be confined for 1,000 years. The Divine Sanction Battlefield. In a single-person secret realm opened by a huge number of battle merits, two young men stood across from each other. Young man, consider yourself unlucky for meeting me, Ning Yixian said with a faint smile on his face as he looked at the purple-clad Duan Lingtian. He clearly did not intend to make a move first. Perhaps he was so confident that he was not worried that his opponent would make a move first. After a brief moment, Ning Yixian continued to ask with a smile on his face, Can you tell me why you accumulated so many battle merits to open this secret realm? Are you hoping to find fortuitous encounters to prepare for the chaotic region? Why? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. In fact, he had the same question in mind. After a moment, he asked,
So many battle merits? Is it considered a lot? Is it not? Ning Yixuan laughed before he said, "It should have taken a few hundred years to nearly 1,000 years for an ordinary supreme god like you to accumulate so many battle merits, right? Even if you're strong and are among the top rudimentary supreme gods, it'd still take you at least a few hundred years to accumulate so many battle merits. Don't tell me you took fewer than 100 years to accumulate so many battle merits? If that's the case, I'll be really impressed." Ning Yixuan's smile widened at the end of his words. A hint of contempt could be seen in the depths of his eyes as well. Obviously, he did not think that Duanling Tian was capable of accumulating so many battle merits in fewer than 100 years by killing rudimentary supreme gods. Duanling Tian was slightly surprised. After a moment, he stared at Ning Yixuan and asked, "Do you mean to say that it didn't take you long to accumulate so many battle merits?" Duanling Tian knew that it would be difficult for even the strongest rudimentary supreme god to accumulate so many battle merits in 100 years. However, based on Ning Yixuan's confidence, it seemed like Ning Yixuan managed to accumulate so many battle merits in such 100 years. Duanling Tian smiled inwardly. No wonder he's so confident. Does he think I'm a pushover? Ning Yixuan replied with a faint smile, "Well, I think I did quite well. In any case, no matter how much time I took, I'm sure it's much shorter compared to you. Let me introduce myself. I'm the brightest star in the Sanction Land's Ning clan." Ning Yixuan did not bother to give his name to Duanling Tian. He was confident that his reputation had spread to the divine offering land as well. Even supreme gods knew who he was unless they were a recluse or they were in closed-door cultivation for more than 1,000 years. Duanling Tian felt rather speechless. "You didn't even state your name. How is this an introduction? Do you think I'd know your name just because you're the brightest star in the Sanction Land's Ning clan? Sorry to burst your bubble, but I've never heard of you." Ning Yixuan was stunned by Duanling Tian's words. "You've never heard of me, Ning Yixuan?" In Ning Yixuan's opinion, most, if not all, people from the realms of gods should have heard of him due to his shocking innate talent and comprehension skills. This was especially true for supreme gods. He had never met anyone who did not know him until he met Duanling Tian. For a moment he thought that he was dreaming. He was not even 4,000 years old, but he was already a rudimentary supreme god. This was almost unprecedented in the realms of gods. He was the only one in this generation. There were very few like him in the history of the realms of gods. Among the supreme powerhouses he knew, none of them had become a rudimentary supreme god before reaching the age of 4,000. In the past, even the divine offering land's most brilliant female prodigy, the Xia clan's Xianxia, became a rudimentary supreme god when she was over 4,000 years old. At that time, her achievements had shocked the divine offering land and even spread to the Sanction land. As such, everyone who was not in closed-door cultivation knew him, who was even more outstanding than Xianxia. Is he pretending? Ning Yixuan stared at Duanling Tian intently, trying to catch even the slightest change in Duanling Tian's expression. He thought it was impossible that Duanling Tian had never heard of him. He was a rudimentary supreme god comparable to an intermediate supreme god. Most weak intermediate supreme gods were no match for him at all. At this time, Duanling Tian said with an expression of enlightenment on his face, "So your name is Ning Yixuan." Ning Yixuan, still convinced that Duanling Tian was pretending not to know him, said, "Why don't you introduce yourself? I'm really curious about your identity since you're able to remain calm when facing me." Duanling Tian said with a faint smile on his face. "Me? I'm just a nobody. My name is Duanling Tian. You wouldn't have heard of me in the Sanction land." Duanling Tian was famous in the profound energy land. However, the Sanction land was located far away from the Sanction land. Even when the chaotic region opened, the divine offering land would not be one of the realms of gods connected to the chaotic region on the divine sanction battlefield. Duanling Tian? Contrary to expectations, Ning Yixuan was stunned when he heard Duanling Tian's name. His eyes widened slightly as he recalled the rumors he heard from the profound energy land. Although the spatial passages between the realms of gods were still closed, supreme gods could still travel between the realms of gods through the realm battlefield. Powerful advanced supreme gods could tear through space to another realm of gods on the realm battlefield. This was how the rumors from the profound energy land spread to Ning Yixian's ears. According to the rumors Ning Yixian heard, a peerless and monstrous prodigy had appeared in the profound energy land. The other party became an advanced emperor of gods before even reaching 1,000 years old. This feat alone had surpassed Ning Yixian's achievement. When Ning Yixian was younger than 1,000 years old, he was just a lord of gods. When he became a rudimentary emperor of gods, he was already 1,800 years old. Perhaps, most people would be dismissive of the rumors, but the rumors were deeply engraved in Ning Yixian's mind. He even sent someone to the profound energy land to verify the rumors. In the end, he confirmed that someone, who was not even 1,000 years old, had greatly surpassed him. Even so, at that time he did not think it was a big deal. After all, becoming an emperor of gods and becoming a supreme god were two very different matters. However, at this moment he was shocked that the person in front of him, Duanling Tian, the monstrous prodigy from the profound energy land who became an advanced emperor of gods before the age of 1,000, was now a rudimentary supreme god. Impossible! He's native of the divine offering land. After a moment, Ning Yixian quickly dismissed his earlier thoughts about Duanling Tian being the monstrous prodigy from the profound energy land. It crossed his mind that Duanling Tian could simply enter the divine sanctioned battlefield and travel to the divine offering land before coming into the divine sanctioned battlefield again. However, he was unwilling to give credit to that theory. After all, if the purple-clad young man in front of him was the profound energy land's Duanling Tian, then the purple-clad young man would have thoroughly broken his record of being the fastest person to become a supreme god. He could not accept this, so he kept convincing himself that the person in front of him was not the profound energy land's Duanling Tian. "It seems like you've heard of me?" Duanling Tian said with a teasing smile on his face when he discovered the slight change in Ning Yixian's expression. Ning Yixian, who had no intention of asking if Duanling Tian was from the profound energy land, was shocked. He exclaimed, "You're truly from the profound energy land?" In fact, Duanling Tian was also surprised and puzzled that Ning Yixian had heard of him. He wondered if he was really so famous that even those from the sanctioned land had heard of him. He was naturally unaware that Ning Yixian, unlike everyone else, had paid attention to the rumors of a monstrous prodigy from the profound energy land because Ning Yixian was a monstrous prodigy as well. Ning Yixian would naturally pay attention to other monstrous prodigies from the other realms of gods, especially those who were rumored to have surpassed him. "What's with your expression?" Ning Yixian asked when he saw Duanling Tian's reaction. He asked again, unconsciously raising his voice, "Are you really from the profound energy land?" Ning Yixian still had a hard time accepting this. After a moment, Duanling Tian replied nonchalantly, "If you're asking if I'm Duanling Tian from the profound energy land's Myriad Laws Academy, then the answer is yes." "It's really him." Ning Yixian shuddered inwardly. Then he said in a slightly trembling voice, "Didn't you just become an advanced emperor of gods not too long ago? How did you become a supreme god in such a short time?" Ning Yixian had probed Duanling Tian and discovered that Duanling Tian was already a rudimentary supreme god. He could sense the instability of Duanling Tian's divine energy. With this, it was clear that Duanling Tian had just broken through not long ago and had yet to stabilize his cultivation base. There was no doubt in his mind now that the person in front of him was Duanling Tian, the monstrous prodigy from the profound energy land. Duanling Tian smiled lightly and said, "I have a few fortuitous encounters on the realm battlefield. I have to say that I'm really surprised that someone from the faraway sanctioned land has heard of me." A complicated expression appeared on Ning Yixian's face as he stared at Duanling Tian. After a moment, he asked, unresigned, "Duanling Tian, tell me the truth. Did you really not hear about me before?" Duanling Tian shook his head. "No matter how many times you ask, my answer is the same. I've really not heard of you before. Are you really famous, or do you think you're famous?" Naturally, Ning Yixian was really famous. It was just that Duanling Tian was one of the very few people who had never heard of Ning Yixian. Perhaps he would have heard of Ning Yixian if he had joined another heavyweight supreme rank force. However, in the Myriad Laws Academy, his senior sisters and his senior brothers were all monstrous prodigies in their own right. Although Ning Yixian was truly a monstrous prodigy, he still paled in comparison to Duanling Tian's third senior brother in the Inner Palace faction, Yang Yuchun.
Moreover, no matter how heaven-defying one's innate talent was, it would be in vain if one could not grow into one's potential. There were many monstrous prodigies who showed extraordinary innate talent in the beginning but ended up mediocre in the end.
Meanwhile, Ning Yixian was naturally furious when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He said with a frown, Duanling Tian, I heard that you're so strong that you can even defeat opponents whose cultivation bases are a level higher than yours. Although you just became a rudimentary supreme god, I won't underestimate you and treat you as an ordinary rudimentary supreme god. Moreover, you've been on the realm battlefield for fewer than 100 years. If I'm not mistaken, your strength should be comparable to weaker intermediate supreme gods. Nonetheless, I, Ning Yixian, will kill you today. Even if I exhaust my energy and don't benefit from it, it'll be worth it if I can kill a monstrous prodigy like you. Ning Yixian's eyes shone with killing intent at the end of his words. At the same time, a terrifying divine energy that had been imbued with the law of life surged out of his body. Duanling Tian's expression turned solemn when he saw Ning Yixian's law of life's phenomenon that shone for 1,000,000 miles. This was Duanling Tian's first encounter with someone whose phenomenon of the law shone for 1,000,000 miles. Even the strongest intermediate supreme god whom he encountered in the past had only the phenomenon of the law that shone for 100,000 miles. When third senior brother and I entered the realm battlefield, his phenomenon of the law only shone for 100,000 miles, even if it was very close to becoming the phenomenon that shines for 1,000,000 miles. Duanling Tian thought to himself as he sighed inwardly. With this phenomenon, he knew that Yang Yuchen's comprehension of the law was inferior to that of Ning Yixian. Moreover, not only was Ning Yixian a rudimentary supreme god, but Ning Yixian also comprehended the law of life, one of the 4 supreme laws. Swoosh! At this time, a long spear appeared in Ning Yixian's hand. It was 9 feet long, 2 feet longer than ordinary 7-foot-long spears. The spear was cyan, and it glowed with a green light that carried a hint of gold at its tip. A translucent figure loomed above the spear. Boom! A thunderous noise rang in the air, and the void shook violently as the terrifying law of life converged beneath Ning Yixian's feet. After a beat, he shot toward Duanling Tian. As the energy from the law of life gathered at the tip of his spear, the void around him seemed to freeze before hairline cracks appeared. Swoosh! The hairline cracks lengthened as the spear, which surged with a mysterious energy, shot out in the air, looking as though it could easily tear through space. In the next moment, its energy suddenly grew a level stronger. Spear Dao! It did not take long for Duanling Tian to discover that Ning Yixian comprehended the Spear Dao, the weapon Dao from the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. As a weapon Dao, the Spear Dao was no different from the Sword Dao or the Knife Dao. The force of the Dao relied on one's comprehension of the Dao. Although Duanling Tian was surprised that Ning Yixian comprehended the Spear Dao, he could tell that Ning Yixian's comprehension of the Spear Dao was no match for his comprehension of the Sword Dao. It seemed like Ning Yixian had only recently comprehended the Spear Dao past the rudimentary form stage. He's very strong. Based on what he has shown so far, he's surpassed all of the intermediate supreme gods I've met so far. Duanling Tian thought, surprised by how powerful Ning Yixian was. Ning Yixian was undoubtedly the strongest rudimentary supreme god whom he had met. Similar to him, Ning Yixian was capable of killing intermediate supreme gods despite being a rudimentary supreme god. Duanling Tian's expression was very solemn as Ning Yixian charged toward him domineeringly. He quickly cast the double teleportation profundity and wielded the 7 Orifices' exquisite sword. The 7 Orifices' exquisite sword's energy surged out, looking as though it could destroy everything that stood in its path. At the same time, Duanling Tian's energy soared as a spatial storm raged around him, causing the sky to darken. He had cast his Mastery Dao. Although his comprehension of the law was no match to that of Ning Yixian, his comprehension of the Sword Dao and the Mastery Dao was enough to help him surpass Ning Yixian. Swoosh! The 7 Orifices' exquisite sword and the spatial storm swept out in the sky, causing the void to shake in its wake. At the same time, Duanling Tian used the restraining profundity to stop Ning Yixian's attack. It's useless, Ning Yixian said expressionlessly. The law of life is infinite. I can easily recover my energy as long as it's not completely depleted.
Although Duan Ling Tian managed to exhaust half of the force of Ning Yixian's attack, Ning Yixian's attack quickly recovered to its full force through his law of life.
At this time, Duan Ling Tian realized how formidable and powerful the law of life was. Although he possessed the divine tree of life and had a deep understanding of the vital energy, his comprehension of the law of life was significantly inferior to that of Ning Yixian.
He felt like his comprehension of the law of life was like a drop in the ocean after witnessing Ning Yixian's law of life. Not only did the law of life possess shocking recovery ability, but its offensive power was terrifying as well. Its recovery ability alone made it difficult to deal with.
Ning Yixian's recovery of his energy was so swift that it made his counterattack almost futile.
The law of life is really amazing, Duan Ling Tian exclaimed inwardly.
Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian brandished the 7 orifices exquisite sword again. The phenomenon of the law that shone for 100,000 miles appeared when he cast the law of space. Then, terrifying sword rays appeared as he cast the sword Dao.
Now that he had used both the sword Dao and the mastery Dao, his law of space was almost as strong as a law with a phenomenon that shone for 1,000,000 miles. He's very strong. Ning Yixian's expression turned grim as he braced for the impact. If he did not experience it for himself, he would not believe that a rudimentary supreme god who had yet to stabilize his cultivation base could display such terrifying combat power.
The strength Duan Ling Tian displayed so far was undoubtedly on par with his.
He's more outstanding than I am. Ning Yixian knew Duan Ling Tian was more outstanding than him since Duan Ling Tian had achieved so much at such a young age.
I, Ning Yixian, will still be the most brilliant prodigy between heaven and earth after I kill him.
There's only one room for a brilliant prodigy in this world, and it has to be me.
Die!
Despite the calm expression on Ning Yixian's face, his bloodshot eyes shone with killing intent. His energy surged as he cast his bloodline power that formed a giant beast above him.
The giant beast looked like a cross between a cat and a tiger, leaning more toward the appearance of a cat. Its eyes, which were like blue sapphires, gleamed before 2 rays of light shot out.
Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 rays of blue light shot out like waves toward Duan Ling Tian.
When the 2 rays of light swept through Duan Ling Tian's attack unharmed, he realized that his soul was slightly affected. His eyes widened imperceptibly, and his body stiffened as realization dawned on him. Divine consciousness bloodline?
There were many types of bloodline powers in the realms of gods. Among them were bloodline powers that could affect one's divine consciousness. When Ning Yixian's bloodline power landed on Duan Ling Tian froze as though time had stopped flowing. Similarly, his attacks seemed to have frozen as well. With this, he was now highly vulnerable.
Ning Yixian quickly seized the golden opportunity and attacked with all his might. The 9-foot-long spear in his hand shook violently as he cast his law of life again and dealt with the sword rays from Duan Ling Tian's 7 orifices exquisite sword. Ning Yixian's eyes seemed to shine with madness as he cried out, "Duan Ling Tian, you'll die in my hands today." Following that, a drop of terrifyingly strong energy appeared in the air before it quickly entered Ning Yixian's body. He had used the divine energy of a supreme powerhouse to boost his divine energy to another level. With this, his divine energy was that of an intermediate supreme god. Clearly, he did not hold back at all, determined to kill Duan Ling Tian.
I can't even teleport away. The divine consciousness bloodline is incredible. Faced with the seemingly critical situation, Duan Ling Tian remained calm. At the same time, a figure shot out of his body. It was his doppelganger from the law of space. With a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul in hand, the doppelganger struck back with all its might.
Ning Yixian's expression changed slightly. However, he quickly recovered and said, "Do you think I'm aware that you have doppelgangers?" As soon as Ning Yixian's voice fell, a branch from a divine tree of life that was brimming with rich vital energy appeared before his bloodline power swept toward Duan Ling Tian again. A flash of light burst forth from the branch before the silhouette of a huge tree appeared and blocked Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger. The divine tree of life. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed as soon as he saw the silhouette of a huge tree. He knew that Ning Yixian's branch from the divine tree of life had to be extraordinary for it to be able to manifest the tree and defend against his enemies. When Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger from the Law of Space attacked the silhouette of the tree with all its might, Duan Ling Tian discovered that it quickly recovered its energy. The silhouette seemed capable of endlessly recovering its energy as it prevented his doppelganger from coming close. After a while, Duan Ling Tian discovered that the speed of the Divine Tree of Life's recovery ability seemed to be slowing down. Even then, it would take his doppelganger some time to destroy the silhouette of the Divine Tree of Life. Duan Ling Tian felt that he was on the brink of death at this moment. This was the second time he felt so close to death in a long time. The other time was when he faced the clan leader of the Yun clan. Even then, the feeling was nowhere near as intense as it was this time. Duan Ling Tian, I'm familiar with all of your techniques. Is this all you got? Ning Yixuan asked with a smug smile on his face as he easily dealt with Duan Ling Tian's attack that had lost most of its power using his 9-foot-long spear. Since Ning Yixuan discovered that Duan Ling Tian became an advanced emperor of gods at a younger age than him, he had learned all he could about Duan Ling Tian, whom he thought had a higher innate talent and comprehension skills than him. As such, he knew that Duan Ling Tian was from a mundane realm and possessed the ability to form doppelgangers from the laws. From the beginning until now, each of his moves was made based on his understanding of Duan Ling Tian's abilities. This was also one of the reasons he was certain of his victory. Swoosh! When Ning Yixuan dealt with almost all of Duan Ling Tian's attacks, Duan Ling Tian finally regained mobility. Following that, his 7 orifices exquisite sword shone dazzlingly again. Although Ning Yixuan's divine consciousness bloodline was powerful, it could only restrain him briefly. Moreover, Ning Yixuan needed some time to recover before he could use his bloodline power again. Even the most powerful bloodline power had limits. Otherwise, people like Ning Yixuan would be invincible. Resistance is futile. It's too late, Ning Yixuan said with a sneer as he continued to deal with Duan Ling Tian's attack. At this time, Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger from the Law of Space was still struggling against the silhouette of the Divine Tree of Life. If the situation continued, it would undoubtedly be the end of Duan Ling Tian. Even if Duan Ling Tian's other doppelgangers appeared, it would not make a difference when the opponent was so powerful. Your strength is beyond my expectations. I didn't expect you to possess a branch from a divine tree of life, Duan Ling Tian said with a sigh. He could tell Ning Yixuan's branch came from a strong and complete divine tree of life in a supreme powerhouse's little world, which was also a realm of gods. It was obvious to him that Ning Yixuan must have a good relationship with a supreme powerhouse to be granted such a treasure. It seems like I have no choice but to use the divine tree of life as well, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he sighed inwardly. At the same time, a small opening appeared in his little world before the energy from his divine tree of life surged out toward Ning Yixuan. At this moment, Ning Yixuan could feel his energy depleting swiftly as he defended against the energy from Duan Ling Tian's divine tree of life. He only managed to defend against it easily because of the vital energy's close connection to the law of life. At the same time, Ning Yixuan's expression changed as he exclaimed in disbelief, "The divine tree of life! You have a divine tree of life in your little world." Although Duan Ling Tian was not a supreme powerhouse now, Ning Yixuan knew that Duan Ling Tian was on track to becoming one. After all supreme powerhouses had the divine tree of life in their little worlds. He knew that Duan Ling Tian must have obtained the divine tree of life through some means and made it willingly acknowledge Duan Ling Tian as its master. Swoosh! After exhausting half of the force of Ning Yixuan's attack, Duan Ling Tian struck again, turning the tables. Not only did he manage to suppress Ning Yixuan, but he was also close to ending Ning Yixuan's life. A hint of unwillingness flashed in Ning Yixuan's eyes as he thought to himself, "If only my profound divine metal didn't enter a state of deep slumber after I overexerted its strength previously. Otherwise, I might be able to kill him even if he possesses the divine tree of life. What a pity!" Ning Yixuan did not only have extraordinary innate talent and comprehension skills, but he was heaven-defyingly lucky as well. In his early years, he had obtained a profound divine metal and cultivated it to a high level. In the Ning clan, Ning Yixuan had the highest chance to become a supreme powerhouse. After all, not only did he comprehend one of the 4 daos of heaven and earth, but he also possessed a profound divine metal. Unbeknownst to him, Duan Ling Tian not only possessed the profound divine metal,
but Duan Ling Tian possessed all 5 divine elements. Duan Ling Tian's 5 divine elements, which had also been cultivated to high levels, were also in a deep slumbering state. If Duan Ling Tian's 5 divine elements were not slumbering, they could have easily devoured his profound divine metal. Ning Yixian felt his energy from the law of life depleted swiftly due to Duan Ling Tian's divine tree of life. He was also unable to block Duan Ling Tian's incoming attack. He hesitated for a fleeting moment before a jade token appeared in his hand. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian sensed the terrifying energy from the jade token in Ning Yixian's hand. It was as though the jade token contained a terrifying beast. Before he could react, he saw Ning Yixian shatter the jade token. Crack! After shattering the jade token, a loud noise rang in the air. The void shook before a huge face appeared in the air. It belonged to a middle-aged man. His eyes were as tranquil as a lake as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian felt his heart skip a beat when the middle-aged man looked at him before looking at Ning Yixian. Ning Yixian withdrew his divine energy and said dejectedly, "Old ancestor, I'm useless and have brought disgrace upon you." At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's attack and the energy from his divine tree of life were suddenly blocked by a transparent barrier. It was completely impenetrable, making Duan Ling Tian feel helpless. He could sense his divine tree of life trembling slightly in fear, as though the huge face was a monster before it hastily withdrew its energy. A supreme powerhouse? This thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind as he watched the middle-aged man blow out a breath of air and create a spatial tear in the secret realm. Following that, a powerful pulling force surged out from the spatial tear and drew Ning Yixian into it. The huge face glanced at Duan Ling Tian one more time before it vanished without leaving any traces behind. At the same time, the spatial tear from where Ning Yixian left slowly mended as well. Duan Ling Tian was shocked, still trying to figure out what happened. In the end, he quickly concluded that the huge face undoubtedly belonged to a supreme powerhouse. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Ning Yixian to leave the secret realm on the realm battlefield. After all, even an advanced supreme god would not be able to intervene and bring someone out of a secret realm. What the hell? That supreme powerhouse cheated. Duan Ling Tian frowned. He lamented the injustice of the world as he wondered inwardly, although he did not make a move against me, I failed to kill Ning Yixian. Am I still going to receive a reward from this secret realm? On the divine sanctioned battlefield, the translucent figure of a middle-aged man could be seen bringing a young man along with him. When he was about to open up another spatial tear, he was stopped by a gentle stream of energy. Following that, an old man who looked rather youthful for his age appeared. He looked at the middle-aged man and said tonelessly, "Ning Yunhang, you've crossed the line." At the same time, a tall and handsome young man dressed in a green robe appeared as well. He looked at the middle-aged man and asked coldly, "Ning Yunhang, are you trying to provoke us?" Ning Yunhang was the ancestor of the Ning clan, a prime supreme rank clan in the Sanction land. He was a strong supreme powerhouse. The divine sanctioned battlefield was the realm battlefield formed by the intersection of the divine offering land and the Sanction land. It was the work of many supreme powerhouses from the 2 realms of gods. Usually, 2 supreme powerhouses would stand guard on the divine sanctioned battlefield to prevent other supreme powerhouses from interfering in matters on the realm battlefield and destroying the fairness of the realm battlefield. The realm battlefield was created as a training ground for the younger generation, in the hopes of producing more powerhouses. The more powerhouses there were, the higher chances of giving birth to supreme powerhouses. The 2 supreme powerhouses guarding the realm battlefield appeared after Ning Yunhang, the supreme powerhouse from the Ning clan, appeared and intervened in the matters on the realm battlefield. The duo had clearly seen what Ning Yunhang had done earlier. He had intervened in a battle between 2 monstrous prodigies in a single-person secret realm. When one of the monstrous prodigies was about to die, he appeared and brought the party in question away. When Ning Yunhang, who was about to bring Ning Yixian away, saw the 2 hostile supreme powerhouses, he did not get angry. Instead, he said with a sigh, "Sirs, this is the most outstanding descendant in my Ning clan. I really don't want him to die on the realm battlefield. Sirs, you must have heard of him. If there are no accidents, it's highly likely that he'll become a supreme powerhouse in the future. The realm battlefield originally exists to cultivate prodigies.
It'll be a pity if my descendant dies here, right? Although Ning Yunhang was also a supreme powerhouse, he was very humble at this moment. First, it was because only his projection was here. Conversely, the other supreme powerhouses were here physically. Second, there was no doubt that he was at fault and violated the rules of the realm battlefield.
Seeing Ning Yunhang's humble attitude, the expressions of the old man, one of the two supreme powerhouses who showed up, eased slightly. Then he turned to look at Ning Yixian, who was standing next to Ning Yunhang, and said, Ning Yixian. I've heard of him. He's truly an extraordinary prodigy. Earlier, when he fought in the single-person secret realm, his abilities were incredible. They're even better than ordinary intermediate supreme gods.
The young man, the last one to arrive, did not agree or disagree. He only said, however, compared to his opponent, he's still lacking. Moreover, the branch of the divine tree of life and his means of escaping earlier were all given by Ning Yunhang, right? Then, he turned to look at Ning Yunhang and asked, Ning Yunhang, how do you think your descendant fared compared to his opponent? Ning Yunhang was slightly stunned by these words. He was silent for a moment before he shook his head and said, my descendant is a lot weaker compared to his opponent. The young man said expressionlessly, so you know your descendant is weaker. That person has a much higher potential of becoming a supreme powerhouse compared to your descendant. Today, you rashly intervened in their fair battle and violated the rules of the realm battlefield. What would you think if you were the other person?
As long as he's not stupid, he surely knows that you're a supreme powerhouse. Saving and bringing your descendant away is no different from bullying him. Although he'll still be rewarded in that secret realm, do you think this is fair to him?
After the young man finished speaking, the old man looked at Ning Yunhang and said, Ning Yunhang, you should compensate the other party. Both of us will also call for a meeting between supreme powerhouses to discuss your actions today. You have to bear some responsibilities no matter what. Even if we let you go, this matter will spread out eventually. Rather than being exposed and held accountable later, it's better to solve this directly and openly. What do you think?
Seeing the hesitant expression on Ning Yunhang's face, the old man continued to say, there's another alternative. Send your descendant back to the secret realm and let them resume the fight. You're not allowed to intervene this time.
This can be counted as compensation to that person, and there's also no need for us to call for a meeting.
The young man did not speak after listening to the two choices the old man gave Ning Yunhen. Clearly, he agreed with the old man's words. At this time, Ning Yuxian, who had been silent all this time, said, Ancestor, send me back. I wasn't aware that you'll be held accountable for saving me. If I knew better, I would never use the life-saving jade token you gave me.
Ning Yuxian truly regretted his action at this moment. He did not know what would happen during the meeting between the supreme powerhouses, and he did not know what kind of responsibility his ancestor would have to bear, but he knew that it would not be simple. Who knew if this would endanger the life of his ancestor?
At that time, if something happened to his ancestor, the Ning clan would be dealt a huge blow. He, Ning Yixian, would also become the biggest sinner in the Ning clan. Although there were only 2 members left in Ning Yixian's faction in the Ning clan, he was still given preferential treatment even if his faction had lost its glory from the past. If the ancestor was harmed because of him, he would not only sin against the clan but his ancestor as well.
As soon as Ning Yuxian finished speaking, Ning Yunhang knocked Ning Yixian out. Then, before he used his divine energy to open a spatial tear and leave, he left 2 metal fragments behind and said, These are 2 fragments of a prime divine artifact. This will be my compensation to him.
Please call for a meeting. I, Ning Yunhang, will bear the punishment whatever it may be.
After Ning Yunhang left, the old man sighed as he put the 2 fragments of the prime divine artifact away and said, That guy really regards his descendant as the hope of the Ning clan. A bitter expression appeared on his face as he continued to say, He was seriously injured previously,
and it seems like he's making preparations for the Ning clan. It seems that another old friend of ours will leave the world soon.
The young man said expressionlessly, I only hope his descendant doesn't let him down. The old man shook his head. I don't think he will. I've heard of Ning Yixian before. He truly has great potential. With help, if there's no accident, Ning Yixian is likely to become an advanced supreme god within 3,000 years and a supreme powerhouse within 10,000 years.
Upon hearing this, the young man smiled indifferently. Become a supreme powerhouse within 10,000 years?
It's not that easy to become a supreme powerhouse. Both of us went through many hardships to become a supreme powerhouse in the past. In any case, I'll take my leave first. You can deal with the rest of the matter. It's best if the other person doesn't harbor any resentment. He has great potential, and he might become an ally of ours in the future. 2 streaks of light suddenly shot out, and the young man said before he left, "Give him these 2 fragments of a prime divine artifact as well." After the young man left, he looked at the 2 sword-shaped fragments in his hand and inhaled sharply. Does he plan to cultivate that person?
Is it an investment?
He's so optimistic about that person just because that person comprehended the sword Tao to such a degree despite only becoming a rudimentary supreme god recently? I really don't understand swordsmen. Before the old man left, he could be heard muttering to himself, "Should I also give him 1 or 2 fragments of a prime divine artifact as an investment?"
In the single-person's secret realm,
Duanling Tian was still looking around in confusion when colorful beams of light shone down on him from the clouds like a meteor shower, bringing with them a few items. When he regained his senses, he exclaimed, "So many rewards?" In fact, Duanling Tian would have preferred it if there was only 1 reward. Multiple rewards meant that the value of the rewards was divided as well. As such, he was slightly depressed. Not only did a supreme powerhouse intervene in his fight, but he also received 7 rewards. Did that supreme powerhouse do this as well? Is it because I almost killed his descendant? By now, Duanling Tian had already guessed that some supreme powerhouse, who was either from the Ning clan or a friend of the Ning clan's supreme powerhouse, had rescued that arrogant Ning Yixian. He could not help but feel angry when he thought about how the supreme powerhouse broke the rules of the realm battlefield, rescued his opponents, and even possibly tampered with his rewards. Alas, he knew he could only endure this injustice. After all, a supreme powerhouse could easily kill him without even lifting a finger.
Needless to say, despite his anger, Duanling Tian still collected the rewards. Even if their value had been divided, the rewards would still benefit him.
However, soon after, Duanling Tian was stunned. Excluding a fist-sized turquoise bottle with a cork, which looked ordinary, he was stunned by the 6 familiar-looking rewards. These are fragments of a prime divine artifact. Not much time had passed since Duanling Tian obtained his first fragment of a prime divine artifact. So when he saw the 6 seemingly ordinary metal fragments, he recognized them immediately. Why am I given such extraordinary rewards in this single-person secret realm? This should be impossible.
For a moment, Duanling Tian thought that he was dreaming. Fragments of prime divine artifacts were supposed to be incredibly rare. How could he have been rewarded with 6 in one go?
Including the one that the 7 Orifices exquisite sword had absorbed, he had 7 fragments of prime divine artifacts. In other words, he only needed 2 more fragments of prime divine artifacts before his 7 Orifices exquisite sword would begin its transformation into a prime divine artifact.
Previously, in the rare natural secret realm, Duanling Tian only received 1 fragment of a prime divine artifact as a reward for passing the final level, which was incredibly difficult for ordinary advanced emperors of gods to pass.
However, this time, he was rewarded with 6 fragments of prime divine artifacts.
Even if the single-person secret realm took a lot of battle merits to open, Duanling Tian still found it hard to believe that the rewards were so generous. The value of the rewards he received, excluding the bottle of unknown content, was more than half of a prime divine artifact.
What happened? Duanling Tian muttered, puzzled. Did the supreme powerhouse, who took my opponent away, feel guilty because he was at fault, gave me extra rewards? As soon as this thought appeared in Duanling Tian's mind, a voice, which sounded old, rang in his ears.
These 6 fragments of prime divine artifacts are from me and another 2 people. One of them is the person who took your opponent away earlier. Your opponent is his descendant. He couldn't just watch his talented descendant, who's the hope of his clan, perish.
Since he broke the rules, he left behind 2 fragments of prime divine artifacts as compensation to you. In fact, this is advantageous to you.
As for the other 4 fragments of prime divine artifact, the 2 sword-shaped fragments are given by a swordsman like you, and the remaining 2 are from me. I won't introduce myself. In the future, after you become a supreme powerhouse, you'll naturally find out about us.
The entire place fell silent after that. With this, Duan Ling Tian finally found out why he received 6 fragments of prime divine artifacts. Under normal circumstances, the 6 fragments of prime divine artifacts were definitely not rewards from the secret realm. For me to be able to hear his voice here, that old man must be a supreme powerhouse as well. The swordsman he mentioned must be a supreme powerhouse as well.
With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath before he cupped his hands together and said sincerely, "Thank you, Senior. Please thank the swordsman on my behalf as well, Senior."
Duan Ling Tian did not thank the supreme powerhouse who took Ning Yixian away. In his opinion, the 2 fragments of prime divine artifacts he received were compensation in exchange for Ning Yixian's life. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian brought the 7 orifices exquisite sword out before he said, "Huanger, let's fuse these 6 fragments. Take your time absorbing them. I'll try to obtain another 2 fragments for you as soon as possible so that we can transform the sword into a prime divine artifact."
Duan Ling Tian did not hesitate to use the fragments of prime divine artifacts immediately. After all, their use was to improve a prominent divine artifact.
"Thank you, Master," Huanger, who was dressed in a 7-colored robe, said with a hint of excitement in her voice after she appeared. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could keenly sense the restlessness of the other artifact soul of his doppelganger's prominent divine artifact. He said tonelessly, "After obtaining another 2 fragments for the 7 orifices exquisite sword, the other fragments I obtain will be given to you."
After all, my doppelganger has to have a prime divine artifact as well.
Previously, Duan Ling Tian would not even entertain the idea of possessing a second prime divine artifact. However, now that he had obtained 6 fragments of prime divine artifacts at once, he was hopeful about obtaining more.
He was already very close to obtaining a prime divine artifact. It should not be too much of a stretch to obtain a second one. With Duan Ling Tian and Huanger's joint effort, the 6 fragments of prime divine artifacts fused with the 7 orifices exquisite sword. After the 7 orifices exquisite sword completely absorbed them, it would become even more powerful.
"Huanger, how long will it take to completely absorb the fragments?"
Duan Ling Tian asked.
"If I focus on absorbing it, which means I won't be able to help you during battles, the speed will be faster. Otherwise, the speed will be slower. It'll take at least 10 years for me to completely absorb 1 fragment," Huanger replied. Duan Ling Tian was briefly stunned by Huanger's reply. No wonder she had yet to completely absorb the first fragment of a prime divine artifact he obtained. As it turned out, it took such a long time just to completely absorb 1 fragment of a prime divine artifact. In fact, only Duan Ling Tian would think the time was too long. If it took 10 years to fully absorb a fragment of a prime divine artifact, it would take 90 years to completely absorb 9 fragments of prime divine artifacts. For cultivators, 90 years would pass in just a blink of an eye. However, for Duan Ling Tian, 90 years were about 1/10 of his life so far. After Huanger vanished and Duan Ling Tian put away the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Duan Ling Tian shifted his attention to the fist-sized round turquoise corked bottle that he had obtained along with the 6 fragments of prime divine artifacts. "This is the reward from the secret realm. Is it a divine pill?"
Duan Ling Tian speculated that the bottle contained a divine pill even though the bottle was different from the divine pill bottles that he had seen. "Let's see what's inside."
Duan Ling Tian opened the bottle curiously. He slowly and gently pulled the cork out, and when the bottle was slightly open, a faint sweet fragrance wafted out of the bottle into his nose. The next moment, Duan Ling Tian felt as though his divine energy had been refreshed. With his keen eyes, he could see through the gap that the bottle did not hold a divine pill. Instead, it was filled with some sort of liquid. Although he did not know what it was, he knew it was not the divine energy of a supreme powerhouse.
It should be safe for consumption, right?
After confirming that there should be no problem with the liquid, Duan Ling Tian took a sip of the liquid. Following that, Duan Ling Tian could feel the wonderful efficacy of the liquid. His divine energy began to surge and burn almost immediately. After he absorbed the efficacy of the liquid, he could feel the slight change in his divine energy. "So it improves my divine energy?"
It seems like supreme gods are able to improve their divine energy as well. Based on what I know, even supreme-grade divine pills, which are said to be able to improve divine energy, can only slightly improve one's divine energy. Even if they were refined into limit divine pills, their efficacy would only improve a little. Refining supreme-grade divine pills also requires many rare medicinal ingredients. Even prime supreme rank forces won't have an easy time gathering the medicinal ingredients within 10,000 years. Even if one successfully refined a supreme-grade divine pill to improve one's divine energy, the improvement would be insignificant. After entering the realm of a supreme god, one had to mostly rely on oneself to improve one's divine energy instead of relying on external help. However, Duanling Tian discovered that just a small sip of the liquid had already subtly improved his divine energy. If he drank all of it, it was likely that the improvement would be rather significant. Although it was impossible for him to completely stabilize his cultivation base in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god with it, it should be quite close to complete stabilization. Since it's useful to me, it's definitely useful to other rudimentary supreme gods as well. If those rudimentary supreme gods who are close to becoming intermediate supreme gods drink this, they'll be even closer to a breakthrough. Just as this thought appeared in Duanling Tian's mind, he saw a spatial tear near him. The spatial tear soon turned into a vortex, and a strong pulling force surged toward him. Without any hesitation, Duanling Tian quickly plugged the bottle with the cork in his hand before putting it away in his spatial ring. Then he quickly entered the vortex. Unlike the natural secret realm, Duanling Tian did not have to pass any tests when he was brought out of the single-person secret realm. After Duanling Tian was sent out, he found himself in the sky above a barren mountain. He did not waste time and quickly drank the entire bottle of liquid in one gulp. From his experience earlier, he knew the efficacy of the liquid was gentle. As such, he did not hesitate to finish it in one gulp. I gained a lot this time. Everything is useful to me. This bottle of liquid alone is a treasure to supreme gods. Divine pills can't compare to this bottle of liquid at all. A prime supreme rank force would need hundreds of thousands of years just to collect the ingredients and refine a divine pill that improves a supreme god's divine energy. However, my cultivation progress is still rather slow compared to the time when my cultivation base was in a lower realm. Perhaps, the liquid will help me stabilize my cultivation base to the halfway point. Duanling Tian had long known that cultivation would be much more difficult after becoming a supreme god. Nonetheless, he still hoped that he could completely stabilize his cultivation base in the single-person secret realm. Alas, his cultivation base was only half stabilized now. After a moment, Duanling Tian's eyes glinted as he muttered to himself, "Next, I'll wait for the chaotic region to appear. It'll stay open for 10 years. People from many realms of gods will be there, so I should be able to accumulate battle merits quickly. Moreover, there are more fortuitous encounters in that place. It's said that a supreme powerhouse will be there." Supreme powerhouse. Duanling Tian could not help but recall the supreme powerhouse, who manifested as an illusory huge face he had seen in the single-person secret realm. At that time, the other party had only looked at him, but he felt as though the other party's power could easily overwhelm him. In any case, that incident shows that supreme powerhouses have emotions and desires just like us ordinary people. Duanling Tian did not expect that a supreme powerhouse would take action for Ning Yixian's sake. Ning Yixian's branch must have come from the divine tree of life in that supreme powerhouse's little world. After confirming that it was indeed a supreme powerhouse who had rescued Ning Yixian, Duanling Tian also understood the origins of some of Ning Yixian's things. For example, Ning Yixian obviously did not obtain the branch of the divine tree of life on his own, and the life-saving jade token he had used in the end was also given to him. It seems like he wasn't bragging. The Supreme Powerhouse didn't only give so many life-saving means, but the Supreme Powerhouse even personally took action even if it meant breaking the rules of the realm battlefield. Ning Yixian is definitely not an ordinary person. At this moment, Duanling Tian finally understood why Ning Yixian was in shock and disbelief that he had never heard of Ning Yixian. Not only was Ning Yixian from the Ning clan, a prime supreme rank force in the divine offering land, but a supreme powerhouse even intervened on Ning Yixian's behalf. How could such a person be ordinary? Perhaps,
Even the clan leader of the Ning clan did not even receive such treatment from the supreme powerhouse. He's undoubtedly the strongest rudimentary supreme god I've met so far. It seems like there are monstrous prodigies in the realms of gods whom I've never heard of before. Like me, they're able to kill intermediate supreme gods despite only being rudimentary supreme gods. After fighting with Ning Yixian, Duan Ling Tian could tell that even if Ning Yixian did not use the branch from the divine tree of life given by a supreme powerhouse, Ning Yixian was still stronger than ordinary intermediate supreme gods.
Duan Ling Tian was not sure when the chaotic region would open. As such, after leaving the single-person secret realm, he went to the nearest base camp to find out about it.
There are still 2 years left before the chaotic region appears. At this time, Duan Ling Tian was in a base camp in the inner area of the realm battlefield. There were very few base camps in the inner area, and all of the base camps were protected by formations.
Some of these formations would hide the location of someone who just left the base camp to prevent others from tailing the other person. This was done by transporting the other person to a random location after leaving the base camp.
The downside to this formation was that one would be separated from one's allies when leaving the base camp. Even if 2 people left the base camp hand in hand, they would be separated by the formation. Since the formation was created by a supreme powerhouse, even advanced supreme gods were helpless against the formation.
After obtaining the information he wanted, Duan Ling Tian decided to leave and search for fortuitous encounters in the inner area. However, before he left, he heard a loud voice.
A bearded and rough-hewn man grinned and boasted loudly. The female advanced emperor of gods I met previously was really beautiful. Most importantly, her daughter is even more beautiful. It's a pity that both of them escaped from me. If I managed to capture them, I'd let them warm my bed for me. The bearded man continued to say with a hint of regret in his voice. What a pity I didn't break through during my last closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, that mother and daughter wouldn't have been able to escape from me. Qiu Lao Si, you've been talking about this for several years. An old man said mockingly after the bearded man finished speaking. Although you used your divine energy to conjure their images, no one has seen them before. Did you make up a story and simply conjure up 2 women to show off? After the old man finished speaking, many people sighed and agreed with him. Qiu Lao Si, stop bragging about how beautiful they are. I'm tired of listening to it. You should come up with a new story next.
Qiu Lao Si, why don't you show us what they look like again?
Perhaps one of us here might have seen them before? Another person said mockingly, clearly trying to expose the man whom he assumed was lying. The bearded man did not hesitate to use his divine energy to conjure up the 2 women again. Perhaps he was not lying and also thought that someone might recognize the 2 women. The images of 2 beautiful and graceful women appeared in the air. The older of the 2 had a mesmerizing and unique charm, while the younger of the 2 was unbelievably beautiful. Her beauty seemed capable of enchanting anyone with just a look.
Everyone fell silent for a moment.
After a while, someone said with a laugh, Qiu Lao Si, it seems like you really met these 2 women before. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to conjure such vivid images.
Qiu Lao Si, I believe you've met them. However, I really don't know if you met them on the realm battlefield. There's no doubt that they're really beautiful. If I'm able to capture them, it'll be worth it even if I'm killed during my next heavenly tribulation. The group of men present on the scene were all fascinated by the images of the 2 women in the air.
As for the women, quite a few of them were jealous and envious.
When Duan Ling Tian first saw one of the 2 images, he felt his heart sink. However, he quickly regained his composure. One of the images the bearded man conjured was Linghu Chuyin. Linghu Chuyin was the niece of Linghu Rinjie, the clan leader of the Linghu clan in the Profound Energy Land. She was the daughter of Linghu Rinfeng, Linghu Rinjie's younger sister. Most importantly, based on Linghu Rinjie's words, she was Kua's twin sister. The other woman must be Linghu Renfeng.
This was the first time Duan Ling Tian saw Linghu Renfeng's appearance. In the past, Linghu Renjie had never shown him Linghu Renjie's portrait. Duan Ling Tian had naturally seen Linghu Chuyin before. She looked identical to Kuer.
Apart from her appearance, her temperament was also similar to Kuer.
For this reason, when he first saw her, he mistook her for his wife, Kuer. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian moved, and in just a blink of an eye, he was standing near the bearded man. He looked at the bearded man coldly as he asked, "Where did you see them?" The bearded man instinctively frowned when he was spoken to in such a manner. However, when he sensed Duan Ling Tian's divine energy, which was simmering on the surface of his body, and confirmed that Duan Ling Tian was a supreme god, his frown vanished immediately and was replaced by an ingratiating smile. Even if Duan Ling Tian was just a rudimentary supreme god, he still could not afford to offend Duan Ling Tian. After all, he was just an advanced emperor of gods, not even an imminent supreme god. The bearded man hastily replied, "Sir, I met them 5 years ago at the periphery of the inner area south of this base camp." After that, he asked curiously, "Sir, do you know them?" The bearded man felt a little regretful at this moment. If he had known this would happen, he would not have bragged about meeting that pair of mother and daughter. Who knew if the rudimentary supreme god in front of him had close ties with the mother and daughter? However, after thinking about it for a moment, the bearded man thought that it would not be a problem even if Duan Ling Tian had close ties with the two women. After all, Duan Ling Tian would not be able to make a move against him in the base camp. Even an advanced supreme god would not be able to attack him here, let alone a rudimentary supreme god like Duan Ling Tian. If one attacked in the base camp, one would be punished by the formation left by the supreme powerhouses. If the killing formation was activated, even an advanced supreme god would die. Everyone looked at Duan Ling Tian curiously as he looked at the bearded man indifferently before leaving the base camp. When he looked at the bearded man, it seemed as though he was committing the bearded man's appearance to his memory. Upon seeing this, the bearded man flustered. It seemed like his speculation was right. A wave of relief flooded his heart when he thought about how Duan Ling Tian would not be able to track him when he left the base camp. It was unlikely for him to run into Duan Ling Tian again unless he had very rotten luck. After all, the realm battlefield was very vast. To look for another person was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The others in the surroundings also noticed Duan Ling Tian's action earlier. They began to discuss among themselves immediately. Does he know the mother and daughter whom Qiu Laosi conjured up earlier? I think so. Otherwise, why would he react in such a way? That might not be the case. Perhaps, he's also interested in the mother and daughter. Someone laughed and said, "If that's the case, Qiu Laosi should watch out. If you made up that mother and daughter, he might settle the scores with you when he fails to find the mother and daughter. Don't worry, the realm battlefield is so big. Unless Qiu Laosi is really unlucky, he won't run into him again." You're right. While the people in the base camp continued to discuss Duan Ling Tian made his way to the periphery of the inner area after leaving the base camp. Based on that bearded man's words, Linghu Renjie was still an advanced emperor of gods, which meant that she was weaker than him now. Although the bearded man said he met Linghu Renjiu and Linghu Chuyin 5 years ago, Duan Ling Tian thought that they might still be there. On the realm battlefield, although advanced emperors of gods were not considered weak, they were not strong either. If Linghu Renjie came to the inner circle, it was highly likely that she would die. She came here to search for Kuer. She can only be in the inner area or outer area. I'll travel the periphery of the inner area for a year to see if I can find them. Although Duan Ling Tian had never met Linghu Renfeng before, he could not just watch and stay idle if she was in danger. After all, in the past, she had given him a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. Most importantly, she was Kua's biological mother in Kuer's past life, and she was in danger because she was here searching for Kuer. Kuer was Duan Ling Tian's wife, and Linghu Renfeng was his mother-in-law. He felt that it was his responsibility to ensure her safety. Once he found her, he would tell her that he would stay and search for Kuer before he sent her out. It'll depend on my luck if I can find her. Duan Ling Tian naturally knew that it was difficult to find someone on the realm battlefield. It was just like searching for a needle in a haystack. It would depend entirely on his luck whether he could find her or not. There were only 2 years left before the chaotic region on the realm battlefield, formed by the intersection of multiple realms of gods, opened. As such, Duan Ling Tian did not have much time left and could only spare a year to search for Linghu Renfeng and Linghu Chuyin. After all, He still had many preparations to make before the chaotic region appeared. Moreover, if he could not find them in a year, it was likely he would not find them even if he searched for them another year. There was also a chance that Linghu Renfeng would enter the chaotic region with Linghu Chuyin. In the following year, Duanling Tian wandered the periphery of the inner area, focused on searching for Linghu Renfeng. Even when he ran into people from the Sanction Land, he did not bother to kill them. Time passed by silently, and day after day flew by, but Duanling Tian still did not find the two women. He wondered if Linghu Renfeng had already entered the inner area, or if she had returned to the outer area to wait for the chaotic region to appear. Kur entered the realm battlefield to get stronger and recover her cultivation from her past life. She'll definitely enter the chaotic region when it opens. So far, Duanling Tian had heard of Kur's whereabouts twice. Once, a member of the Xia clan mentioned that he had seen Kur in passing. As for the other time, a distant relative of the Xia clan also saw Kur, but they were not familiar with her, so they did not approach her. Both people did not know where she was headed. It seems like I can only continue my search for them in the chaotic region. At this time, Duanling Tian not only wanted to find Kur, but he also wanted to find Linghu Renfeng and Linghu Chuyin, whose safety was not guaranteed on the realm battlefield. In a base camp on the Divine Sanction battlefield, a person appeared, and many people recognized him as soon as he appeared. It's young Master Ning Yixian from the Ning clan. It's really young Master Ning Yixian. Young Master Ning, when did you leave the realm battlefield? Why did you come in again? Young Master Ning must have come in again to enter the chaotic region. After all, there's only 1 year left before the chaotic region appears. This time, he should be able to break through and become an intermediate supreme god, right? I heard that young Master Ning was already close to becoming an intermediate supreme god a long time ago. I think it's very likely that he'll be able to break through in the chaotic region and become the youngest person in our generation to become an intermediate supreme god. I heard that he has the highest chance of becoming the second supreme powerhouse in the Ning clan. As soon as Ning Yixian appeared, a group of people from the Sanction Land quickly greeted him. They naturally did not forget to flatter and praise him as well. In the past, Ning Yixian would have been happy even if he did not show it on his face. However, at this moment, he felt irritated and gloomy when he heard their words. Ning Yixian wondered if they would still sing his praises if they knew he was defeated by someone who was not even 1,000 years old. If they found out that the person who defeated him was not just younger than 1,000 years old but was also from a mundane realm, perhaps they would not only stop singing his praises but they would think he was useless as well. Duanling Tian. It had been a year since Ning Yixian left the realm battlefield. Ning Yunhang, the Ning clan's supreme powerhouse, had persuaded him to let the matter go. However, he was unable to let the matter go. After that battle, Duanling Tian was like a nightmare to him. During their battle, if he did not use the branch from the Divine Tree of Life to block the attack of Duanling Tian's doppelganger from the Law of Space, he would likely be defeated. In fact, although he managed to block Duanling Tian's attack, in the end, he was still defeated and nearly died. After all, Duanling Tian possessed a Divine Tree of Life in his little world. If it were not for the life-saving jade token his ancestor left him, he would have died. Ning Yixian also knew that even if his profound divine metal was awake, without the branch that his ancestor gave him, he still would be defeated by Duanling Tian. The most important thing was that Duanling Tian was not even 1,000 years old and came from a mundane realm, the lowest lower realm. During the thousands of years Ning Yixian was alive, his life had been exceptionally smooth. No one could compare to him and he was leagues above his peers. However, in front of Duanling Tian, he, the brilliant prodigy of the Ning clan and the Sanction Land, was just a joke. The most brilliant prodigy among the younger generation in the Sanction Land? What a joke! Up until now, Ning Yixian, who suffered a huge blow mentally, had yet to recover even after a year had passed. I have to break through and become an intermediate supreme god as soon as I can. After that, once the profound divine metal is awake, even without the branch from the ancestor, I shouldn't be weaker than Duanling Tian. Ning Yixian comforted himself inwardly. He deliberately forgot the age difference between him and Duanling Tian at this time. Alas, he could only forget it for a moment before he felt depressed again.
Duanling Tian was naturally unaware that Ning Yi Xian had returned to the realm battlefield or that Ning Yi Xian had a mental breakdown due to their last battle. After spending a year looking for Linghu Renfeng and Linghu Chuyin, Kuer's mother and sister in her past life, he decided to temporarily give up since his search bore no fruits.
Perhaps I'll find them in the chaotic region. Following that, Duanling Tian decided to return to the inner area and look for a remote place to cultivate. He planned to use this time to speed up the absorption rate of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. During his journey to find a place to enter closed-door cultivation, Duanling Tian met people from both the Divine Offering Land and the Sanction.
It was a given that he did not make a move against those from the Divine Offering Land, but he also did not make a move against those from the Sanction Land because none of them were rudimentary supreme gods. Unsurprisingly, the people from the Sanction Land who met Duanling Tian were so frightened that their faces turned pale immediately.
After traveling for a while, Duanling Tian met another person. He soon discovered that the other party was from the Divine Offering Land. Initially, he planned to ignore the other party. However, when he had a clear look at the other party, his eyes glinted. He quickly cast the double teleportation profundity and appeared in front of the other party. Swoosh! The other party stopped in his tracks immediately. His expression changed drastically, and his widened eyes were brimming with fear and panic. After a moment, he secretly sighed in relief when he discovered the light that Duanling Tian emitted indicated that he was from the Divine Offering Land as well. Since Duanling Tian was from the Divine Offering Land and a rudimentary supreme god, it was likely that Duanling Tian would not make a move against him. At this time, the person from the Divine Offering Land found Duanling Tian vaguely familiar, but he could not recall where he had seen Duanling Tian before. "Sir, how may I help you? Please feel free to ask me anything. I'll definitely tell you everything I know." This person from the Divine Offering Land was none other than the bearded rough-hewn man whom Duanling Tian met in the base camp a year ago. At that time, he had been bragging about how he had almost captured a pair of beautiful mother and daughter. Since a year had passed, the bearded man naturally could not remember Duanling Tian. Moreover, in the past, he had only taken a quick glance at Duanling Tian. As such, he only found Duanling Tian vaguely familiar. Duanling Tian looked at the bearded man and calmly said, "A year ago, we met in a base camp. At that time, you were talking about how you almost captured a pair of mother and daughter." As soon as Duanling Tian's voice fell, the bearded man froze as memories from a year ago flooded his mind. He finally realized why Duanling Tian looked familiar. A year ago, Duanling Tian had asked him where he had seen the pair of mother and daughter. Following the return of his memories, the bearded man panicked. He hastily said, "Sir, I Chiu Lao Si like to brag. My words back then were lies. I didn't have any malicious intentions at all. It's true." Although the bearded man did not know what kind of relationship Duanling Tian had with the two women, he could naturally sense Duanling Tian's hostility. As such, he quickly began to defend himself. Duanling Tian smiled faintly and did not respond to the bearded man's words. Instead, he asked, "Do you know who they are?" The bearded man shook his head and said, "I don't know, but, sir, I really didn't plan to do anything to them. I was just boasting." "I also didn't lie to you. I really saw them at the periphery of the inner area." "Sir, I really didn't lie to you." The bearded man was in a full-blown panic at this time. Duanling Tian's expression did not change as he said tonelessly, "They're my mother-in-law and sister-in-law." Duanling Tian's words were like a bolt of lightning to the bearded man. As it turned out, the pair of mother and daughter was the mother-in-law and sister-in-law of a rudimentary supreme god. The bearded man seemed to have lost his mind to fear at this moment. His expression changed as he quickly mobilized his divine energy and the law he comprehended, preparing to escape. Alas, as soon as he moved, he found that he was trapped within a barrier from the law of space. No matter how he attacked with his prominent divine artifact, only ripples appeared on the barrier. It showed no sign of breaking at all. Upon seeing this, the bearded man quickly pleaded, "Sir, forgive me." "Sir, It wasn't my intention to offend your mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Although the bearded man knew he was not lying or bragging, he decisively said he was at this moment. Duan Ling Tian had said that the two women were his mother-in-law and sister-in-law. In the bearded man's opinion, if he said he was not bragging and lying now, it was tantamount to seeking death. Alas, despite his words, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian did not intend to let him go. Sir, I was really just bragging. The bearded used his bloodline power, but he was still unable to break free of the imprisonment from the law of space. Despair surged in his heart as he continued to explain himself. In his opinion, his survival now depended on whether Duan Ling Tian believed his words or not. Duan Ling Tian looked at the bearded man and asked indifferently, "When you met them, how strong were they?" The bearded man quickly replied, "When I met them, your mother-in-law quickly sent your sister-in-law into her little world as soon as she discovered my presence. For this reason, I don't know how strong your sister-in-law was." Sir, as for your mother-in-law, she should have just stabilized her cultivation base in the realm of an advanced emperor of gods at that time. Then, as though he had just recalled something, the bearded man quickly added, "However, when she made a move, I quickly told her that I harbored no ill intentions. After that, I quickly left. After all, we were all from the divine offering land. Perhaps we would be allies in the future. There was no need for us to kill each other." The bearded man's words were naturally only half true. It was true that Linghu Renfeng sent Linghu Chuyin into her little world when she sensed his presence, but his remaining words were false. It did not matter if they were from the divine offering land. The truth was he coveted them as soon as he saw them. After all, the mother and daughter were the most outstanding women he had seen in his life in both appearance and temperament. As a man, how could he not be tempted? At that time, the bearded man intended to capture the duo. However, he did not expect Linghu Renfeng to react so quickly. She immediately sent Linghu Chuyin into her little world before she escaped. The bearded man was not an imminent supreme god at that time, so it was not surprising that he failed to capture the two women. He felt very unwilling at that time. After all, he was very close to becoming an imminent supreme god. If he had been an imminent supreme god, he would have successfully caught the two women. Currently, the bearded man was an imminent supreme god. With his current cultivation base, he thought that even if he traveled the inner area alone, he would still be relatively safe. Alas, he did not expect to run into Duan Ling Tian. "Sir, I'm telling the truth. I didn't lie to you." Despite the sincerity in his voice, the bearded man's eyes showed his nervousness. It was only natural since his life was now in Duan Ling Tian's hands. Meanwhile, after listening to the bearded man's words, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, "She's stabilized her cultivation base in the realm of an advanced emperor of gods? That's good. With this, as long as she keeps a low profile in the inner area, she should be relatively safe." Although Duan Ling Tian had yet to meet Linghu Renfeng, he had a feeling that she was definitely not a reckless person. Otherwise, she would not have been able to get to where she was today. With this thought in mind, the worries in his heart lessened. Outwardly, Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned icier and icier as he stared at the bearded man. The bearded man's expression changed when he noticed Duan Ling Tian's increasingly cold gaze. "Sir." As soon as opened his mouth, the bearded man suddenly stopped speaking. This was because a spatial storm had begun to rage in the confined space, and his attention was focused on resisting it. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand casually as he looked at the bearded man. After he pointed his finger, his divine energy imbued with a little force from his law of space, mastery Dao, and sword Dao shot out and turned into a sword ray. In just a blink of an eye, the sword ray shot into the barrier. Duan Ling Tian only used a little force from his law of space, so the phenomenon that shone for 100,000 miles did not appear. The barrier from the law of space was unbreakable to the bearded man, but conversely, it was like a piece of paper to the sword ray. "No!" the bearded man cried out. His tragic cry echoed in the surroundings. He could barely resist the spatial storm, let alone defend against the sword ray. The sword ray pierced the bearded man's body before it exploded. In just an instant, the bearded man turned into a mist of blood that quickly evaporated in the air. The only thing left was a prominent divine artifact. After putting away the prominent divine artifact, Duan Ling Tian turned slightly. At some point, an old man and a young man had appeared.
Based on the light their bodies emitted, he knew they were from the divine offering land as well. At this time, the young man frowned and asked Duanling Tian in a deep voice, "You're both from the divine offering land. Was there a need to kill him? Moreover, he was just an advanced emperor of gods and you're a rudimentary supreme god. Killing him doesn't benefit you at all." Based on the young man's surging divine energy, it was obvious that he was a rudimentary supreme god. Similar to Duanling Tian, he had yet to stabilize his cultivation base as well. As for the old man standing behind the young man, he was an intermediate supreme god who had stabilized his cultivation base. Perhaps, this was the reason the young man dared to question Duanling Tian, after he witnessed Duanling Tian killing a fellow native of the divine offering land. In his opinion, Duanling Tian had just become a rudimentary supreme god. Even if he was not as strong as Duanling Tian, the old man behind him was definitely stronger than Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian looked at the young man and said indifferently, "What do the people I kill have to do with you?" Upon hearing this, the young man said indignantly, "What's with your attitude? You're clearly at fault and yet you dare to say this has nothing to do with me. I'm also from the divine offering land. If you're so powerful, why don't you kill me as well?" The young man sneered when he finished speaking. Before Duanling Tian replied, the old man standing behind the young man said, "Lad, you've indeed gone too far. We're all from the divine offering land. Perhaps, if your cultivation bases were the same, we could consider you killing him for the rewards. However, he was just an advanced emperor of gods. His death doesn't benefit you at all. Did you perhaps kill him for his prominent divine artifact?" The old man's gaze turned slightly frosty at the end of his words. Duanling Tian stared at the old man before he asked, "What's the matter? Do you know him?" Before the old man or the young man could respond, Duanling Tian continued to say, "If you know him and want to avenge him, you can do it directly. Why bother spouting nonsense? If you don't know him, then this matter has nothing to do with you." As Duanling Tian spoke, he only looked at the duo indifferently. After he finished speaking, he did not bother to wait for the duo's reply and prepared to teleport away. However, he soon discovered that the space around him was unstable. Clearly, it had been disrupted. Duanling Tian turned to look at the young man and asked coldly, "You're really going to stop me?" The young man returned Duanling Tian's cold gaze and said, "So what if I do? When you killed the person from the divine offering land, you should have known that you might be killed by another person from the divine offering land as well. Today, I, Yin Qingpeng, will represent the Yun clan to mete out justice. I'll kill you for killing a fellow native of our divine offering land." Yun Qingpeng? The Yun clan? Duanling Tian's eyes widened imperceptibly. Then, he asked, "Are you related to Yun Qingyen?" The young man said with a sneer, "He's my cousin." "What? Are you going to tell me that you're familiar with my cousin? It's useless even if you know him. You'll still have to die today." As soon as the young man finished speaking, a 4-foot-long narrow sword that glinted coldly in the light appeared in his hand. At the same time, the sword's artifact soul loomed above it. Duanling Tian looked at the young man and asked, "If I told you I killed that person because there was enmity between that person and me, would you stop bothering me? It doesn't matter if you enmity with him or not. You have to die today," the young man said coldly. A smile suddenly appeared on Duanling Tian's face before he said, "I understand. Earlier, I was thinking people from the Yun clan were really different. Some are arrogant and cruel, but some have a strong sense of justice. However, it seems like I was wrong. Everything was just an excuse, and you're just as bad as the others." Duanling Tian had asked the earlier question to determine if the young man was compassionate and truly had a sense of justice. However, clearly, the young man was just looking for an excuse to attack. Perhaps, even if the young man did not witness him killing the bearded man, the young man still would have found an excuse to attack. It seemed to him that the people of the Yun clan were birds of a feather. When the young man, Yun Qingpeng, heard Duanling Tian's words, he sneered and said, "Oh, it seems like you're not a friend of my cousin." It was clear to Yun Qingpeng that Duanling Tian was referring to Yun Qingyen when Duanling Tian spoke about those who were arrogant and cruel in the Yun clan. It had to be said that even he was afraid of his cousin. After a moment, Yun Qingpeng scoffed and said, "You're quite lucky.
You should be honored that you're going to help me hone my skills after my breakthrough into the realm of a rudimentary supreme god.
Following that, Yin Qingpeng attacked with a sword. A spatial storm began to rage before a sword ray appeared. The sword ray grew until it seemed like it could pierce the sky before it fell toward Duanling Tian, looking as though it could cleave heaven and earth into two. The huge sword ray that emerged from the spatial storm carried amazing power as it fell.
At this time, Yun Qingpeng looked at Duanling Tian smugly, certain that Duanling Tian was about to die. The old man, an intermediate supreme god, did not make a move, but his divine energy had already been mobilized. He was clearly ready to act at a moment's notice. He was arranged by Yun Qingpeng's father, the second master of the Yun clan, to protect Yun Qingpeng.
When the old man entered the realm battlefield with Yun Qingpeng 800 years ago, he had yet to stabilize his cultivation base in the realm of an intermediate supreme god. Some time ago, he came across a fortuitous encounter and successfully stabilized his cultivation base.
Needless to say, his strength had improved significantly since then.
In the old man's opinion, Yun Qingpeng was not in any danger even if Yun Qingpeng was no match for the purple-clad Duanling Tian despite having the same cultivation base. He was confident that he would be able to easily kill Duanling Tian or suppress Duanling Tian so that Yun Qingpeng could kill Duanling Tian.
At this time, faced with Yun Qingpeng's attack, Duanling Tian smiled disdainfully and said, "Let alone someone like you, even your cousin, Yun Qingyan, cowered in front of me." As soon as Duanling Tian's voice fell, he made a move. To be precise, he stood still while his doppelganger from the law of space flew out with a sword in hand. His sword ray swept out, causing Yun Qingpeng's sword ray to dim immediately. Swoosh! The void began to shake before countless hairline cracks appeared in the wake of Duanling Tian's sword. At the same time, the phenomenon of the law that shone for 100,000 miles appeared. The sword ray was like water extinguishing fire when it swept over Yun Qingpeng's sword ray. It continued to sweep toward Yun Qingpeng, looking unstoppable. Yun Qingpeng had attacked domineeringly earlier. It was as though he could cleave the world into two with his sword. However, at this time, his attack had been completely crushed by Duanling Tian's doppelganger. His power seemed like a joke when compared to Duanling Tian. No! When Yun Qingpeng recovered his senses, his expression changed drastically. He tried to teleport away but discovered that the space around him had been disrupted, effectively preventing him from leaving.
Duanling Tian's strongest law was the law of space after all. If even Yun Qingpeng could briefly disrupt the space to prevent Duanling Tian from leaving earlier, Duanling Tian could naturally do so as well.
"Elder Yun Zhang, save me!" Yun Qingpeng cried out urgently. He felt as though death was fast approaching him at this moment. He had used his bloodline power, but he still could not defend himself against the incoming attack. At this moment, he felt like his opponent was not someone who had just become a rudimentary supreme god. His opponent felt like a very powerful rudimentary supreme god. In fact, the opponent was even stronger than his cousin. He was even more sure of this when he recalled Duanling Tian's earlier words about his cousin. "Stop!"
The old man, Yun Zhang, who was tasked with protecting Yun Qingpeng, recovered from the shock of seeing Duanling Tian's strength as well. He quickly rushed toward Yun Qingpeng to save Yun Qingpeng. However, as soon as he made a move, someone appeared and blocked his way. It was Duanling Tian's true body.
Due to the urgency of the situation, Yun Zhang did not dare to waste time at all. He attacked with all his might immediately.
Flames began to surge in the air as a supreme god phenomenon that was about 100 meters tall appeared.
The old man not only intended to deal with Duanling Tian, but he intended to save Yun Qingpeng at the same time. He used his prominent divine artifacts, a pair of hammers, to save Yun Qingpeng. The pair of hammers flew in the sky like meteors before it blocked the sword ray from Duanling Tian's doppelganger, which was about to kill Yun Qingpeng. In the end, he successfully shattered Duanling Tian's sword ray, saving Yun Qingpeng. Now that Yun Qingpeng was safe, the horrified expression on Yun Qingpeng's face disappeared, replaced with an expression of indifference. He said mockingly,
"I really didn't expect you to be so strong. Alas, no matter how strong you are, you won't be a match for Elder Yun Zhang. You Yun Qingping suddenly stopped speaking. He watched as Duan Ling Tian seemed to turn into a seven-colored sword ray in the sky and pierced the bottom of Yun Zhang's supreme god phenomenon. Then, before Yun Zhang could react, Duan Ling Tian exploded with even more terrifying power before completely destroying Yun Zhang's supreme god phenomenon.
Impossible! Yun Zhang exclaimed in shock and disbelief. A fleeting moment after his supreme god phenomenon was destroyed, Yun Zhang was reduced to ashes. Following that, a huge figure appeared in the sky and wailed loudly before it crumbled to the ground. Just like that, an intermediate supreme god died. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. Yun Zhang died as soon as he saved Yun Qingpeng. In fact, if he did not save Yun Qingpeng, he would have been able to hold on for a while even if he would eventually lose to Duan Ling Tian. However, not only did he save Yun Qingpeng, but he had also underestimated Duan Ling Tian. As such, he died a very quick death. Duan Ling Tian killed him with just a strike. And no, impossible. The mocking smile on Yun Qingpeng's face had already vanished at this time. His face was pale and his body trembled violently. He had trouble processing the absurd scene he had just seen. Yun Zhang, an intermediate supreme god who had stabilized his cultivation base, was killed with just a strike. Even if Yun Zhang was careless, this was still unbelievable. Most importantly, the other party was just a new rudimentary supreme god who had yet to stabilize his cultivation base. How could someone like that kill an intermediate supreme god who had stabilized his cultivation base? Yun Qingpeng felt his soul tremble at this moment. Someone like Duan Ling Tian was a rare existence in all of the realms of gods. To think he ran into such a person today. Not only that, but he also took the initiative to provoke Duan Ling Tian. If he could turn back time, he would not have dared to provoke Duan Ling Tian no matter what. Initially, when Yun Qingpeng saw that Duan Ling Tian had just become a rudimentary supreme god, he wanted to fight Duan Ling Tian to hone his skills. It was beyond his expectation that Duan Ling Tian was capable of killing Yun Zhang, the intermediate supreme god who was assigned to protect him. At this time, Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger had already returned to his body. He flew over to Yun Qingpeng before he said with a chuckle, "It seems you have a deep connection with your servant. Alas, if he didn't save you, he wouldn't have died so quickly." When Duan Ling Tian appeared in front of Yun Qingpeng was so frightened that he instinctively retreated a few steps. At the same time, he asked tremblingly, "Who are you?" "I'm someone who almost killed your cousin," Duan Ling Tian said with a faint smile. Then, an expression of regret appeared on his face before he continued to say, "It's a pity that the clan leader of your Yun clan gave him a life-saving means. Otherwise, he would have died before you." With these words, Duan Ling Tian sentenced Yun Qingpeng to death. Initially, Yun Qingpeng considered using his connection to the Yun clan, a prime supreme rank force in the divine offering land, to intimidate Duan Ling Tian. Perhaps Duan Ling Tian would not dare to kill him. However, after listening to Duan Ling Tian's words, he felt as though his heart was frozen. Clearly, Duan Ling Tian did not care about nor was he afraid of the Yun clan at all. Yun Qingpeng took a deep breath to calm his fear before he said, "Sir, you won't benefit from killing me. If you're willing to spare my life, I'll help you kill Yun Qingyen. Sir, since you've made an attempt on my cousin's life before, both my cousin and my uncle are definitely on high alert now. It won't be easy for you to find a chance to kill him again. I can help you kill him. They'll be wary of outsiders, but they won't be wary of me. With my help, it won't be difficult for you to kill him." Yun Qingpeng grew calmer and calmer as he spoke. At the same time, his eyes flashed with a hint of anticipation. After all, for him, there were only advantages and no disadvantages if Yun Qingyen died. Yun Qingyen was cruel and petty. In the past, when Yun Qingpeng was a child, he had offended Yun Qingyen because of a trivial matter. However, to this day, Yun Qingyen still held a grudge against him. If his father were not the second master of the Yun clan, who was also Yun Qingyen's second uncle, Yun Qingyen would have long killed him. Alas, although Yun Qingyen did not kill him, Yun Qingyen was hostile to him and would humiliate him at every turn. If Yun Qingyen died, Yun Qingpeng still would not become the future clan leader of the Yun clan. After all, Yun Qingyen's father had other sons. Nonetheless, Yun Qingpeng was still very eager for Yun Qingyan to die. At the very least, he would not be bullied again in the future. It seems like you don't have a good relationship with Yun Qingyan.
Duan Lingtian, who was about to kill Yun Qingpeng, saw the anticipation in Yun Qingpeng's eyes when he spoke. It was clear to him that Yun Qingpeng was not pretending unless Yun Qingpeng was a very good actor.
Yun Qingpeng said solemnly, "Sir, I really wish Yun Qingyan is dead. Sir, I'm more than willing to create an opportunity for you to kill Yun Qingyan. I'll be honest, I'm really afraid of death. I won't lie to you. I'll only create an opportunity for you, but I'll only do it after making sure I'll get away with it unscathed." Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed before he said with a faint smile, "Interesting. In this case, we'll exchange soul pearls to facilitate our communication in the divine offering land."
All right.
Yun Qingpeng's eyes brightened as soon as he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He knew that his life was saved. At the same time, he realized that Duan Ling Tian really wanted to kill Yun Qingyan. "Yun Qingyan, why did you offend such a person?" Yun Qingpeng could not help but wonder curiously. He was curious about the reason, but he was really not surprised that Yun Qingyan offended Duan Ling Tian. After all, it was normal for Yun Qingyan to offend people with his attitude. Although Duan Ling Tian intended to kill Yun Qingpeng earlier, seeing how desperately Yun Qingpeng tried to save his own life, he thought it was better to keep Yun Qingpeng alive. Even if Yun Qingpeng was only pretending to hate Yun Qingyan, it did not matter to him. After all, it only meant that he killed one less rudimentary supreme god. Killing a supreme god would only give a little reward, and he did not lack prominent divine artifacts. In conclusion, even if Yun Qingpeng was only 1% truthful about helping him to kill Yun Qingyan, he would still let Yun Qingpeng go. Even if Yun Qingpeng was truly willing to help him to kill Yun Qingyan but the possibility of success was low, he would still let Yun Qingpeng go. To Duan Ling Tian, Yun Qingpeng's life or death were irrelevant. The person he wanted to kill most was Yun Qingyan. He would kill Yun Qingyan sooner or later. No matter who or what force supported Yun Qingyan, his intention to kill Yun Qingyan would never change. "I'll find a base camp and leave. After I return to the divine offering land, you can contact me. By then, I should have already thought of a plan to lure Yun Qingyan out." After reaching an agreement with Duan Ling Tian, Yun Qingpeng no longer seemed afraid of Duan Ling Tian. He smiled before turning around to leave. However, the truth was that despite his carefree appearance, his back was drenched in cold sweat.
Duan Ling Tian calmly watched Yun Qingpeng leave. From the beginning to the end, he did not say a word at all. It did not matter to him even if Yun Qingpeng broke his promise and did not help him. Naturally, it would be good if Yun Qingpeng kept his word. It would be a pleasant surprise. After Yun Qingpeng disappeared from sight, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself, "Next, I'll continue searching for a place to enter closed-door cultivation. The chaotic region will appear in a year. At that time, I won't just be facing people from the divine offering land and the sanctioned land, but people from other realms of gods as well."
Duan Ling Tian naturally knew the other realms of gods did not include the profound energy land.
After a while, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, feeling bitter, "I wonder how Kua's doing now."
Duan Ling Tian could not confirm Kuer's situation now because her soul pearl had run out of energy, but he was very certain that she was still alive. He just did not know how she was doing.
Apart from that, he was also certain that as long as she was still on the divine-sanctioned battlefield, she would definitely go to the chaotic region when it opened. Her purpose in entering the realm battlefield was to become stronger, and she would not miss such a good opportunity to do so.
For that reason, Duan Ling Tian could not wait to enter the chaotic region a year later. He could not wait to find Kuer and reunite as husband and wife. Not long after Duan Ling Tian parted ways with Yun Qingpeng, he found a suitable place and entered closed-door cultivation. He was going to cultivate and improve his mastery Dao and sword Dao while he waited for the chaotic region to open a year later. He did not need to spend time comprehending the law of space due to the supreme powerhouse divinity that was constantly helping him to comprehend it. This ability was something that he had obtained after becoming a supreme god. Before entering closed-door cultivation, Duan Ling Tian reminded Huanger, "Huanger, I'll be in closed-door cultivation for a year. During this time, You should focus all your attention on absorbing the 7 fragments of prime divine artifacts and improve the strength of the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Huang replied immediately, I understand, Master. I promise to give you a surprise after a year. Master. At this time, a soft voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears. It belonged to the artifact soul of the prominent divine artifact that Duanling Tian's doppelganger from the law of space wielded. If you and Sister Huang don't have any objections, I can also help the 7 orifices exquisite sword to absorb the fragments. Before Duanling Tian could reply, Huang said, You'll consume a lot of energy if you help me to absorb them. Even if I have all my energy, there's a limit to how much I can help our master. However, Sister Huang, if the 7 orifices exquisite sword grows stronger, it'll be a big help to our master. Duanling Tian could naturally guess the artifact soul's thoughts after listening to her words. It was clear that she was trying to please him. Although Duanling Tian had amassed quite a number of prominent divine artifacts, most of them had already lost their artifact souls. As for the few that still had artifact souls, he did not bother to make them submit to him. Under these circumstances, if there were no changes, after the 7 orifices exquisite sword became a prime divine artifact, it would be this prominent divine artifact's sole turn. Since you're willing, you can help Huang and the 7 orifices exquisite sword to absorb the fragments of prime divine artifacts, Duanling Tian said calmly. Although he was aware of the artifact soul's thoughts, he did not bother to expose her. After all, her actions were beneficial to him. If the 2 artifact souls worked together to help the 7 orifices exquisite sword absorb the fragments of prime divine artifacts, the absorbing rate would definitely be faster. Yes, Master, the artifact soul replied. Her voice seemed to have become even more respectful. In the inner area of the divine sanctioned battlefield, there was an inconspicuous cave hidden by vines just a distance away from the periphery of the inner area and at the foot of a majestic and towering mountain. If someone came to this place and investigated the place with their divine consciousness, they would easily detect the layers of formation which were set up above the mouth of the cave. At this time, 2 people were in the depths of the cave shrouded by formation. A beautiful and elegant woman sitting cross-legged on what looked like a stone bed looked at a beautiful young woman and said with a sigh, Iner, you shouldn't have come with me. The divine sanctioned battlefield is really too dangerous, especially in the inner area. Previously, if I didn't react so quickly, we might have been captured by that advanced emperor of gods from the divine offering land. A hint of fear could be seen in the beautiful woman's eyes when she spoke. Previously, she and her daughter were almost captured by a bearded man from the divine offering land. It was obvious that the bearded man did not have good intentions. If they were captured, there was no doubt that they would suffer. The beautiful young woman shook her head and said, Mother, it's because I know that it's dangerous here that I have to follow you. Even if I'm not by your side, I'll definitely follow you to the netherworld if something happens to you. The beautiful woman felt distressed upon hearing these words. At the same time, she felt guilty as well. She had given all her love to this daughter who stayed by her side because her other daughter was not by her side. She had raised her daughter with so much care that her daughter rarely had contact with others. As such, her daughter became over-reliant on her. Now, she could see that the reliance was not entirely a good thing for her daughter. The beautiful woman sighed before she said, Forget it. We'll spend another 100 years here. After 100 years, even if we can't find your sister, we have to leave. I only hope that she's alive and well. The young woman said to comfort her mother, Mother, don't worry. Elder sister will definitely be fine. In the divine offering clan Xia clan, Xia Yu had just returned from the former estate of the Ling clan. Previously, he had agreed to work with the clan leader of the Yun clan and imprisoned his daughter in a spatial passage in the Ling clan's former estate. Despite the calm expression on his face, a hint of guilt could be seen in his eyes as he murmured to himself, Shuer, I'm sorry. As a father, I owe you a lot. In the future, I'll definitely make it up to you. The truth was, despite seeming like he did not love his daughter in her past life, he actually cared for her deeply. If he had shown how much he cared for his daughter, it would draw hatred from others to his daughter. His current wife was an example. It was impossible for him to protect his daughter forever, so he could only protect his daughter in this manner. Alas, he underestimated his daughter's stubbornness. He did not expect his daughter to end her life to escape from the arranged marriage, choosing the uncertain path of reincarnation. Initially, he thought that reincarnation was just a myth. Reincarnation was a secret technique that existed in the Xia clan since ancient times, but even the ancestor of the Xia clan, who was a supreme powerhouse, said that the secret technique might not work. In the history of the Xia clan, there were many members who used the secret technique before undergoing their heavenly tribulations, hoping that they would be reborn if they were to fail their tribulations. However, none of them reincarnated successfully. For this reason, when his daughter chose the path of reincarnation, he was sure that his daughter would not succeed. It was beyond his expectations when decades later he received news that his daughter had reincarnated. At that time, he had already made up his mind to free his daughter from the marriage agreement from her past life. However, at that time, the clan leader of the Yun clan threatened him with the safety of the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse. He, the clan leader of the Xia clan, was then forced to make the difficult choice of choosing his daughter or his clan. At that time, he chose to protect the clan and sacrifice his daughter for the greater good of the clan. However, a few days ago he found out that the Yun clan had sent someone to intercept his daughter near the Xia clan's estate. Perhaps due to his guilt, he no longer allowed the clan leader of the Yun clan. This time he chose his daughter. Contrary to his expectations, the clan leader of the Yun clan had taken the initiative to withdraw from the marriage agreement. Moreover, this time, the clan leader of the Yun clan only threatened him into imprisoning his daughter for 1,000 years. In his opinion, this was a rather trivial demand in exchange for her freedom later on. At the same time, he had also been shocked when he heard about his son-in-law's achievements. However, he had looked down on him from the beginning and felt like his son-in-law had deceived his daughter. Since he did not have a close relationship with his unworthy son-in-law, and due to the coercion of the clan leader of the Yun clan, he agreed to help the clan leader of the Yun clan to deal with his son-in-law. In the end, the two of them decided to imprison his daughter and lure his unworthy son-in-law out after the realm battlefield closed. There were 18 realms of gods, and there were 9 realm battlefields which were created from the intersection of 2 realms of gods. However, every 100 years, the 9 realm battlefields would intersect in 3 groups of 3s, creating 3 chaotic regions respectively that would stay open for a decade. This meant that the intersection of 6 realms of gods would create a chaotic region. It was said that the chaotic region had better fortuitous encounters left by supreme powerhouses and that they would help one soar to great heights. As such, all supreme gods and most advanced emperors of gods would take the risk and enter the chaotic region. Those who entered the chaotic region usually had very little confidence about surviving their upcoming heavenly tribulations, which occurred every 1,000 years. They hoped that entering the chaotic region and growing stronger there would increase their chances of surviving their heavenly tribulations. How could they be willing to perish under the heavenly tribulations when they had come so far? It was only natural for them to take great risks to survive. To begin with, cultivating to this level was a risk. Those with high innate talent naturally would not be willing to remain at a low cultivation level. The profound Zen battlefield, which was created by the intersection between the profound energy land and the Zen boundary land. Similar to other realm battlefields, the profound Zen battlefield would intersect with another 2 realm battlefields and create a chaotic region. At that time, people from 6 realms of gods, including the profound energy land and the Zen boundary land, would flock into the chaotic region. Due to the vastness of the realm battlefields, overcrowding was not a problem in the chaotic region. I wonder how junior brother is doing. At this time, Yang Yuchun, the Vice Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy and Duan Ling Tian's 3rd senior brother in the Academy's Inner Palace faction, had already entered the chaotic region. After he and his sworn brothers left the natural secret realm, they went their separate ways. Since all of them were powerful, there was no need for them to stay together on the realm battlefield. Moreover, staying together meant that they would have to divide their rewards or gains. Apart from that, Yang Yuchun also thought it was a good thing that he did not wander the realm battlefield with his sworn brother. If he did, he might not have stumbled upon the natural secret realm after sending Duan Ling Tian to the divine sanctioned battlefield and would have missed out on a golden opportunity. Not long after entering the chaotic region, Yang Yuchun saw a mountain range.
Soon enough, he sensed the violent fluctuations up ahead, indicating that there was a battle between powerhouses.
Their auras. It's two intermediate supreme gods. After his discovery, Yang Yuchen's surprise was soon replaced by curiosity. He moved forward and soon enough, he saw two intermediate supreme gods locked in an intense battle. As the duo fought, they cast their laws, manifesting phenomena that shone for 1,000,000 miles each. Yang Yuchen's expression changed immediately when he discovered the duo was among the top intermediate supreme gods. In terms of comprehension of the law, he knew he was no match for them. After all, his comprehension of the law had only improved recently to the point where he could manifest the phenomenon that shone for 1,000,000 miles. Perhaps, if the duo did not comprehend any of the four Taoists of heaven and earth, he would have a chance of defeating them. Boom! 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 Two supreme god phenomena clashed as the two intermediate supreme gods exchanged blows. The laws they comprehended were so terrifying that the mountains shook with every blow they exchanged. In fact, several mountains had already crumbled in the process.
Meanwhile, after confirming that the duo was extremely powerful, Yang Yuchen decided to leave. However, before he left, he suddenly discovered that one of the two intermediate supreme gods, one man and one woman, looked rather familiar. After taking a closer look, Yang Yuchen raised his eyebrows. It's her.
Yang Yuchen continued looking at the female intermediate supreme god as he thought to himself. Her law is capable of manifesting a phenomenon that shines for 1,000,000 miles, so she's unlikely to lose, right? In any case, I better leave before she discovers me.
Yang Yuchen lamented his luck for running into the woman in the chaotic region. At the same time, he also wondered why she was here. After all, she had said she would not come out of closed-door cultivation until she became an advanced supreme god.
Alas, just as Yang Yuchen was about to leave, the woman suddenly glanced in his direction and said, Yang Yuchen, I see you. Are you going to leave after seeing your woman being bullied? Are you a man? The woman's charming voice echoed loudly in the surroundings. Her opponent, a middle-aged man, was momentarily stunned by her words. She noticed me? Yang Yuchen's body froze for a moment. He sighed inwardly. He knew he would definitely get into trouble if the woman complained to his eldest senior sister in the future. As such, he could only reluctantly turn around and fly over. At the same time, he said to the woman in a low voice, Stop talking nonsense. A woman's reputation is important. Who's going to marry you if you have a bad reputation?
The woman smiled and replied, You're going to marry me, of course. Yuchen, we're a match made in heaven and destined for each other. Otherwise, how could we run into each other so soon after I entered the realm battlefield? I only entered the battlefield a few days ago. I came because I heard that you're here.
Yang Yuchen's expression darkened as he cursed under his breath. Damn it! That asshole must have betrayed me. Is that how a brother should act? I shouldn't have brought him to the natural secret realm. An expression of enlightenment appeared on the woman's face as she said, So all of you entered a natural secret realm.
Yuchen, you didn't invite me because I was in closed-door cultivation, right? Yuchen, you're the best. My father is really inconsiderate. He interrupted my closed-door cultivation and woke me up when the chaotic region was about to appear. That's the only reason I came to Realm Battlefield.
Yang Yuchen was rendered speechless by the woman. Liar.
Didn't she say she entered the Realm Battlefield because she heard I was here?
Bang. A thunderous noise rang in the air at this moment as the woman defended against her opponent's attack. Then she said, It's difficult for me to defeat you on my own. However, now that my fiancé is here, you'll definitely lose. The middle-aged man's expression was rather unsightly. In his opinion, since the woman was so strong, her fiancé naturally would not be weak. Retreat. The middle-aged man did not waste time and retreated decisively. However, he was quickly stopped by Yang Yuchen with his law. A phenomenon that shone for 1,000,000 miles shone again in the air.
Upon seeing this, the woman exclaimed in surprise and delight, Yuchen, your comprehension of the law has improved?
It'll be even easier for us to defeat him then.
So what if it shines for 1,000,000 miles?
The middle-aged man, whose comprehension of the law was on the same level as Yang Yuchen, looked at Yang Yuchen disdainfully as he continued to try and escape from Yang Yuchen. However, soon enough, the middle-aged man's expression changed dramatically. He finally discovered why the woman was so confident about the young man. Mastery Dao.
I have to leave.
The middle-aged man did not hesitate and quickly used the divine energy of a supreme powerhouse in his possession. In just a moment, his divine energy soared. Similarly, Yang Yuchun and the woman reacted quickly and brought their supreme powerhouse's divine energy out. The middle-aged man's expression changed again upon seeing this. Then, instead of fleeing, he brought out a jade token and crushed it decisively. Yang Yuchun and the woman were so shocked by the sudden development that they forgot to use their supreme powerhouse's divine energy.
After the jade token shattered, a terrifying energy surged in the surroundings. Following that, a huge face appeared in the sky. It looked at the middle-aged man indifferently before shifting its gaze to Yang Yuchun and the woman.
However, as soon as he saw the woman, a frown appeared on his face immediately.
Your old Shue's direct descendant? Junior Shuang greets Senior, the woman said with a slight bow. Then she asked, Senior, are you really going to intervene in a battle on the realm battlefield and save your direct descendant?
The woman knew that her opponent, the middle-aged man, had to be a direct descendant of the supreme powerhouse. Otherwise, how could the middle-aged man obtain such a life-saving means? Creating a jade token that could conjure up one's manifestation was difficult even for supreme powerhouses. It took a long time just to create such a jade token. As such, only those highly valued by supreme powerhouses would be given such a jade token. Naturally, Shuang also possessed such a jade token. After all, the ancestor of the Shui clan, a supreme powerhouse, not only treated her like his granddaughter, but he also looked highly upon her. She was one of the two brightest prodigies in the Shui clan, after all. She was not inferior to the successor of the Xia clan at all. Apart from that, she also belonged to the same faction in the clan which the supreme powerhouse founded.
At this time, Yang Yuchun bowed slightly at the huge face in the sky as well and said,
Yang Yuchun from the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction in the Profound Energy Land greets Senior.
Yang Yuchun felt slightly envious as he wondered when the Inner Palace faction would have a supreme powerhouse of its own.
I hope eldest senior sister doesn't overdo it in the outer boundary. If she dies before becoming a supreme powerhouse, I'll lose the chance of gaining the support of a supreme powerhouse. Once eldest senior sister becomes a supreme powerhouse and gives me a life-saving jade token, my safety will be guaranteed as I wander the world. Yang Yuchun thought to himself excitedly. However, his excitement slowly vanished as he continued thinking to himself, wait, I still have junior brother and fourth junior sister who are weaker than me. It won't be my turn to receive a life-saving jade token from eldest senior sister.
The supreme powerhouse in the sky looked at Yang Yuchun and nodded. The Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction?
Yang Yuchun failed to detect the slight hint of fear that flashed in the depth of the supreme powerhouse's eyes.
I've heard that the Inner Palace faction has many talents from the lower realms. It's remarkable that you achieved so much at such a young age, the supreme powerhouse said, sounding much friendlier than before.
Yang Yuchun noticed the supreme powerhouse's change in attitude and attributed it to Shui Ying's presence.
The supreme powerhouse shifted his gaze to Shui Ying and continued to say, Little girl, I'm Shangguan Mingdao. He's a direct descendant of my Shangguan clan. I hope you'll let him go for my sake. Shui Ying's eyes flashed briefly before she said, as it turns out, Senior is from the Red Maple Land's Shangguan land. Since you've spoken, I'll definitely agree to your request as a show of respect. She paused for a moment to look at Yang Yuchun before she continued to say, however, I'm not the only one involved in this matter. I'm afraid Senior will have to compensate my fiancé.
Shui Ying knew that Shangguan Mingdao was weaker than her Shui clan's supreme powerhouse. Hence, she was not particularly afraid of him and dared to ask for compensation. Moreover, supreme powerhouses were not supposed to intervene in matters on the realm battlefield anyway. Doing so would only incur displeasure from the other supreme powerhouses and result in being punished. Although supreme powerhouses were apex existence between heaven and earth, they still had to abide by the rules. They kept each other in check. After all, a supreme powerhouse, no matter how strong, was no match for a group of supreme powerhouses.
Currently, Shangguan Mingdao did not break the rules of the realm battlefield. He did not make a move, after all, and only requested Shui Ying and Yang Yuchun to let his direct descendant go. Although the request could be considered a form of intervention, he would not be punished for it.
Xue Ying, who was also a direct descendant of a supreme powerhouse, naturally would not let the matter go without compensation. Fiancé.
Shangguan Mingdao's expression changed slightly before he said with a smile, "Of course. It's only natural for me to compensate you."
Following that, Shangguan Mingdao's manifestation, which was in the form of a huge face, suddenly flickered before turning into the incorporeal figure of a dignified middle-aged man. Shangguan Mingdao looked at Yang Yuchun as he raised his hand and said, "Here are 2 fragments of prime divine artifacts. This is my compensation to you." Then, Shangguan Mingdao tossed 2 fragments of prime divine artifacts to Yang Yuchun. Yang Yuchun's eyes lit up upon seeing this. Then, he bowed slightly and thanked Shangguan Mingdao. "Thank you, senior."
In fact, it was not necessary for Yang Yuchun to thank Shangguan Mingdao. After all, he did not owe Shangguan Mingdao. Moreover, Shangguan Mingdao would not dare to act rashly on the realm battlefield. Shuang smiled. She was genuinely happy that Yang Yuchun was given 2 fragments of prime divine artifacts. She said, "Thank you, senior."
Shangguan Mingdao only nodded before he looked at his direct descendant and said, "Let's go. You must be cautious on the realm battlefield. Do you think you're invincible just because you're a powerful intermediate supreme god and stronger than ordinary advanced supreme gods? This will teach you a lesson." The middle-aged man felt guilty after listening to Shangguan Mingdao's words. After all, he had caused his ancestor to lose 2 fragments of prime divine artifacts. Even for a supreme powerhouse, it was not easy to cultivate a fragment of a prime divine artifact.
The middle-aged man took a deep breath before bowing at Shangguan Mingdao's manifestation. Before leaving, his gaze was cold as it swept past Yang Yuchun and Shuang. They were the reason he was forced to use the jade token given by his ancestor, and they were also the reason his ancestor had to give up 2 fragments of prime divine artifacts.
"I'm not afraid of them individually. I, Shangguan Fusu, will get my revenge in the future." The middle-aged man was Shangguan Fusu. He was the most outstanding prodigy in the Red Maple Lands Shangguan clan. In the beginning, Shangguan Fusu assumed that he would be invincible in the chaotic region with his current strength. He did not expect to run into Xue Ying soon after he entered the chaotic region. Most importantly, Xue Ying's strength was on par with his. When he heard her name, he finally realized why she was strong. How could she not be strong when she was the precious descendant of the Xue clan, a prime supreme rank force in the profound energy land? She was one of the 2 most outstanding prodigies in the Xue clan, after all. Conversely, Shangguan Fusu had never heard of Yang Yuchun before. He had only heard of the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction because of its eldest disciple. The eldest disciple of the Inner Palace faction was so strong that all the advanced supreme gods in the Shangguan clan admired her. Moreover, his father, an advanced supreme god who was second only to the clan leader of the Shangguan clan, was no match for her. So he's her junior brother.
"I'll definitely challenge both of them to a duel in the future," Shangguan Fusu thought to himself as he scoffed inwardly. He felt really unwilling. After all, individually he was on par with Shuang and Yang Yuchun. He was only forced to retreat because the 2 of them joined forces. When Shangguan Fusu moved until it was impossible for Xue Ying and Yang Yuchun to chase after him, Shangguan Mingdao's manifestation finally disappeared. Before leaving, he looked at Yang Yuchun again. It was as though Yang Yuchun, who was not a direct descendant of a supreme powerhouse, was more deserving of his attention compared to Xue Ying, who was a direct descendant of a supreme powerhouse. After Shangguan Mingdao's manifestation disappeared, Xue Ying heaved a huge sigh of relief and said, "A supreme powerhouse is truly powerful. Even a manifestation is so domineering." Yang Yuchun nodded slightly in agreement. Then, he sent the 2 fragments of prime divine artifacts over to Xue Ying with a wave of his energy. He said, "Take them." Xue Ying waved her hand and said, "No, they're useless to me." "Useless? Do you own a prime divine artifact?" Yang Yuchun felt as though his heart had been stabbed by a knife when he heard Xue Ying's words. At the same time, Yang Yuchun could not help but wonder why Xue Ying did not use her prime divine artifact when fighting Shangguan Fusu. With a prime divine artifact, she could have easily defeated him. Yang Yuchun had figured out earlier that the middle-aged man was Shangguan Fusu, the Shangguan clan's most outstanding prodigy.
when he discovered the supreme powerhouse was Shangguan Mingdao. Only Shangguan Fusu would be given a life-saving jade token.
Similarly, Shuang also knew who Shangguan Fusu was.
As the most outstanding prodigy in the prime supreme rank Shangguan clan, Shangguan Fusu was well known among the elites in the various realms of gods.
Shuang shook her head and said no.
If I owned one, I would have cut that Shangguan Fusu down. Yang Yuchen frowned. Then why did you?
Shuang interjected. I already possessed 3 fragments of prime divine artifacts.
It'll be impossible to collect all 9 before becoming an advanced supreme god. After a beat, she continued to say, my ancestor promised to give me a prime divine artifact after becoming an advanced supreme god, so I have no use for the fragments. Speaking of which, in addition to the 2 fragments, you can have my fragments as well. As Shuang spoke, she brought out 3 fragments of prime divine artifacts and sent them over to Yang Yuchun. Yang Yuchun stared at the 3 fragments of prime divine artifacts in a daze. The corners of his lips twitched as he lamented why his luck was so different from Shuang even though both of them were intermediate supreme gods. After entering the chaotic region located in the inner area of the realm battlefield.
The chaotic region, Duanling Tian thought to himself calmly.
The chaotic region was even more perilous than the realm battlefield. It was known as the slaughter ground of supreme gods and advanced emperors of gods. Among rudimentary supreme gods, Duanling Tian could be considered invincible. However, there were intermediate and advanced supreme gods roaming the chaotic region as well.
My law of space has gained the most progress over the last year.
Duanling Tian wanted to raise his cultivation during the 1 year he was in closed-door cultivation. However, the time was too short, so despite using the rewards he obtained previously, his progress was not significant. This was not surprising since one's cultivation would progress at a much slower rate after becoming a supreme god. On the contrary, his law of space had improved so much that it could now manifest a phenomenon that shone for 1,000,000 miles. My comprehension of the law of space has surpassed that of Third Senior Brother in the past. I wonder if Third Senior Brother's law can manifest the phenomenon that shines for 1,000,000 miles now. Needless to say, Duanling Tian had risen to another level now that his law of space had improved. Although it would still take a while for him to break through, most of the intermediate supreme gods were now no match for him. He was still no match for top intermediate supreme gods like his third senior brother, Yang Yuchun.
Suddenly, a cry brimming with unwillingness rang in Duanling Tian's ears. Following that, a huge figure rose into the sky in the distance before crumbling to the ground. At the same time, the phenomenon of the law that shone for 100,000 miles flashed in the sky. This indicated that a rudimentary supreme god had died.
Duanling Tian had witnessed many deaths in his life, so he had become numb to it.
This place is really chaotic. I killed often on the realm battlefield, but I rarely saw others killing. It's only my first day here, but I already encountered such a thing, Duanling Tian thought to himself with a sigh.
Naturally, Duanling Tian knew that the probability of him witnessing such a thing was higher in the chaotic region because instead of 2, there were people from 6 realms of gods in the chaotic region. Everyone, including him, had a high chance of running into enemies in the chaotic region. Kur should have entered the chaotic region by now if she's still on the realm battlefield. My mother-in-law and sister-in-law should be here as well.
Duanling Tian felt his head ache when he thought about Linghu Renfeng and Linghu Chuyin. Initially, he entered the realm battlefield to search for his wife, but now he had to search for his mother-in-law and sister-in-law as well. Naturally, he did not blame Linghu Renfeng. After all, Linghu Renfeng was Kua's biological mother in her past life. Linghu Renfeng risked her life and entered the chaotic region just to search for Kur, not knowing that his cultivation base had improved rapidly and that he had come to search for Kur as well.
Before coming to the divine sanctioned battlefield, Linghu Renfeng had looked for Duanling Tian in the profound energy land and left some things for him. Although he had never met her, he understood her good intentions.
Before the chaotic region appeared here, Duanling Tian had been to this place before.
However, with the appearance of the chaotic region, the place had been completely transformed. Not only did the environment and landscape change, but killing intent permeated the air here as well. Duanling Tian traveled the land and the mountains in the chaotic region by foot. At the same time, he did not let his guard down. Although he was quite strong now, there were still many people who could defeat and kill him. In addition to the top intermediate supreme gods, there were also the advanced supreme gods who could kill him. The number of intermediate and advanced supreme gods in the chaotic region is tripled that of the divine sanctioned battlefield. In fact, the number might have even increased by 5 or 10 folds. Many intermediate and advanced supreme gods entered the realm battlefield solely because of the chaotic region to search for fortuitous encounters.
The chaotic region was formed by the intersection of 3 realm battlefields. It was only natural that there were 3 times more fortuitous encounters and secret realms.
Duanling Tian continued to move forward, climbing mountains and passing through jungles. Although he was very cautious, he was unaware that he was currently being followed by 2 middle-aged men. It was clear that he was being targeted.
One of the middle-aged men was tall and thin while the other one was short and stout.
The short and stout man licked his chapped lips as he asked with bright eyes, "It should be easy for us to take him down, right?" The tall and skinny middle-aged man said calmly, "Be patient. Until we figure out his strength, we can't act rashly. The chaotic region has many fortuitous encounters, but it's also incredibly perilous. Although he's also a rudimentary supreme god like us, don't forget that we're not among the top rudimentary supreme gods." The short and stout middle-aged man did not take his companion's words seriously. He said dismissively, "You're being too cautious. It's obvious that the young man has just become a rudimentary supreme god not long ago. His cultivation base is still unstable. How strong can he be?"
"In my opinion, the longer you live, the more cowardly you."
Before the short and stout middle-aged man finished speaking, 3 rudimentary supreme gods joined forces and attacked Duanling Tian at this time. It was clear that the 3 rudimentary supreme gods had already stabilized their cultivation bases and were on par with the 2 middle-aged men.
"Damn it! We're too late," the short and stout middle-aged man muttered. Then an expression that was a mixture of fear and relief appeared on his face as he continued to say, "However, it's fortunate that we didn't make a move.
Otherwise, even if we can take him down, we definitely won't be able to deal with those 3 people." The tall and thin middle-aged man did not reply. Instead, he continued to stare at Duanling Tian. As a rudimentary supreme god, his eyesight was naturally exceptional. He noticed Duanling Tian's calm expression as the 3 rudimentary supreme gods attacked.
"The phenomenon of the law that shines for 100,000 miles, the short and stout man suddenly exclaimed.
The phenomenon appeared above one of the 3 men, who was clearly the leader of the trio.
"We wouldn't have been able to escape from them if we had to face them," the short and stout middle-aged man said fearfully.
The 2 middle-aged men's comprehension of the law had yet to reach the level where they could manifest a phenomenon of the law. At this time, the tall and thin middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed. He noticed that Duanling Tian did not react at all even when the phenomenon that shone for 100,000 miles appeared. He wondered inwardly, something isn't right. Is he so shocked that he can't even react? In the distance, Duanling Tian was slightly taken aback by the 3 rudimentary supreme gods. His divine energy did not sense them at all before they appeared. He speculated that the trio must have used a formation to prevent their auras from being detected by those with the same cultivation base. The phenomenon of the law that shines for 100,000 miles? At his level, his comprehension of the law is not bad. However, it seems like he only improved his law of water recently. Clearly, the leader of the trio's strongest law was the law of water. At this moment, a huge wave rolled toward Duanling Tian like a terrifying beast intent on devouring him. At the same time, the other 2 rudimentary supreme gods followed closely behind, filled with killing intent.
"Teleport!"
Duanling Tian teleported and reappeared behind his opponents. Since none of the trio comprehended the law of space, it would be difficult for them to restrain him or stop him from using the teleportation profundity. Nonetheless, they spun around, reacting very quickly.
"You're seeking death," Duanling Tian said with a faint smile. Following that, Duanling Tian's divine energy surged out as he cast his law of space.
In just a moment, a phenomenon that shone for 1,000,000 miles appeared.
Then a slender figure dressed in a colorful robe appeared in front of Duanling Tian before transforming into a 7-colored sword that fell into his hand.
When the leader of the trio who comprehended the law of water a young man, saw the phenomenon that shone for 1,000,000 miles, his expression changed drastically. He cried out, rallying the other two. "We have to join forces and attack with all our might to kill him. He has yet to stabilize his cultivation base, so we should be able to kill him as long as we join forces." The young man's divine energy burst forth as soon as he finished speaking. The other two quickly recovered from their shock and attacked. Similarly, the two middle-aged men in the distance were shocked. The phenomenon that shines for 1,000,000 miles? How did a rudimentary supreme god comprehend the law to this point? Beads of cold sweat rolled down the forehead of the short and stout middle-aged man as he watched the scene unfolding in front of him. If he and his companion had made a move earlier, they would have died. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was naturally unaware of the two men who were observing from a distance. He was busy dealing with the three rudimentary supreme gods who surprisingly continued to attack him even after seeing his phenomenon of the law that shone for 1,000,000 miles. I wonder how strong the Seven Orifices exquisite sword is now after absorbing 2 fragments of prime divine artifacts. Duanling Tian wondered inwardly. Then, he waved his hand that was holding the Seven Orifices exquisite sword and used his sword Dao. Swoosh! A dazzling 7-colored sword ray which carried the law of space shot toward the leader of the trio. No! A harrowing cry rang in the air, accompanied by a flash of light. Following that, a huge figure appeared briefly before crumbling to the ground. Impossible! How's this possible? The other two rudimentary supreme gods were in shock and disbelief when they saw their leader being killed by the 7-colored sword ray. Before the duo had time to react, the sword ray suddenly swerved and shot toward them. No, one of them cried out in fear. Before the other one could react. Boom! Boom! Following that, 2 miserable cries rang out as 2 huge figures appeared in the air before crumbling to the ground. The commotion was so big that the ground shook as though there was an earthquake. With just a strike from his sword, Duanling Tian killed the remaining 2 rudimentary supreme gods. All in all, it only took 2 moves for him to kill all 3 rudimentary supreme gods. In fact, they're quite strong. It's unfortunate that they encountered me. Duanling Tian thought to himself with a faint smile as he glanced at the corpse of the leader, who could manifest the phenomenon of the law that shone for 100,000 miles. If he were an ordinary rudimentary supreme god who had yet to stabilize his cultivation, he would have been killed by them. Compared to intermediate and advanced supreme gods, my cultivation base is really low. Moreover, I've been keeping a low profile. They shouldn't target me, right? In fact, advanced supreme gods won't even spare a glance for me, right? Duanling Tian thought to himself as he put away 2 prominent divine artifacts and continued on his journey. The leader of the trio's prominent divine artifact was destroyed when he was killed, so there were only 2 prominent divine artifacts left from the other 2 rudimentary supreme gods. Unbeknownst to Duanling Tian, the 2 middle-aged men were still watching him from behind a cliff in the distance. The short and stout middle-aged man continued to sweat and tremble in fear. He said to the tall and thin middle-aged man, "Heavens! He's too terrifying." He also comprehended the sword Dao to such a high level. This is my first time encountering such a rudimentary supreme god. If I didn't see it for myself, I wouldn't believe that such a formidable rudimentary supreme god exists. Have you ever seen such a formidable rudimentary supreme god? He's so strong that I don't think other rudimentary supreme gods are a match for him at all. The tall and thin middle-aged man took a deep breath. He could feel the cold sweat on his back as he said, "Based on his strength, I think he can even kill intermediate supreme gods who have yet to stabilize their cultivation bases. He's really strong. Fortunately, those 3 attacked him first. Otherwise, we would have died." Fear still lingered in the tall and thin middle-aged man's heart when he recalled how the trio was killed. "You're right. Fortunately, we didn't make a move first," the short and stout middle-aged man said as he nodded in agreement. In this heaven and earth, only the apex powerhouses were aware that the heaven and earth where all beings existed were called the God-defying land. The God-defying land was made out of 18 realms of gods, 81 Devata realms, and countless mundane realms. The 18 realms of gods were the little worlds of supreme powerhouses who were guardians of the God-defying land.
Along with their glorious and lofty status, the guardians of the 18 realms of gods bore heavy responsibilities. After all, if the realms of gods were destroyed, the god-defying land would soon face extinction. The 18 realms of gods were connected and formed a circle in the god-defying land, and in the middle of the circle was an independent realm known as the Convention Realm. The Convention Realm was where supreme powerhouses gathered when a meeting was called. Today, there would be a meeting in the Convention Realm. In fact, the meeting was called 2 years ago. It was not easy for all the supreme powerhouses to gather. As such, it took 2 years before everyone, except for a few who were dealing with urgent matters, finally showed up. Apart from that, the supreme powerhouses attending the meeting were not present physically. It was easy for them to manifest their projections in the Convention Realm due to the thin and weak spatial barrier there. Spatial tears, which affected one's vision, commonly appeared in this place as well. At this moment, a huge face appeared and said indifferently, "Let the meeting begin." Following that, figure after figure appeared. Their auras were so terrifying that they caused the space to tear when they appeared. An ordinary independent realm would not have been able to withstand the auras of so many supreme powerhouses. Then, the huge face that had spoken earlier flickered before transforming into a human figure. It belonged to a handsome young man dressed in a white long robe. He had an elegant air about him and looked like a scholar. His eyebrows gave him a dignified air as well. The young man, who seemed to be presiding over the meeting, said, "Today, we'll be discussing 3 matters." After a brief pause, he continued to say, "Someone intervened on the divine-sanctioned battlefield by rescuing his direct descendant from a battle in a secret realm." The young man's voice turned frosty near the end of his words. As soon as his voice fell, almost everyone shifted their eyes to a middle-aged man in unison. The young man said expressionlessly, "Ning Yunheng, explain yourself." The middle-aged man, Ning Yunheng, sighed and said, "I was in the wrong. I shouldn't have intervened in the matters on the realm battlefield. I'm willing to be punished." Ning Yunheng was the ancestor of the Ning clan in the Divine Offering Land. He was also the only supreme powerhouse in the Ning clan. Previously, his clan's most outstanding prodigy, Ning Yixian, nearly died. At that time, Ning Yixian promptly shattered the life-saving jade token which alerted him to the danger. Subsequently, he manifested his projection in the secret realm and rescued Ning Yixian. "You'll be stationed at Mill Fairy Town for 3,000 years. Do you have any objections?" The young man said emotionlessly. Then, he turned to the others and asked again, "Does anyone have any objections?" Ning Yunheng quickly shook his head and said, "I have no objections. I'll leave for Mill Fairy Town at once. I won't leave until 3,000 years have passed." Meanwhile, the other supreme powerhouses remained silent. In fact, all of them could empathize with Ning Yunheng. They would not be able to sit still as well if they were in Ning Yunheng's shoes. Similar to Ning Yunheng, they had also given their most outstanding direct descendants life-saving jade tokens as well. "All right, this matter has been resolved then," the young man said before he quickly moved on to the next topic. After a beat, the young man's eyes flashed as he continued to say, "The second matter concerns the realm battlefield. There are only 100 years left before the realm battlefield closes. According to past traditions, the chaotic region will only stay open for 10 years. However, this time I plan to let it stay open for 7 decades. Not only that, but during the last 3 decades, all 3 chaotic regions will merge. This means that people from all 18 realms of gods will be in one place." Although this was not unprecedented, the supreme powerhouse's eyes still widened when they heard these words. Usually, this would happen when a supreme powerhouse obtained something incredibly rare that was incredibly useful to supreme gods but was useless to a supreme powerhouse. This thing was much more precious and useful to supreme gods than most of the things that supreme powerhouses gave their descendants could not compare to it at all. "I heard that the Peace Element world and the Blazing Wing world unearthed a divine fountain in the outer boundaries heaven interrogation path. However, while they fought over it, they lost it to a third party." At this time, an old man suddenly turned to look at the young man with a shocked expression on his face and said, "Could it be that you?" The other supreme powerhouses turned to look at the young man in unison as well. It was said that a drop from the divine fountain was equivalent to 1,000 years of closed-door cultivation for an ordinary rudimentary supreme god.
Duanling Tian had been keeping a low profile since he entered the chaotic region in the inner area of the divine-sanctioned battlefield. It was a slaughter ground created from the intersection of 3 realm battlefields.
However, despite keeping a low profile, he ran into many rudimentary supreme gods who provoked him. Needless to say, he killed all of them. At this time, a person stood at the corner of a mountain peak watching Duanling Tian. He could not help but inhale sharply when he saw Duanling Tian easily killing a rudimentary supreme god.
This person seems to have only become a rudimentary supreme god recently. But he's extremely strong. At the very least, he's as strong as I am, an intermediate supreme god.
I don't have the confidence to fight him. In fact, I feel threatened by him. If I didn't experience it for myself, I wouldn't have believed that an intermediate supreme god would feel threatened by a rudimentary supreme god. Whether my intuition is correct or not, there's no need for me to provoke him. It's not like I'll gain anything from killing him. His spatial ring will likely self-destruct as well. At most, I'll gain his prominent divine artifact. It's not worth it at all, the intermediate supreme god thought to himself, shaking his head before he left.
The intermediate supreme god's instinct told him that Duanling Tian was not easy to deal with, so he left decisively. Unbeknownst to him, his instinct had just saved his life. Meanwhile, after killing a rather strong rudimentary supreme god, Duanling Tian frowned slightly and looked at the sky, feeling like something was amiss.
At the same time, the other supreme gods, followed by the emperors of gods who were a beat slower on all the other realm battlefields, including the divine-sanctioned battlefield, looked at the sky as well.
Soon enough, the sky began to shake. The emperors of gods were puzzled as they looked at the wind raging violently in the sky, dispersing the clouds.
What's going on?
What kind of phenomenon is this? I've never seen anything like this before. I've been on the battlefield for 900 years. And this is the first time I've encountered something like this. What is it?
On the other hand, a few older and knowledgeable supreme gods frowned slightly. Are the supreme powerhouses overseeing the realm battlefield going to make an announcement? Is there going to be a change to the rules?
Unlike the few supreme gods who had experienced this or heard of this before, Duanling Tian, like many others, was clueless. What's going on? I've heard of anything like this before. Why is the sky like this?
Duanling Tian stared at the sky with his mouth agape. It was his first time seeing such a phenomenon after spending decades on the realm battlefield, so he was understandably baffled. Moreover, he had never heard of such a thing before.
When those below the realm of an emperor of gods finally discovered the anomaly in the sky was already returning to its original state.
Not long after that, an indifferent voice rang in all the realm battlefields.
Instead of a decade, all 3 chaotic regions of the realm battlefields will stay open for 7 decades. During the final 3 decades, the 3 chaotic regions will merge into one, becoming even more dangerous than before. After a brief pause, the voice continued to say, "We don't simply change the rules on the realm battlefield, especially when there are only 100 years left before it closes. However, when we do, it means that there are greater opportunities. After the merge of the 3 chaotic regions, you'll all be given a new token that's similar to your battle merit token. The new token will record your chaotic points. There'll be a separate ranking system for all cultivation bases. For example, there'll be a different ranking for rudimentary, intermediate, and advanced lords of gods. This applies to emperors of gods and supreme gods as well. The points you accumulate will determine your ranking.
If you kill someone with the same cultivation base, you'll be rewarded with a number of chaotic points. If you kill someone whose cultivation base is a level higher, the chaotic points will triple. If you kill someone whose cultivation base is 2 levels higher, you'll receive 10 times the number of chaotic points. Just like before, the higher the cultivation base of the person you kill, the more chaotic points you'll receive. However, killing someone weaker than you will cost you chaotic points.
If you kill someone whose cultivation base is 2 levels lower than yours will cost you 3 chaotic points. Killing someone whose cultivation base is 3 levels lower will cost you 10 chaotic points. Killing someone whose cultivation base is 4 levels lower will cost you 30 chaotic points. The weaker the opponent you kill, the more chaotic points it'll cost you. The final rankings will be decided a month before the realm battlefield closes. You'll also be able to obtain points through fortuitous encounters and clearing secret realms. Those ranked in the top 10 will be rewarded. Even those who rank 10th will be rewarded with a drop from the Divine Fountain. At this time, Duan Ling Tian had already figured out that the voice belonged to a supreme powerhouse. According to the supreme powerhouse, the chaotic region would stay open for 7 decades instead of 1 decade. During the final 3 decades, all 3 chaotic regions would merge into one, creating an advanced version of the chaotic region. One's rank would be determined by the number of chaotic points one accumulated, and those ranked in the top 10 would be rewarded accordingly. Duan Ling Tian searched his memories and discovered that he had never heard of the Divine Fountain before.
The Divine Fountain?
What is that? Even those who are ranked 10th will be rewarded with a drop from the Divine Fountain. How precious is that? Is it more powerful than a drop of the Supreme Powerhouse's divine energy? Why are the Supreme Powerhouses so stingy? They should reward those ranked 10th with a drop of Supreme Powerhouse's divine energy at the very least. Duan Ling Tian complained inwardly. That Supreme Powerhouse from that Ning clan was much more generous in comparison. Based on the rewards for those who ranked 10th, it's likely that the rewards for those who ranked first won't be worth more than 2 fragments of prime divine artifacts. After encountering the Supreme Powerhouse from the Sanction Land's Ning clan, Duan Ling Tian no longer found the Supreme Powerhouses mysterious. Nonetheless, he still thought they were rather lofty and magnanimous.
After all, in exchange for rescuing his direct descendant, the Supreme Powerhouse from the Ning clan compensated him with 2 fragments of prime divine artifacts.
If those in the know could hear Duan Ling Tian's thoughts, they would have rebuked him for his ignorance. In the God-defying land, just a drop from the Divine Fountain was worth more than 10 drops of Supreme Powerhouse's divine energy. After complaining about the Supreme Powerhouse's lack of generosity, Duan Ling Tian continued to wonder inwardly, I wonder how many Supreme Powerhouses are there?
Since time immemorial, there were only 18 realms of gods. This meant that there were at least 18 supreme powerhouses. I heard that in order to become the master of a realm of gods, another master has to die. After all, there can only be 18 realms of gods at a time. However, I'm sure there are more than 18 supreme powerhouses.
Let's just say there are a few supreme powerhouses overseeing one realm battlefield. Considering that there are 9 realm battlefields, there should be a few dozen supreme powerhouses at least. Duan Ling Tian had learned about this when he was in the profound energy land. I wonder if there are more supreme powerhouses than what I guessed. Are there 100 supreme powerhouses? Their number is quite large. It seems like becoming a supreme powerhouse is not that big of a deal. Well, that's unless one becomes the strongest supreme powerhouse. Soon enough, Duan Ling Tian realized that he had gotten carried away with his thoughts. If he continued his train of thought, he might even end up thinking that supreme powerhouses were not as powerful as he had thought. His fanciful thinking might even lead him to believe that he could become a supreme powerhouse before the realm battlefield closed.
The sky had already returned to its originally peaceful state, but many people were still in shock after listening to the sudden announcement by the supreme powerhouse regarding the change on the realm battlefield. I just heard the voice of a supreme powerhouse.
I didn't expect to hear the voice of a supreme powerhouse.
My eldest brother decided against entering the realm battlefield with me. He'll be so envious when he finds out about this.
It's a supreme powerhouse. I didn't expect to hear the voice of a supreme powerhouse in my lifetime.
The voice is really melodious even though it belongs to a man. Many people were excited and many people gloated over this matter.
This was not surprising. After all, most people and their elders had never met a supreme powerhouse before. Supreme powerhouses were legends to them even if they knew about the existence of supreme powerhouses. After all, in their minds, supreme powerhouses were beyond their reach.
As such, it was only natural that they were excited about hearing the voice of a supreme powerhouse after they recovered from their shock and disbelief.
On the contrary, there was a small group of people who were very calm. These people had either experienced this before or were from Prime Supreme Rank forces. Prime Supreme Rank forces had the protection of supreme powerhouses, after all.
Even if the supreme powerhouses were mysterious, they would sometimes appear in their respective Prime Supreme Rank forces. However, in Prime Supreme Rank forces, only a few outstanding ones had met with supreme powerhouses. In one chaotic region,
Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Countless sword rays rained down like raging dragons from the sky, causing mountains to crumble. No! A young man cried out tremblingly in despair as he looked at the green figure in the distance with an expression of disbelief on his face. A green-clad young man stood with his hands on his back, looking like the god of sword as sword rays surrounded him. How's this possible? How can a mere intermediate emperor of gods kill a rudimentary supreme god? The despairing young man felt like he was going crazy. He had entered the chaotic region along with an elder to protect him. He had been excited when he found someone with the same cultivation base as him and bravely attacked the other party since he had the protection of his elder. If he was able to kill his opponent, he would be able to break through and become an advanced emperor of gods. However, contrary to his expectations, his opponent said he was no match for him and even asked his elder, who was a rudimentary supreme god, to make a move instead. One had to know that his elder was a rather powerful rudimentary supreme god. Most shockingly, his opponent managed to kill his elder even though his elder did not hold back when attacking. Boom! A huge figure rose appeared in the air before it collapsed to the ground, indicating the death of a rudimentary supreme god. The death of a rudimentary supreme god was not shocking. What was shocking was that an intermediate emperor of gods killed a rudimentary supreme god. Moreover, he's just an intermediate emperor of gods, but he has comprehended the law to the extent where it can manifest a phenomenon that shines for 1,000,000 miles. Is he the reincarnation of a supreme powerhouse? The young man wondered inwardly as he recalled the supreme powerhouse who had spoken earlier. Alas, this would be the young man's final thoughts. A terrifying sword ray shot out and pierced his body before exploding into tens of thousands of sword rays, turning him into a mist of blood in the sky. Following that, the sword rays around the green-clad young man vanished, and a sword returned to his body. He looked into the distance and murmured to himself, "The advanced version of the chaotic region. I should be able to become an advanced emperor of gods through it. Little Tian should be in the profound energy land's chaotic region. I'm afraid we'll only be able to meet when the chaotic regions merge." The green-clad young man was none other than Feng Qingyang, Duan Ling Tian's master and the former celestial emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. After leaving the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang traveled alone. In the beginning, he wandered aimlessly and went with the flow. However, one day, an item he obtained from the legacy of a supreme powerhouse began to shine brightly before leading him to a place. The place had been visited by a supreme god in the past, and it was a realm that did not exist in any realm of gods. The only way to enter that place was to break through the spatial barrier. With Feng Qingyang's strength, it was impossible for him to tear the spatial barrier. However, with the item left behind by a supreme powerhouse, he easily tore through space and entered the independent realm. After a while, Feng Qingyang discovered that he seemed to have entered a supreme powerhouse's home. It was unlike the temporary cultivation ground he had found in the Azura Hell or that place which a supreme powerhouse hastily left behind his legacy before his death. This independent realm held many things that were beneficial to Feng Qingyang, and unsurprisingly they helped him raise his cultivation base into the realm of an intermediate emperor of gods and stabilize his cultivation base. Not only that, but he was also able to comprehend his law of time to the point where it could manifest the phenomenon that shone for 1,000,000 miles. His comprehension of the law of time had now far surpassed his law of destruction, which used to be his strongest law. The reason his law of time improved tremendously was due to the supreme powerhouse divinity. He found that belonged to a supreme powerhouse who comprehended the law of time. It was also at this time Feng Qingyang discovered that the supreme powerhouse whose legacy he inherited had become a supreme powerhouse through this exact supreme powerhouse divinity. In other words, the supreme powerhouse divinity belonged to the master of the supreme powerhouse whose legacy he inherited. The supreme powerhouse had two owners and had existed for a long time. As such, Feng Qingyang's speed of comprehending the law of time doubled. In addition, his sword Dao also accelerated his speed of comprehension. He recently had a breakthrough in his sword Dao and had begun to integrate with his law of time. Based on the scrolls he found in the supreme powerhouse's home, only powerful supreme powerhouses were capable of this.
Even the supreme powerhouse whose legacy he inherited did not manage to achieve this. However, he, an intermediate emperor of gods, was capable of this feat, which many supreme powerhouses dreamed about, thanks to his sword Dao. In other words, his integration of the sword Dao and the law of time further boosted the speed of his comprehension. Not counting supreme powerhouses, Feng Qingyang's comprehension of the sword Dao was one of the most profound among those who comprehended the four Daos of heaven and earth. Once Feng Qingyang fully comprehended the sword Dao to the limit, he would be able to start a higher path that did not rely much on the laws. Earlier, when Feng Qingyang killed the rudimentary supreme god who had stabilized his cultivation base, he had used the rudimentary technique from the integration of his sword Dao and the law of time. With this technique, he was able to kill his opponent with just one strike. Little Tian is really my lucky star, Feng Qingyang thought to himself with a sigh. Although Feng Qingyang's cultivation journey had always been relatively smooth, his speed was nowhere near what it was now. When he was about 10,000 years old, his achievements were extraordinary despite not attaining godhood yet. However, after Duan Ling Tian's enemy from the divine offering land forced him to escape to the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, his life went through an earth-shattering change. In the Azura Hell, he found a supreme powerhouse's legacy and attained godhood. In the end, after leaving the Devata realm, he even found the supreme powerhouse's home, which held an even greater fortuitous encounter. The divine offering land's Yun clan wouldn't have targeted me if I had no connections to Little Tian. If so, I wouldn't have gone to the Azura Hell. One of my greatest blessings in this life is to have Little Tian as my direct disciple. Moreover, it was him who found my legacy in the past, resulting in him becoming my disciple, Feng Qingyang thought to himself after sighing emotionally. Whenever he recalled this matter, he could not help but feel that everything was destined from the very beginning. Feng Qingyang did not expect his cultivation would improve so tremendously within 1,000 years after turning 10,000 years old. During that period of time, he attained godhood before finally becoming an intermediate emperor of gods. He could tell that he was very close to becoming an advanced emperor of gods as well. He was confident he would be able to break through before the chaotic regions merged. Moreover, he was also certain that the things he found in the supreme powerhouse's home would be able to help him become a supreme god. However, after becoming a supreme god, he would have to rely on his own efforts to progress. Although there were many useful things, they were not very effective once one stepped into the realm of a supreme god. Cultivating in the realm of a supreme god was not easy. As such, unlike the lower levels of cultivation base, even a supreme powerhouse would not be able to help his or her direct descendant much. Without a strong will and a high innate talent and comprehension skills, even the resources from a supreme powerhouse would not help one's cultivation progress after entering the realm of a supreme god. According to the senior, many supreme powerhouses' direct descendants stagnate in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god and eventually die from the heavenly tribulation. For this reason, many supreme powerhouses will stop their direct descendants from breaking into the realm of kings of gods if their direct descendants' innate talent and comprehension skills are low. After all, they won't have to undergo the heavenly tribulations if they don't enter the realm of a king of gods. Feng Qingyang understood the reason behind the supreme powerhouse's actions. If one cultivated and did not enter the realm of a king of gods, one's life would be as long as heaven and earth, since one would not have to undergo the heavenly tribulation. However, if one entered the realm of a king of gods, one would have to undergo the heavenly tribulation once every 1,000 years. Most importantly, regardless of one's speed of progress, the heavenly tribulation would become progressively difficult and strong. I wonder how Little Tian is doing. Although Feng Qingyang had left his doppelgangers in the lower realms, the doppelganger in closest proximity to Duan Ling Tian was in closed cultivation. Not only that, but Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger had not visited him for a long time. As such, he did not know anything about Duan Ling Tian's situation. However, based on his speed of progress in the past, he should have already become a supreme god by now, Feng Qingyang thought to himself. Alas, people from the profound energy land aren't in this chaotic region. Otherwise, I might be able to obtain some information from them. Feng Qingyang was aware that Duan Ling Tian had made a name for himself in the profound energy land. Hence, he was confident that most natives of the profound energy land must know Duan Lingtian. During Feng Qingyang's time on the realm battlefield, he had heard about many prodigies from prime supreme rank forces from a few realms of gods. Apart from the realms of gods that formed this chaotic region, he had also heard about a brilliant prodigy from another realm of gods. Feng Qingyang had heard about Ning Yixian, the most brilliant prodigy in the Ning clan, a prime supreme rank force, and the Sanction land. Not only that, but many also said that he was the most brilliant among all the top prodigies in the 18 realms of gods. Feng Qingyang had heard about Ning Yixian even though the realm battlefield and chaotic region he was at had no intersection with the Sanction land. At this time, Feng Qingyang was naturally unaware that Duan Lingtian was not on the profound energy land's realm battlefield and had entered the divine offering land's realm battlefield. Needless to say, he was also unaware that Duan Lingtian had previously fought Ning Yixian, the brilliant prodigy from the Sanction land whom he had heard about. The Divine Offering Land. There were many people in the Divine Offering Land who still remembered the Ling clan, a prime supreme rank force. In the past, after the passing of the Ling clan's supreme powerhouse, the Ling clan slowly declined before it was annihilated. Nobody knew who annihilated the Ling clan, but there was a rumor that the supreme powerhouse of the Ling clan had offended another supreme powerhouse. As such, after his death, the other supreme powerhouse annihilated the Ling clan. The Ling clan's estate that used to be grand and prosperous had now fallen into disrepair. After the clan was annihilated, many people came for the divine crystal vein located beneath the estate. However, after exhausting the resources from the divine crystal vein, people rarely went to the estate. Moreover, the space in the Ling clan's estate was very stable as well. Spatial tears could often be seen. Rumor had it that in the past, an emperor of gods who was in the vicinity of the estate was pulled into a spatial tear and died. There were also rumors about how a formation left behind by the Ling clan's supreme powerhouse still existed in the Ling clan's estate, even though the clan had been annihilated. It was said that formation protected the spatial passages in the clan's estate. Even without a divine crystal vein, the spatial passages were said to be excellent cultivation grounds. They could help one to raise one's cultivation base rapidly. However, it was risky to enter these spatial passages. It was said that even ordinary supreme gods might die if they entered these spatial passages. If spatial tears were to appear, due to the instability of the space, those below the realm of an advanced supreme god would have a tough time surviving. Only supreme powerhouses were capable of stabilizing the space and preventing spatial tears from appearing. At this time, in one of the spatial passages in the Ling clan's estate, a slender figure sat with her eyes closed and legs crossed while the power of the law surged around her. The slender figure was none other than Kur, who was also Xianing Shui, the eldest young miss of the Divine Offering Land's Xia clan. I'll be able to reunite with Brother Tian after spending 1,000 years here. At this time, Kur felt thankful that her father and the Yun clan had given up on forcing her to marry Yun Qingyan. She naturally began to anticipate her reunion with Duan Lingtian after spending 1,000 years in this place. A little over 800 years have passed since we were separated. Brother Tian's innate talent and comprehension skills are high, but he should still be cultivating in the Devata realm, right? I'm sure he's extremely worried about me, his parents, Sister Feier, and the others. After all, we were all forcibly brought to the Divine Offering Land. Knowing him, he must be cultivating desperately and risking his life to grow strong so he can save us. I hope he's safe. After leaving this place, I'll search for him. Outside of the spatial passage in the Ling clan's estate, it was desolate and silent here. Only the sound of the wind could be heard occasionally. At this time, a blue-clad figure appeared a distance away from the ruins of the Ling clan's estate. The figure belonged to a man dressed in a long blue robe. He wore a bamboo hat, and it was slightly tilted, partially hiding his face and giving him a mysterious air. He stared at the ruins of the Ling clan's estate and murmured under his breath, "Father, mother, sister, I've become an emperor of gods. I returned from the realm battlefield to retrieve that thing left by our old ancestor. I finally possess the strength to seize what's rightfully mine." The face hidden beneath the bamboo hat was that of a young man. If Duan Ling Tian were present, he would have recognized the young man as Ling Ju-yun who had entrusted Huanga to him. When Ling Ju-yun met Duan Ling Tian in the Devata realm, he had been with Huanger, the artifact soul. However, to preserve Huanger's soul, he had given her to Duan Ling Tian. Huanger used to be the artifact soul of his sister's prominent divine sword. If Duan Ling Tian were here now, he would have been surprised that Ling Ju-yun had become an emperor of gods. Fortunately, the old ancestor looked highly upon me. Before he passed, he gave me the key to his cultivation ground. I'll revive our Ling clan and avenge all of you to live up to the old ancestor's expectations. Ling Ju-yun muttered to himself as his eyes shone with determination. Then Ling Ju-yun's body flickered before he appeared in the ruins of the Ling clan's estate. After he brought out an item that resembled a talisman, the void began to ripple before a spatial appeared. Following that, he did not hesitate to fly into the spatial tear. After Ling Ju-yun entered the spatial tear, the clouds in the sky stirred as a gust of wind surged. Then, a huge face appeared in the sky, staring at the place where Ling Ju-yun had vanished into thin air. That boy from the Ling clan is quite remarkable. He became an emperor of gods in such a short time. The huge face said with a sigh before vanishing into thin air. Subsequently, the void suddenly rippled and twisted violently. It was as though a formation had just been destroyed. Old Ling and I were acquaintances. I won't allow you to act presumptuously in my little world over and over again. After the formation in the ruins of the Ling clan's estate was destroyed, an indifferent voice rang in the air. It belonged to the huge face that appeared earlier. The huge face belonged to a powerful supreme powerhouse. He was none other than the master of the divine offering land. Meanwhile, Ling Ju-yun, who had entered the spatial tear, was unaware of what happened outside. He did not know that someone had cast a formation in the ruins of the Ling clan's estate and that a supreme powerhouse's intervention had saved his life. After the destruction of the formation, the spatial passages began to shake violently, looking like they were about to collapse. No! What's going on? A few intermediate supreme gods who were cultivating in the spatial passages were shocked. If the spatial passages collapsed, they would surely die. Alas, it was too late for them to do anything, and they were swept up in the spatial turbulence after the spatial passages collapsed, vanishing into thin air. At this time, one spatial passage had yet to collapse, but it was shaking violently. Kur's expression changed as she looked around her. She quickly brought a soul pearl out and sent a message to her father. Soon enough, she received a reply. I'll be there soon. At the same time, north of the Ling clan's estate, a figure flew in the sky like a hurricane. Duan Ling Tian naturally did know that Kur was not in the chaotic region and had left the realm battlefield, let alone that she was in imminent danger because of Ling Ju-yun, the only survivor of the divine offering land's Ling clan that was annihilated. Naturally, this matter was not within Ling Ju-yun's control. If he had known that Duan Ling Tian's wife was in one of the spatial passages in the Ling clan's estate, and that the spatial passages would collapse after he entered his ancestor's cultivation ground, he would have warned her beforehand. After, Duan Ling Tian was his only friend in this world. Although they did not spend much time together, they cherished the friendship very much. At this time, Duan Ling Tian was still wandering the chaotic region and killing rudimentary supreme gods he encountered. He did not spare the people from the various realms of gods. Although the rewards were meager, they were better than nothing. As time passed, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the number of people in the area had decreased. After a while, he stopped running into rudimentary supreme gods and only saw a few intermediate supreme gods. Even then, as time continued to pass, even the number of times he saw intermediate supreme gods had decreased significantly. When half a year had passed, and Duan Ling Tian did not encounter any intermediate or rudimentary supreme gods, he began to sense that something was amiss. Am I being targeted? Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim when this thought appeared in his mind. He could not figure out what was going on at all. Duan Ling Tian felt like he had been keeping a low profile, but little did he know, he had gained fame for being the most terrifying rudimentary supreme god in the area. After all, he had yet to stabilize his cultivation base in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god, but was capable of easily killing most intermediate supreme gods.
He even managed to kill relatively powerful intermediate supreme gods who had already stabilized their cultivation bases. Don't go in that direction. There's a god killer over there who's capable of killing most intermediate supreme gods. He's only keeping a low profile. I've already warned you. Don't blame me if you insist on going over there. You'll definitely die if you attack him. Don't even think about catching him off guard.
Brother, since we're from the same realm of gods, let me give you a piece of advice. Avoid that place. It's very dangerous there.
How dangerous is it? Haven't you heard about that monstrous rudimentary supreme god in that area?
He's so strong that he can even kill intermediate supreme gods who have stabilized their cultivation bases.
I'm not joking. Don't blame me if he kills you. Don't go there. It's best to avoid the northern area. A monster roams there. What monster? A rudimentary supreme god who hasn't stabilized his cultivation, but is capable of killing intermediate supreme gods who have stabilized their cultivation bases. The area where Duanling Tian was wandering had become a forbidden land for rudimentary and most intermediate gods after word of his feats spread. Those with a keen eye could easily see through Duanling Tian's strength, and it did not take long for it to spread. In the beginning, a few bold intermediate supreme gods did not think much about the news and ventured into the area. However, when they witnessed the deaths of a few intermediate supreme gods from afar, they quickly fled without looking back, creating another uproar. He's truly a monster, despite being a rudimentary supreme god. His comprehension of the law of space is capable of manifesting the phenomenon that shines for 1,000,000 miles. Not only that, but he has comprehended the sword Tao and mastery Tao to such a terrifying level.
His sword seems extraordinary. If I'm not mistaken, his sword must have absorbed fragments of prime divine artifacts.
When people talked about Duanling Tian, they, especially those who were powerful, also spoke about the advanced chaotic region and topics relevant to it.
When the chaotic regions merge into one, I wonder if any rudimentary supreme god will be able to rival that monster. From what I heard, rudimentary supreme gods are the most competitive. There are rumors that the rewards are so precious that even supreme powerhouses are moved by them even if they are useless to supreme powerhouses. The higher you rank, the more you'll receive from the divine fountain.
What? You've never heard of the divine fountain? How ignorant! A drop from the divine fountain is said to be equivalent to 1,000 years of cultivation of an ordinary rudimentary supreme god. I don't know what it means, but I heard from someone that the divine fountain isn't from this heaven and earth.
As people continued to discuss among themselves, many people thought that Duanling Tian was attracting too much attention and that it might not be a good thing. Unless the purple-clad young man who became famous recently is a direct descendant of a supreme powerhouse, I'm afraid that he'll run out of luck soon.
You heard about him as well? I agree. He'll definitely die if he doesn't have a strong background.
When the chaotic regions merge, the competition between the top rudimentary supreme gods will be the most intense. After all, many direct descendants of supreme powerhouses are rudimentary supreme gods.
That's right. Although they all enjoy the care of supreme powerhouses, the divine fountain isn't something supreme powerhouses can give them.
The fight for the rewards from the divine fountain will definitely be fierce.
That purple-clad young man will be seen as an obstacle by the others. I won't be surprised if they hire powerhouses to deal with him. I agree. That purple-clad young man can kill most intermediate supreme gods. But can he kill top intermediate supreme gods and advanced supreme gods? He doesn't only have to worry about top intermediate supreme gods and advanced supreme gods. What if a dozen or more rudimentary supreme gods join forces to deal with him? Will he be a match for them? This is the consequence for standing out so much.
As the saying goes, the nail that sticks out gets hammered. While the others were discussing this matter, Ningyi Xian, who just entered the chaotic region, finally heard the news.
A purple-clad young man who comprehended the sword Tao and the mastery Tao? He was naturally familiar with the object of everyone's discussion. He would never forget what he had experienced for the rest of his life.
He had accumulated many battle merits over the years to open a single person's secret realm and met Duanling Tian there. At that time, he was almost killed by Duanling Tian, who comprehended the sword Tao and the mastery Tao to high levels.
Although Duanling Tian had yet to stabilize his cultivation base, He had comprehended the law of space to the point where it could manifest a phenomenon that shone for 100,000 miles.
As though that was not shocking enough, he just found that Duan Tian's law of space could now manifest a phenomenon that shone for 1,000,000 miles. I didn't expect him to progress so much in such a short time. Now that his law of space has improved so significantly, his strength must have grown significantly as well.
Ning Yixian felt helpless when he thought about this. He also could not help but shake his head when he heard people speculating if Duan Tian had the support of a supreme powerhouse. They would have been shocked silly if they knew he was from the lower realm.
After Duan Tian nearly killed him, he had investigated Duan Tian. After learning that Duan Tian was monstrously strong despite coming from the lower realm, he almost gave up on himself. Fortunately, he managed to pull himself together in the end. He had a new goal now: defeat Duan Tian. This goal motivated him to grow stronger. Unlike before, he did not despair when he heard that Duan Tian's law of space could now manifest a phenomenon that shone for 1,000,000 miles. On the contrary, he grew even more determined.
Ning Yixian shook his head as he thought to himself, I wonder if he's still keeping a low profile. Is he aware that he's been exposed and that everyone knows about him? Those direct descendants of supreme powerhouses who are stuck in the realm of rudimentary supreme gods and have no confidence in facing their heavenly tribulations must view him as a thorn in the flesh. I'm sure they've already started to take action against him. I hope he doesn't die. Otherwise, I'll lose my goal. He better takes good care of himself. Perhaps, in the past, Ning Yixian would think that it would be good if Duan Tian died. After all, it meant that he would still be the most brilliant prodigy in the various realms of gods. However, now, he hoped for Duan Tian's survival. After all, Duan Tian was the source of his motivation and determination to grow stronger now. A few days later, Duan Tian decided to leave the area. Just as Duan Tian was about to leave, a dozen people suddenly appeared, glaring at him. They were all intermediate supreme gods, except for a finely dressed middle-aged man who was a rudimentary supreme god. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes as he looked at Duan Tian and said, Young man, you're really remarkable. You just became a rudimentary supreme god and have yet to stabilize your cultivation base, but you're already capable of killing intermediate supreme gods. A hint of jealousy could be seen in the middle-aged man's eyes when he spoke. The middle-aged man's grandfather was a supreme powerhouse. Due to his doting grandfather, even advanced supreme gods were respectful to him. However, at this moment, his sense of superiority vanished when faced with the purple-clad Duan Tian. Although he was the grandson of a supreme powerhouse, his innate talent and comprehension skills were only average. In fact, he was not confident he would be able to survive his upcoming heavenly tribulation. He was already severely injured from his previous heavenly tribulation after all. As such, when he heard about the divine fountain, it became his only hope of surviving. When the middle-aged man first heard about Duan Tian, he did not waste time and gathered about a dozen intermediate supreme gods. He promised to reward them handsomely if they killed Duan Tian. After finding out that the middle-aged man was the grandson of a supreme powerhouse, many intermediate supreme gods did not hesitate to help him, hoping to curry favor. Meanwhile, Duan Tian frowned slightly upon hearing the middle-aged man's words. They deliberately came for me? How could Duan Tian not know that he was being targeted at this moment? Duan Tian also figured out why he had not met anyone for such a long time. Some people must have seen his display of strength when he killed the people he encountered. It was only natural that he did not detect the presence of others while he fought unless he deliberately searched for them. At this time, the middle-aged man said with a sneer, Young man, remember not to show off your strength in your afterlife. Then, he raised his hand before he continued to say, Gentlemen, you can make a move now. As soon as the middle-aged man's voice fell, the intermediate supreme gods flew toward Duan Tian, looking like shooting stars as they flew in the sky. Duan Tian's expression was grim as he watched the intermediate supreme gods charge at him. There were quite a number of them, and a few of them were quite strong. Even if they were not among the top intermediate supreme gods, they had comprehended the law to the point where they could manifest the phenomenon that shone for 1,000,000 miles. Although Duan Tian was confident about his strength, It was impossible for him to deal with so many intermediate supreme gods at once, even if he used the divine tree of life and all his trump cards. He would stand a chance if the 5 divine elements in his little world were awake and had returned to their peak. Alas, the 5 divine elements were in a deep slumbering state and had yet to recover their energy.
Who the hell is he? Why did he hire so many intermediate supreme gods to kill me?
Moreover, a few of them are quite powerful. Duanling Tian shifted his eyes to the middle-aged man, committing the middle-aged man's appearance to his memory. Then he quickly tried to teleport away. However, he soon discovered that he was unable to do so. There were experts in the law of space among his opponents, and they had come prepared. Before they even made a move, they had already disrupted the space around him to prevent him from teleporting away.
With this, Duanling Tian had no choice but to dodge the attacks of the dozen or so men. Swoosh! After the 7 orifices exquisite sword shot out, Duanling Tian's doppelganger from the law of space shot out with a sword in hand as well.
Unfortunately, Duanling Tian still fell into a disadvantageous position.
In just a moment, the men launched another round of attacks. At this time, the middle-aged man laughed heartily and said, "Why are you glaring at me, boy?
If you're thinking about seeking revenge from me, I'm afraid you can only do so in your next life.
Remember me.
My name is Hong Zhongyi, and my grandfather Hong Weiliu is a supreme powerhouse. You can only blame yourself for attracting too much attention. Even a direct descendant of a supreme powerhouse like me isn't as eye-catching as you. Unless you were given life-saving means from a supreme powerhouse, you can forget about getting out of here alive." Hong Zhongyi, the middle-aged man, could barely contain his jealousy as he spoke. Needless to say, he was jealous of Duanling Tian's innate talent and comprehension skills.
He was trying to make up for his inferiority by showing Duanling Tian that he had a group of intermediate supreme gods who were willing to do his bidding in order to curry favor with him even if his innate talent and comprehension skills were lacking.
The rudimentary supreme gods ranking for the advanced chaotic region will have an extra slot after you die. This is also the reason I want you dead.
Hong Zhongyi did not doubt that Duanling Tian was going to die today. He could not help but gloat in front of Duanling Tian. He grew even more excited when he imagined bragging about killing a peerless prodigy like Duanling Tian in front of the other direct descendants of supreme powerhouses.
The grandson of a supreme powerhouse, huh? Duanling Tian finally realized that Hong Zhongyi wanted to kill him to get rid of the competition due to the advanced chaotic region. It seems like the direct descendants of the supreme powerhouses take the ranking very seriously. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to kill me. I don't understand it though. The person ranked 10th will only get a drop from that divine fountain or something, right? Don't tell me I underestimated the value of the divine fountain. Duanling Tian finally realized how ignorant he had been and that he had grossly underestimated the divine fountain. At this time, Duanling Tian hastily dodged another round of attacks. As they continued to attack, he could barely find a chance to retaliate. In the end, he was inevitably injured, causing his divine energy to roil violently in his body. If it were not for his 99 heavenly veins, it would have been impossible for him to control his divine energy that was coursing through his meridians. I need to leave immediately. It'll be too late if I'm injured again. Despite the crisis he was facing, Duanling Tian kept his composure. He knew that losing his composure at this time would only worsen the situation. He's trying to flee. Don't let him escape.
There were exactly 17 intermediate supreme gods, and 4 of them had comprehended the laws to the extent that they could manifest phenomena that shone for 1,000,000 miles.
The few of them were very perceptive and could tell that something was amiss based on the fluctuations of Duanling Tian's divine energy. The 4 strongest intermediate supreme gods reacted first and flew out before the others followed suit. Duanling Tian's expression darkened upon seeing this. Since they had anticipated his next move, it had gotten even more difficult for him to escape. Damn it! I was too reckless. I became too complacent because my journey after entering the realm battlefield was very smooth. I should have thought about others witnessing my display of strength and spreading word about it. Duanling Tian realized and regretted his recklessness and complacency at this time. If he had been more careful and not stayed in the same area for so long, he might not be in this situation now. His carelessness had given the opponents an opening. "Sister Water, are you able to help me out of this situation?" In order to avoid being further injured, Duanling Tian had no choice but to use the divine tree of life. In just a moment, the vital energy from the divine tree of life surged out of the opening of Duanling Tian's little world into his meridians, helping him to recover rapidly. At the same time, the manifestation of the divine tree of life appeared and blocked the attacks of the intermediate supreme gods. Unfortunately, the manifestation of the divine tree of life was destroyed in just a few moments. This was not surprising. After all, even an ordinary advanced supreme god would find it difficult to deal with the joint attacks of 17 intermediate supreme gods, let alone Duanling Tian, who had just become a rudimentary supreme god. Duanling Tian was capable of killing intermediate supreme gods, but even with the help of the divine tree of life, he could only kill 2 or 3 of them at the same time. After destroying the manifestation of the divine tree of life, the 17 intermediate supreme gods continued to attack fiercely. Streaks of light flew in the air toward Duanling Tian. These dazzling and beautiful lights were like the Grim Reaper's scythe to Duanling Tian. Meanwhile, Hong Zhongyi watched the fight, growing more and more jealous. Not only did he comprehend the Sword Dao and the Mastery Dao, but he even has a complete divine tree of life in his little world. He's really lucky. As a direct descendant of a supreme powerhouse, Hong Zhongyi was naturally more knowledgeable compared to the average person. As such, he could tell in just a moment that Duanling Tian possessed a complete divine tree of life in his little world. If he's allowed to grow unchecked, he'll definitely become a supreme powerhouse on par with my grandfather. I have to kill him. If he becomes a supreme powerhouse, even my grandfather might not be able to protect me. Hong Zhongyi knew that his grandfather doted on him. However, if he offended a supreme powerhouse, there was a chance that his grandfather might not have a choice but to abandon him in order to appease the other supreme powerhouse. After all, he was not the only direct descendant. At this moment, little Tian, the weak and faint voice of the world-cleansing divine water rang in Duanling Tian's mind. Even if we muster up all of our strength, it won't be of much help to you. We barely recovered from the previous ordeal after all. Since you sought our help, you must be in a perilous situation now. If that's the case, the world-cleansing divine water knew that she had no choice but to wake the other divine elements up to help Duanling Tian at this moment. Although the world-cleansing divine water and the other divine elements could not be of much help to Duanling Tian now, they had no choice but to make a move and save him from this dangerous situation even if the chances of success were low. The 5 divine elements had chosen Duanling Tian as their host, and he had never forgotten them during their journey until now. In just a few hundred years, he had helped them cultivate to their highest levels. With his achievements, they were confident that he would become a supreme powerhouse within 10,000 years and help them transform into independent beings that could live without a host. This was also the reason the world-cleansing divine water and the other 4 divine elements had to help him. Just as the world-cleansing divine water was about to wake the other divine elements up, Duanling Tian suddenly said, "Sister Water, stop." Duanling Tian stopped the world-cleansing divine water not because he was capable of escaping on his own now. It was because he had discovered the presence of another person. Most importantly, as soon as this person arrived, this person attacked Duanling Tian's opponents, reducing the pressure on him immediately. This person was also a rudimentary supreme god. Nonetheless, his combat power was incredibly strong. When Duanling Tian got a better look at the newcomer, he was very surprised. Why is it him? The newcomer was none other than Duanling Tian's opponent in the single-person secret realm, which he had opened with all the battle merits he had accumulated over the years. He was Ning Yixian, the monstrous prodigy from the Sanxian Land's Ning clan, a prime supreme rank force. Previously, Duanling Tian did not know who Ning Yixian was. After leaving the single-person secret realm, he finally learned about how outstanding Ning Yixian was when he visited several base camps. He also learned that Ning Yixian was only a few thousand years old. At this time, when Duanling Tian was about to join forces with Ning Yixian, one of the 17 intermediate supreme gods finally had a good look at Ning Yixian's clearly. His expression changed, and he quickly cried out, "Stop!" He's young Master Ning Yixian from the Sanction Land's Ning clan. Among the 17 intermediate supreme gods, this intermediate supreme god was one of the 4 strongest ones. He was a high-ranking official of a heavyweight supreme rank force in the Sanction Land, and his force had ties to the Ning clan. For generations until now, the 2 forces had many marriage alliances. As such, he recognized Ning Yixian. When the others heard the words Ning Yixian and the Sanction Land's Ning clan, their expressions changed immediately. They naturally knew that Ning Yixian was not only the most outstanding prodigy in the Ning clan and the Sanction Land, but he was also acknowledged as the most outstanding among the younger generation from various realms of gods. Most importantly, they knew that Ning Yixian was highly favored and looked upon by the supreme powerhouse of the Ning clan. Ning Yixian was someone they could not afford to provoke and offend. In just a blink of an eye, the intermediate supreme gods gave up on attacking. Then, they looked at Hong Zhongyi, the grandson of a supreme powerhouse, in unison. They could not afford to provoke and offend both Ning Yixian and Hong Zhongyi, who had the support of supreme powerhouses. At this moment, they truly regretted agreeing to help Hong Zhongyi. If they had known that Ning Yixian would show up to help Duanling Tian, they would not have helped Hong Zhongyi at all. Ning Yixian. Naturally, Hong Zhongyi also recognized Ning Yixian. He had met Ning Yixian before. He had always been jealous and envious of Ning Yixian, the monstrous prodigy. Although Ning Yixian's blood ties to the Ning clan's supreme powerhouse were more diluted compared to his blood ties with the Hong clan's supreme powerhouse, who was his grandfather. His father had told him that the Ning clan's supreme powerhouse placed more importance on Ning Yixian compared to his own grandchildren. Ning Yixian also naturally knew Hong Zhongyi. He said calmly, "Hong Zhongyi, you hired people to kill him because you're worried about him occupying the top 10 ranking for rudimentary supreme gods in the advanced chaotic region, right? Before the advanced chaotic region appears, I'll break through and become an intermediate supreme god. At that time, you'll have one fewer competitor. It's all the same. Why don't you and your men leave for my sake?" No matter what, Hong Zhongyi was the grandson of a supreme powerhouse. Ning Yixian naturally knew that Hong Zhongyi was arrogant. In order not to cause any more trouble, he spoke diplomatically instead of acting aggressively. Hong Zhongyi's expression eased after listening to Ning Yixian's words. He said with a nod, "Very well. Since you want to protect him, I'll let him go for your sake. Let's end this matter here." Then Hong Zhongyi turned to look at Duanling Tian with a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. After all, he was so close to killing Duanling Tian. He did not expect Ning Yixian to show up at the critical moment. After a moment, Hong Zhongyi left with the 17 intermediate supreme gods. The 17 intermediate supreme gods did not forget to apologize to Ning Yixian and Duanling Tian through voice transmission before they left. Many of them explained that they were forced by Hong Zhongyi. Duanling Tian ignored the voice transmissions. Hong Zhongyi's name was deeply engraved in his mind after today's incident. After Hong Zhongyi and the others vanished from sight, Ning Yixian looked at Duanling Tian with a faint smile as he said, "Since you're stronger than I am, I thought you'd be smart. I didn't expect you to be so foolish and end up in such a situation." Although Duanling Tian heard the mockery in Ning Yixian's words, he was not angry. Instead, he said solemnly, "I owe you my life." Ning Yixian scoffed. "I only saved you because I want to take back the 2 fragments of prime divine artifact my ancestor gave you. Don't you think it's worth it to give up 2 fragments in exchange for your life?" "Indeed, it's worth it." In Duanling Tian's opinion, let alone 2, even hundreds of fragments of prime divine artifacts could not compare to his life. What use would fragments of prime divine artifacts be to him if he lost his life? But Duanling Tian looked slightly embarrassed when he recalled he had already used his fragments of prime divine artifacts on his 7 orifices exquisite sword. He said, "I've already used the 2 fragments on my sword. However, I'll search for 2 fragments for you. No, I'll look for 3. You can consider the 3rd one as the interest." "You've used them." Ning Yixian frowned slightly. However, his frown disappeared quickly and he said, "There's no need to give me 3. Just give me 2. Following that, Ning Yixian's divine energy surged. Clearly, he was preparing to leave. Before he left, he said, "Heed my advice. It's best for you to leave this place now. Currently, Hong Zhongyi isn't the only one who sees you as an obstacle.
If I'm not mistaken, there should be a few descendants of supreme powerhouses who have hired advanced supreme gods to kill you. Take care of yourself.
Ning Yixian came and left as swiftly as the wind. Duanling Tian smiled wryly. He knew he had been foolishly careless this time. His time on the realm battlefield had been so smooth that he had gotten complacent as a result. Little Tian, are you okay? The word cleansing divine water in Duanling Tian's little world asked at this moment. Then, she continued to say, I see that the divine tree of life's energy is greatly depleted. Did you manage to resolve the problem? The world-cleansing divine water's voice pulled Duanling Tian back to his senses. He replied, Sister Water, I'm okay. You and the others can continue to recover. After Duanling Tian finished speaking, he closed his little world. Before that, he looked at the divine tree of life in his little world. It was originally verdant and full of life, but it looked dull at this moment. Its energy had depleted greatly after today's incident. Swoosh! Swoosh! Duanling Tian cast the double teleportation profundity and quickly left the area. He did not want to stay a minute longer in this place. He knew he had messed up when Hong Zhongyi brought people over to kill him today. Even with Ning Yixian's reminder, he would not have stayed here. Ning Yixian. Duanling Tian knew very well that if it were not for Ning Yixian, he would not have been able to escape even with the help of the 5 divine elements. He would not forget the fact that Ning Yixian saved his life. Since he promised to give Ning Yixian 3 fragments of prime divine artifacts, he would naturally keep his promise. In fact, apart from the 3 fragments of prime divine artifact, he planned to continue and return the favor to Ning Yixian. After all, he owed Ning Yixian a life-saving grace. Fear still lingered in Duanling Tian's heart. He could not help but break out in cold sweat when he thought about his close brush with death. If he died, what would happen to Kur, his wife? What would happen to his parents, Li Fei, his children, and the others? Fortunately, that supreme powerhouse from the Ning clan saved Ning Yixian at that time. If I had killed Ning Yixian that day, I would have died today, Duanling Tian thought to himself with a sigh. Fate was indeed fickle. Previously, he had been frustrated and annoyed when Ning Yixian was rescued. Now, he only felt grateful that Ning Yixian was saved. He really did not expect to feel this way. I have to remember this. I can't afford to be careless again, and I have to consider all possibilities. Duanling Tian thought to himself, determined not to make the same mistake again. Shortly after Duanling Tian left, several groups of people arrived in the area where he had just left. These people, without exception, were descendants of supreme powerhouses and the people they hired. Among these people, there were many advanced supreme gods. Where's he? Did he leave? Why can't we find him? I heard he was here. With his speed, he couldn't have traveled far, right? Let's go further in and search for him. The descendants of the supreme powerhouses were not only worried that Duanling Tian would only occupy one spot in the ranking for rudimentary supreme gods, but they were worried that he would rank first. With his strength, it was not impossible to do so. A few of them also knew that Duanling Tian defeated Ning Yixian and that he was from the Myriad Laws Academy in the Profound Energy Land. In fact, Duanling Tian and Ning Yixian's fight in the single-person realm should not be known at all. However, since the supreme powerhouse of the Ning clan broke the rules of the realm battlefield by saving Ning Yixian, he was punished after a meeting between supreme powerhouses was called. The other supreme powerhouses were naturally curious about the matter and inquired about it before telling their descendants about it. The descendants of the supreme powerhouses were naturally curious about the person who almost killed Ning Yixian. After all, the person was just a rudimentary supreme god who had yet to stabilize his cultivation base. They quickly investigated the matter, sending their subordinate to various realms of gods. It did not take long for them to find out that the person was Duanling Tian from the Profound Energy Land's Myriad Laws Academy. Out of all the rudimentary supreme gods who had yet to stabilize their cultivation bases in the various realms of gods, Duanling Tian was the only one who fit the description. The descendants of the supreme powerhouses also learned that Duanling Tian was just an advanced emperor of gods who had stabilized his cultivation base when he left the Myriad Laws Academy. They also heard about how he had become an advanced Emperor of Gods from an advanced Lord of Gods in a very short time during his time in the Myriad Laws Academy. As such, they did not doubt that he was capable of breaking through the realm of a supreme god after entering the realm battlefield. They also heard from their elders that the person who defeated Ning Yixian was dressed in a purple robe, and Duanling Tian from the Myriad Laws Academy in the Profound Energy Land also liked to wear purple robes. Coincidentally, in the chaotic region, which was formed by the intersection of 3 realm battlefields, they heard about a purple-clad rudimentary supreme god who had yet to stabilize his cultivation base but was capable of killing most intermediate supreme gods. Considering all these things, they had no doubt that the purple-clad young man was Duanling Tian.
After identifying Duanling Tian, the descendants of the supreme powerhouses were puzzled. They wondered why Duanling Tian was not on the profound Zen battlefield and came to their chaotic region instead. Duanling Tian is truly talented, but even he has yet to stabilize his cultivation base. Cultivating in the realm of a supreme god is 100 times, no, 1,000 times harder than cultivating in the realm of an emperor of gods.
I don't think it's possible for him to stabilize his cultivation base before the chaotic regions merge, let alone become an intermediate supreme god. In any case, he's definitely a stumbling block to all of us rudimentary supreme gods. Fortunately, he doesn't have a powerful background. We don't have to be afraid of repercussions when we kill him. Although there were very strong hints that the Myriad Laws Academy had the protection of a supreme powerhouse, there was no doubt that the supreme powerhouse was not from the Myriad Laws Academy in the past. As such, there was no fear that the supreme powerhouse would seek revenge from the descendants of other supreme powerhouses just because of a disciple of the Myriad Laws Academy. After all, what was the use of seeking revenge for a dead disciple? Even supreme powerhouses would weigh the gains and losses before taking action. Due to Duanling Tian's lack of support, the descendants of the supreme powerhouses were unscrupulous and did not worry about the repercussions of killing him. If we kill Duanling Tian, we'll have 1 fewer competitor among rudimentary supreme gods. If I were ranked 11th, I'll be able to rank 10th if he dies. Kill him.
We must kill him.
Needless to say, Duanling Tian was unaware that a lot of descendants of supreme powerhouses had arrived shortly after he left. Moreover, many of them brought advanced supreme gods as well. Over the next few days, the descendants of the supreme powerhouses worked together to search for Duanling Tian. When they ran into each other, their first words were usually, "Did you find him?"
Alas, they were unaware that Duanling Tian had long left the area and their search was in vain. Not much time passed before the descendants of the supreme powerhouses learned that Hong Zhangyi had led more than a dozen intermediate supreme gods to deal with Duanling Tian. Most importantly, Hong Zhangyi had found Duanling Tian and almost succeeded in killing Duanling Tian. Unfortunately, Ning Yixian showed up in the nick of time and saved Duanling Tian. I was wondering why we couldn't find. As it turns out, he was alerted by another person.
Hong Zhangyi is really useless.
He brought more than a dozen intermediate supreme gods with him, but he couldn't even kill Duanling Tian before Ning Yixian showed up. Why did Ning Yixian help Duanling Tian? Didn't Duanling Tian almost kill him?
Were we mistaken? Is it possible that our target isn't Duanling Tia from the Profound Energy Land?
Or perhaps the person who nearly killed Ning Yixian wasn't Duanling Tian?
If Duanling Tian was the one who nearly killed Ning Yixian, why did Ning Yixian save him? Moreover, the Ning clan's ancestor also suffered a loss because of Duanling Tian. The descendants could not figure out why Ning Yixian would save Duanling Tian. Many of them also thought that Hong Zhangyi was useless for being unable to kill Duanling Tian before Ning Yixian showed up. However, none of them criticized Hong Zhangyi for giving up on killing Duanling Tian after Ning Yixian showed up. After all, if they were in his shoes, they would have the same thing. None of them wanted to offend Ning Yixian after all.
In fact, it would be better for them to do him a favor by letting Duanling Tian go.
Ning Yixian was not just an ordinary descendant of a supreme powerhouse. He had a very high chance of becoming a supreme powerhouse himself. Someone like him was highly valued by supreme powerhouses. As descendants of supreme powerhouses, they knew this very well.
At this time, Duanling Tian was tens of thousands of miles away. He no longer traveled in a single line. He would randomly fly north, east, and west, and his whereabouts changed constantly. As such, when someone saw him, it would be too late when the others arrived with their men to kill him.
Duanling Tian learned his lesson previously and no longer dared to be careless. He continued to move in random directions to avoid being found. He also did not stay in one place for long. Meanwhile, news of Duanling Tian's identity began to spread.
Have you heard?
That new rudimentary supreme god capable of killing most intermediate supreme gods is from the profound energy land's Myriad Laws Academy.
His name is Duanling Tian, and he's not even 1,000 years old.
It's been confirmed. He also almost killed the Ning clan's Ning Yixian in a single-person secret realm. Heavens! Duanling Tian is not even 1,000 years old.
Ning Yixian is also a brilliant prodigy. Among the younger generation, no one managed to achieve what he did.
In this case, Duanling Tian should be considered the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in all the realms of gods, right? I don't really believe that someone who's not even 1,000 years old is capable of such feats. It's insane. Even descendants of supreme powerhouses can't achieve so much at his age, even if they were given a lot of resources. Duanling Tian became more and more famous as the news spread. There were even people who deliberately went to the Myriad Laws Academy in the profound energy land to inquire about Duanling Tian. Initially, they were on the fence, but after asking around in the academy, they were in shock and disbelief. The speed of Duanling Tian's cultivation was even more absurd than they had heard.
Apart from that, they also confirmed that Duanling Tian indeed did not have the support or protection of supreme powerhouses and relied mostly on himself. They were also shocked by this revelation. When they returned to the chaotic region where the profound sanctioned battlefield and another two-realm battlefields intersected, they quickly spread the news, stirring up an even bigger commotion.
Someone personally went and confirmed that Duanling Tian is really younger than 1,000 years old? How terrifying! Tell me, has a monstrous prodigy like him existed before?
Who knows?
Many things have been buried in the long river of history. In any case, someone like him will definitely become heaven-defyingly strong in the future as long as he doesn't die prematurely. He'll also definitely become a supreme powerhouse. Since Duanling Tian doesn't have a powerful background, he must be very lucky from the time he was in the mundane realm until now. He must have had many fortuitous encounters to be able to come this far. It won't be so easy to kill someone as lucky as he is. So many descendants of supreme powerhouses are searching for him to kill him, but none of them found him until now. There has been no news about Duanling Tian for a while now. Perhaps he has already been killed by a descendant of a supreme powerhouse. Perhaps the culprit didn't dare to spread the word because he's afraid of offending Ning Yixian.
That's possible.
Meanwhile, Duanling Tian, who was looking for a remote place to enter closed-door cultivation, did not know that he was growing more and more famous. After Duanling Tian entered closed-door cultivation, an unkempt middle-aged man, who had just left a secret realm, entered a base camp where many people from 6 realms of gods gathered. It did not take long for him to hear about Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian from the lower realm?
He's not even 1,000 years old, but he has mastered 2 out of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, the Sword Dao and the Mastery Dao?
He's from the profound energy land's Myriad Laws Academy? The prominent divine artifact he uses is a divine sword that emits 7-colored light.
Xianxia was stunned. A sword that emits 7 colored lights?
Isn't that the 7 orifices exquisite sword I gave Duanling Tian? Could someone with the same name kill him and rob the 7 orifices exquisite sword? Xianxia muttered under his breath as he thought about his niece's husband. If the person everyone is talking about is him, then he's truly heaven-defying.